Chapter 1798. Husband, I saw on Datong Daily yesterday that the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce is going to hold a fundraising event to raise military funds for the country. Father's carriage business was built by boss Lin Wenyuan of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce when he was alive. After father was killed, boss Lin still took care of my family and the goods never stopped. Now that the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce is calling for Tang Dynasty's merchants to raise military funds for the country, I also want to contribute on behalf of father. What do you think, husband? In the bridal chamber, after the husband and wife played for a while, Li Jingqiu suddenly thought of something and said to Wang Renbiao seriously. Wang Renbiao thought for a while and said, Lin Wenyuan, I know this person. And wife, don't forget that your husband is also a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, so I will also send people to participate in this fundraising event. Wife, you don't have to worry about it. After seeing the headlines on Datong Daily yesterday, Wang Renbiao had already ordered Leng Yuyao to send a letter to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion in Chang'an City, asking him to bring 30,000 strings of cash to the fundraising event. Li Jingqiu thought for a moment and shook her head, no. Husband, sending people to participate is your kind intention. I am doing my part for father. This money must be paid by the Li family. Although the Li family is not as rich as the Wang family, we can still take out 2,000 to 3,000 strings of cash. But the fundraising event will be held the day after tomorrow. Even if I want to participate, I'm afraid it will be too late. Although Qizhou was only 200 to 300 miles away from Chang'an City, she was a woman. It was impossible for her to ride a horse, so she usually took a carriage. The carriage's speed was not as fast as riding a horse. Moreover, she had just gotten married and her parents-in-law were still in Qizhou. It was not appropriate for her to go out at this time. Hearing this, Wang Renbiao smiled and said, since wife insists on donating alone, then it's easy to do. Tomorrow morning, I will send a letter to the shopkeeper of the Craftsman Pavilion in Chang'an City and ask him to donate another 2,000 strings of cash in the name of the Li family when he participates in the fundraising event. What do you think, wife? Li Jingqiu smiled and said, that's great. Then I'll have to trouble you, husband. As for the 2,000 strings of cash, I'll ask Yulan to go back and get it for you tomorrow. Husband, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Although we are a family now, this is of heaven. Wang Renbiao could not help chuckling and said, okay. Then I won't refuse. The couple continued to be intimate for a while before Wang Renbiao suddenly said, Jingqiu, if there comes a day when I'm no longer the eldest son of the Wang family and I can't get any resources or help from the Wang family, will you still be willing to be with me? As soon as she finished speaking, the sweet atmosphere in the room suddenly turned dull. Li Jingqiu was obviously not prepared for this. She was stunned and asked doubtfully, husband, why did you suddenly say that? Wang Renbiao sighed and said, wife, do you still remember the letter and ruler sent by the Wang family's great elder this afternoon? The grand elder of the Wang family is my grandfather, who is also the previous patriarch of the Wang family. Grandfather has been very strict with me since I was young. This time, I went against the will of the family and married you. It is very likely that I have angered all the elders in the family. If my guess is correct, the ruler that grandfather sent me today is a warning to me to be careful when dealing with people and things. As for the elders, it is very likely that they will remove my status as the eldest son of the Wang family and change it to another descendant of the family to be the future successor. This way, I will become the abandoned son of the family. Not only will I not receive any support from the family in the imperial court, even for my daily expenses, the family will not give me a single cent. The reason why mother was so strongly against our marriage was because she was worried about this. Li Jingqiu thought for a while and could not help but ask, but husband, didn't you just say that the elders of the Wang family do not dare to completely offend the Marquis of Yong'an? Wang Renbiao shook his head and said, this is not the same. Now that you and I are married, the elders did not do anything to stop us. This is giving Xiao Xian face. But regarding who will be the future successor of the family, this is an internal matter of the Wang family. Not only Xiao Xian, even the current emperor cannot interfere. If my guess is correct, then I might become a poor provincial governor, a penniless one at that time. Your husband does not really care about the status of the eldest son of the Wang family, but I am afraid that I will implicate you and cause you to suffer together. Husband, what are you saying? Li Jingchu hurriedly said, what this concubine likes is the righteousness and knowledge of husband, not the power of the Wang family. Even if husband leaves the Wang family, this concubine is willing to love and stay together with husband until death. You and I are one as husband and wife, so we should share weal and woe. Moreover, I have said before that I will continue to manage the Li family's business. Even if I lose the support of the Wang family, this concubine will be able to ensure that husband does not have to worry about food and clothing. Husband only has to be a good provincial governor and bring benefits to the people of Qizhou. Although the Wang family is powerful, the appointment of officials in the imperial court is decided by His Majesty. If husband is able to love the people like his own children and is honest and upright, then even without the support of the Wang family, husband will be able to have a smooth life in the imperial court and will be entrusted with important tasks by His Majesty. After hearing Li Jingchu's explanation and analysis, Wang Renbiao was greatly moved. He pulled Li Jingchu into his embrace and said in a gentle voice, "My wife can see things clearly. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Rest assured, my wife, I, Wang Renbiao, will not let you down in this life." This was an oath, and also his promise to Li Jingchu. Li Jingchu raised her head to look at Wang Renbiao's face and said softly, "All right. Husband, it's getting late. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we still have to serve tea to parents-in-law. We can't be late." Li Jingchu was still a little afraid of her mother-in-law, Princess Tongban. All right. Wang Renbiao nodded and said. Soon, the sound of steady breathing could be heard from the room. "Father, please have some tea." The next day, early morning. In the main hall of the Qizhou provincial governor's office. Li Jingchu, who had woken up early, had already prepared new tea. After waiting for Princess Tong and Wang Yu to sit down in the main hall, she held the tea and knelt in front of the two of them, offering tea with both hands. On the second day of the wedding, the bride would serve tea to her parents-in-law. This was a very important ceremony in the wedding. If the parents-in-law accepted the tea offered by the daughter-in-law, it meant that they had acknowledged and accepted the daughter-in-law. Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, the ancients were loyal and filial and believed that kneeling to the heavens, earth, and parents was a must. Therefore, when the bride offered tea, she naturally had to kneel. All right. Wang Yu smiled and reached out to take the tea. Although Li Jingchu's marriage into the Wang family had caused Wang Renbiao a lot of trouble, what was done could not be undone. Moreover, Li Jingchu had become Li Zishuan's godsister. As a father-in-law, he naturally had no reason to make things difficult for his daughter-in-law. "Mother, please have some tea." After Wang Yu finished his tea, Li Jingchu took another cup of tea from the tray carried by the maidservant behind her and offered it to Princess Tong and with both hands. Princess Tong and did not accept the tea immediately. She looked at Li Jingchu indifferently and thought to herself, "This girl is quite pretty. No wonder my cousin is so infatuated with her." After a moment, Princess Tong and took the teacup from Li Jingchu's hands. She lifted the lid and took a sip before returning it to Li Jingchu. You may rise." "Many thanks, mother." Hearing this, Li Jingchu finally heaved a sigh of relief. She got up and bowed to Princess Tongban. "Now that you and my cousin are husband and wife, you should respect and love each other. The Wang family is the royal clan of the Great Tang. As the matriarch, you should not only manage the affairs of the estate well, but also do your best to help my cousin. Do you understand?" Princess Tong and sternly said to Li Jingchu. "Many thanks for mother's teachings. Jingchu will remember them all." Li Jingchu curtsied and replied. Princess Tong nodded. Although she had always been very dissatisfied with Li Jingchu, even wanting to have her destroyed, after yesterday's ordeal, she found Li Jingchu even more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, she took off a jade bracelet on her wrist and said to Li Jingchu, "This jade bracelet was given to me by mother. This jade bracelet was given to me by my mother when I got married. Now, I'm giving it to you. Wear it well and don't lose it." Since she had recognized this daughter-in-law as an elder, she naturally had to express her gratitude. However, her gesture made Li Jingchu feel flattered. Li Jingchu hurriedly bowed and said, "This jade bracelet is mother's personal item. It's incomparably precious. How would Jingchu dare, wife, you don't dare refuse an elder's gift. This is mother's kind intentions. Quickly accept it." Wang Renbiao hurriedly reminded Li Jingchu when he saw the displeasure on Princess Tong An's face. Li Jingchu was shocked. She hurriedly took the jade bracelet from Princess Tong An and bowed. "Many thanks for mother's gift." Princess Tong An's expression eased slightly, and she nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Yu stood up and said, "All right. Now that the tea is served, it's time to eat. Cousin, your mother and I will be leaving Qizhou after eating. Remember to accompany Jingchu back home in the morning." "Father and mother are leaving?" Wang Renbiao was slightly surprised when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Father and mother, it's rare for you to come to Qizhou. Why don't you stay for a few more days and let me play host?" No matter how much Wang Yu and Princess Tong An had objected to his marriage with Li Jingchu, as their son, it was hard for him to hate them. On the contrary, he had always respected his father, Wang Yu, from the bottom of his heart. Wang Yu waved his hand and smiled. We can't stay any longer. As the provincial governor of Sui province, how can I always be away? Moreover, there are some matters at the ancestral residence in Taiyuan. Your mother and I plan to go back to the ancestral residence first before returning to Sui province." "The Wang family's ancestral residence?" Wang Renbiao frowned and asked, "Is it because of my matter that I caused trouble for father?" Wang Yu stepped forward and patted Wang Renbiao's shoulder. He said solemnly, "Cousin, you don't have to worry about the ancestral residence. Father will take care of it. You did act recklessly this time, but you are my son. If others want to touch you, they have to ask for my permission first. You just have to be a good provincial governor in Qizhou. If you can make outstanding achievements in politics within 2 years, His Majesty will definitely put you in an important position. When that time comes, no one in the family will doubt you anymore." Wang Yu's words could be said to be sincere. Wang Renbiao was greatly moved after hearing it. He cupped his hands solemnly at Wang Yu and said, "I will remember father's teachings. I hope father and mother will be careful on the way to Taiyuan." All right. Let's eat. We still have to hurry after dinner." Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. Now that he could temporarily experience the rare joy of a family reunion, he couldn't help but feel comforted. Back then, he had listened to Li Zishuan's suggestion and agreed to let Wang Renbiao marry Li Jingchu. Perhaps it was the right decision. Otherwise, Wang Renbiao would probably be bedridden or become enemies with his father. How could there be such a filial father now? Chapter 1799. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong'an is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch divine tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beauties. Ever since the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce introduced the divine tea, he had another hobby, and that was divine tea. The fragrance of the tea lingered in the air. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian spoke. why go to this extent? Brother Li, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law. His relationship with the royal family is shallow. Now, he has close ties with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard of the emperor's suppression of the aristocratic families. Tell me, is the Wang family's heart with the emperor or the aristocratic families? Lu Qingqing fiddled with the teacup with one hand and fanned himself with the other. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened. One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family is in cahoots with Li Zishuan, then won't we have no chance to regain our former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 aristocratic families. There's only the 3 families and 4 aristocratic families left. Among them, there's the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 aristocratic families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the emperor's support and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Brother Lu, based on yesterday's situation, the Wang family's relationship with the Duke of Yong'an is indeed shallow. In an inn in Yong County in Qizhou, Li Jingxian, who had just woken up from his hangover, met Lu Qingqing in a private room to drink tea. The tea was top-notch immortal tea. A small place like Qizhou naturally didn't have such tea leaves. Li Jingxian had brought it himself when he came to Qizhou. In the past, he liked money, power, and beautiful women. Ever since the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce launched the Immortal tea, he had another hobby, and that was immortal tea. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxian said, Don't worry. Why do you have to do this? Brother Li, don't forget that Wang Yu is still the emperor's son-in-law, and his relationship with the imperial family is quite shallow. Now, he has close relations with Li Zishuan, and Li Zishuan is the vanguard in the process of the emperor suppressing the noble families. Tell me, is the heart of the Wang family on the emperor's side, or on the noble family side? Lu Qingqing gently fiddled with the teacup with one hand, while his other hand gently fanned himself. He looked like an elegant young master as he spoke casually. Li Jingshuan's gaze darkened, and he said, One Li Zishuan is already so difficult to deal with. If the Wang family also wallows in the mire with Li Zishuan, then wouldn't the 5 families and 7 factions have no chance of recovering to their former glory? Lu Qingqing raised his head and said calmly, Jingxian, the world has changed. It's no longer the 5 families and 7 factions, but only the 3 families and 4 factions. Among them, there's also the Li Tang royal family and the ambiguous Wang family of Taiyuan. In terms of strength, we're already at a disadvantage. In the past, the 7 great noble families were led by the Cui family. But now, the Wang family has the support of the emperor and Li Zishuan's help. I'm afraid that they'll rise above the Lu and Li families. Chapter 1800. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yanjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with a hooked nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yanjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Renyi. The hooked-nosed man was his loyal servant, Shao Qing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Renbiao, Wang Renyi, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yanjing is the commander of the shadow guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, this subordinate guesses that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Xiaoqing cupped his fist and said in a deep voice. This fellow was different from his brother Xiao Ying's simple-minded mind. He was very intelligent when it came to handling matters. Because of this, Wang Runi valued him very much. In terms of attitude, Wang Runi was much more polite to Xiaoqing than to Xiao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Runi was currently in a state of depression. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yanjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Runbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Runi instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Second young master, it's not good. Lu Yanjing, who was by the first elder's side, has disappeared. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. A man with an aquiline nose ran into a desolate courtyard in a panic. After entering the house, he bowed to the youth in the house. Lu Yanjing? What does his disappearance have to do with me? The youth was reading a book. Hearing this, he raised his head and said indifferently. This person was Wang Runbiao's half-brother, Wang Runi. The hook-nosed man was his loyal servant, Xiaoqing. Ever since he found out that none of the elders of the Wang family had gone to Qizhou to congratulate the newly married Wang Runbiao, Wang Runi, who had always been in a dispirited state, finally saw hope. He saw the hope of turning things around. From then on, he began to pay attention to his appearance and bearing. Although he was wearing old clothes, the aura on his body had already returned to its former calm and unfathomable state. Second young master, Lu Yanjing is the commander of the secret guards by the first elder's side. If there is nothing important, he will never leave the first elder's side. Therefore, I guess that the first elder must have sent him to Qizhou. Xiaoqing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. This guy was different from his brother, Xiao Ying, who was simple-minded. He was very intelligent when it came to doing things. It was because of this that Wang Runi valued him so much. In terms of attitude, Wang Runi treated Xiaoqing much more politely than Xiao Ying. Of course, this was also because Wang Runi was currently in a state of frustration. Qizhou? You're saying that grandfather sent Lu Yanjing to Qizhou to congratulate Wang Runbiao on his wedding? Hearing this, Wang Runi instantly reacted. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly stood up and said. Chapter 1801. Fenzhou, Shihe County. Mr. Mo, how was everyone's sleep last night? Has everyone rested enough? In the first-floor hall of the best inn in the county, Penglai Inn, Li Tai was having breakfast with Iron Egg and the others as he asked Mo Chui. This time, the academy had sent out a total of 32 members of the Trump Card Project. Most of them were students, and some of them were teachers from the academy's physics department. No matter what, the teachers from the academy were older than the students and had more experience living outside. Therefore, the students' meals and lodging were all arranged by Mo Huai and the other teachers. This inn is not bad. It's quite quiet at night. Just now, I saw that everyone was quite energetic. I think you must have had a good rest last night. After breakfast, we'll set off. This place is more than 100 miles away from Taiyuan Prefecture. We definitely won't be able to make it today. We won't stop to rest at noon. We'll try to settle down in Qi County before it gets dark. We'll set off from Qi County tomorrow morning. We'll probably reach Taiyuan by tomorrow evening. Mo Chui smiled and replied with a relaxed expression. This time, the academy had given them sufficient activity funds to lead the teachers and students to the north. Before they left, Yen Silu had specially instructed him that the teachers and students of the academy must eat, drink, and live well along the way. They must not be stingy about money. This was Yen Silu's idea, and also Li Zishuan's idea. This was because this group of 32 people were the elite members of the Academy's Trump Card Project. They were the Academy's treasures. This time, the journey to the north was long and tiring. The students were already working hard. Naturally, the academy would not let them suffer in terms of food and lodging. Therefore, on their journey from Lantian County to Shihe County, Mo Chui and the rest of the academy stayed in the best inns and ate the best delicacies, all in order to reduce the fatigue of the students on the journey. Then bring some dry food and try to reach Qi County by tonight. Li Tai nodded and decided. Although he was a student and Mo Chui was a teacher, Mo Chui was the overall commander of this operation. The final decision-maker should naturally be him. Moreover, Mo Chui recognized Li Tai's talent in engineering, so he was not unhappy with Li Tai overseeing the overall situation and commanding the troops. On the contrary, he was happy to help Li Tai by his side. Although Li Tai was born in the royal family and had a certain level of command ability, he was still young and did not have as much life experience as Mo Chui. Often, Mo Chui needed to step in at times like this. After the two came to an agreement, Dugu Xian walked in from outside and whispered into Li Tai's ear, "Your Highness, this general has already ordered the scouts to open up a path. The rest of the army can move out at any time and wait for your Highness to leave the city." Even though Mo Chui had booked the entire inn last night, and there were no other guests in the main hall, Dugu Xian, who was used to being in the army, had a strong sense of vigilance. He still chose to speak in such a manner to avoid revealing the whereabouts of Li Tai and the rest. This time, accompanying the teachers and students of the academy to the north was 1,000 imperial guards led by Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Because this mission was confidential, they did not alert the local government. When they came to a county, only the people of the academy entered the city to stay in the inn, while the imperial guards were secretly stationed outside the city. Under normal circumstances, Dugu Xian would bring a few personal guards to protect Li Tai, while Dugu Feiying would lead the army outside the city. It was not that Li Tai and Mo Chui were discriminating, but that the physical fitness of the students and teachers of the academy was definitely not as good as Dugu Xian and the others, who had been in the army for many years. This journey was already very tiring. If they were to sleep in tents outside the city like the Imperial Guards, most of the people in the academy would have collapsed before they reached Taiyuan. Are the resources of the academy safe? Li Tai nodded and asked softly. The main purpose of their journey to the north this time was to build a telegraph relay station. When they left Lantian County, 3 of the carriages in the academy's team were loaded with the machinery, parts, and other materials needed to build the telegraph relay station. Such important things naturally couldn't be brought into the city or into the inn. If they encountered thieves, then their journey would be in vain. Therefore, the imperial army under Dugu Xian had been guarding the academy's materials all along the way. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The resources are safe," Dugu Xian replied briefly. To be able to take away 3 carriages of the academy's resources under the protection of 1,000 imperial guards, unless the enemy could send 5,000 soldiers to kill all of the imperial guards, it was impossible to take away the resources of the academy. "That's good." Li Tai nodded. At this time, he was almost done eating. He stood up and said to Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Mo Chui, and the others, "Everyone, hurry up and eat. After eating, go back to your rooms and pack up. We will leave the city in 7 minutes." "Yes." Everyone answered in a low voice. Not far away, the innkeeper and the manservant did not dare to make a sound when they saw this scene. They did not even dare to look in their direction because Dugu Xian and the people around him all had swords in their hands. It was obvious that they were not people to be trifled with. Those who did business knew that it was better to avoid trouble. The innkeeper had instructed his servants to serve Li Tai and the others carefully last night. He did not ask anything that should not be asked. He only thought that Li Tai and the others were some powerful people passing by from another county. If possible, he would not provoke them. 7 minutes later, the 32 people of the academy, including Dugu Xian and the others, all left the inn and walked out of the city gate. As for the cost of the accommodation, Mo Chui had already settled it with the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, who do you think these people are?" Their carriages were all made by the Wonderful Taste Pavilion. After Li Tai and the others left, the servant of the inn could not help but ask. Perhaps they are the young masters of some family on a trip. Although the shopkeeper was also curious, he indifferently replied to the manservant's words. Ha! Then that slightly plump youth must be that rich family's young master, and that person who just walked in must be their family's guard. But I saw those youths sitting beside that young master, they don't seem to be his family's servants. The servant pinched his chin and made a serious guess. Smack! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper's palm landed on the back of his head. The shopkeeper angrily roared, "Brat, do you have nothing better to do? Why do you care who they are and where they come from? Get someone to clean the table and tidy up the guest room." The servant jumped to the side in pain and rubbed the back of his head. "Oh! I'll go right away." Ha! Curiosity killed the cat. This kid will suffer sooner or later. The innkeeper muttered to himself as he watched the servant's back. However, his attention was quickly attracted by the stack of Tang Yuan on the counter in front of him. This was the money that Mo Chui paid him for the room just now. Penglai Inn was the largest inn in Shihe County. There were nearly 50 guest rooms. Li Tai and the others had booked the inn this time. The money for a night's stay was not small. Who cares what they are doing? We just need to pay for the room. The innkeeper said with a smile as he picked up the stack of Tang Yuan. Yo! Sir, are you eating or staying at the inn so early in the morning? At this moment, a dark-skinned, burly man wearing coarse short clothes came in from outside the door. The waiter hurriedly went up to greet him, but the burly man simply ignored him and walked straight to the shopkeeper at the counter. Innkeeper, did dozens of young men stay at your inn last night? The burly man knocked on the counter and asked the innkeeper with an authentic Guangzhou accent. Yo, sir, this is a place to stay, not a place to ask for information. The innkeeper narrowed his eyes. He heard the other party's accent and knew that the other party was very likely from the capital area. However, the other party's attire did not look like a rich person at all, so he could not be bothered with him. Smack! Unexpectedly, the burly man took out a string of copper coins from his waist and slapped it in front of the innkeeper. Then he said, "This is a string of coins. If you answer a few questions truthfully, I will reward you handsomely." String of coins was a string of coins. In the eyes of ordinary people, a string of coins was already a huge sum of money for Tang Chu, where prices were extremely low. The innkeeper was naturally rich and did not lack this string of coins. However, to be able to get a string of coins by answering a few questions was still a very good deal for him. However, he was a little curious. Did the other party not find it heavy with so many copper coins hanging on his body? Here, it had to be said that ever since the establishment of the Yanhuang Bank and the imperial court personally came out to promote the Tang Yuan, more and more people in the Tang dynasty slowly began to use and gradually accept the Tang Yuan. After getting used to the convenience brought by the Tang Yuan, almost no one was willing to use copper coins again, especially in the Guangzhou area. It was very difficult to see copper coins in large transactions in many counties. Chapter 1802. Qingke, aren't you overthinking it? We've been living in seclusion all this time. Very few people know our identities, let alone our purpose in going north. No matter how resourceful the Turks are, they can't predict everything in advance, right? Qin Huayu, who was sitting next to Iron Egg, frowned and said to Li Tai. Qin Huayu was also a member of the group heading north this time. Previously, Qin Huayu's grades were among the best in the School of Mathematics. Later, when he came to Yanhuang College, Qin Huayu's grades were considered to be in the upper echelons of the entire grade. Moreover, he was also part of the first batch of members of the college's trump card project. However, in comparison, in the first batch of students of Yanhuang College, Li Tai, Li Ku, Li Yan, Jia Jiayin, and the other young geniuses were too dazzling, so much so that Qin Huayu and Meng Wenhao, who were originally of superior talent, were somewhat overshadowed. In the original plan, a total of 7 people from Yanhuang College's Class 1 were selected for this trip north: Li Tai, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Tseng Ziren, Qing Chumo, and Yuqi Baolin. The first 5 were selected because of their talents and were members of the college's trump card project. Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin were selected because of their martial arts. They were considered to be the most powerful among the students of Yanhuang College. With the 2 of them protecting Li Tai at all times, Li Zishuan and the other teachers of the college would feel more at ease. However, who knew that before the people of the college were about to set off, the 2 brothers, Qing Chumo and Yuqi Baolin, were ordered to enlist in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, among the students heading north this time, there were only 5 people in Class 1. Because a carriage could seat 4 people, Tseng Ziren was sitting in the carriage behind. Huayu, although you're right, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Who knows if the Turks have planted spies in Chang'an? When the Tujue state preceptor entered Yanhuang College, he must have found out through some channels that the college has something he wants. This time, we can't let our guard down. Li Tai frowned and shook his head. It had to be said that little Fatty was quite cute when he was serious. Of course, to his opponents, he was also quite scary. Yes. If that's the case, we really have to be careful. Qin Huayu nodded thoughtfully and said, just as you said, Taiyuan is fine. After all, Yunzhou is in the northern border of the Tang Empire, bordering the Turks. After we go to Yunzhou, we must be very careful. I suggest that the people of the academy should not leave the site of the imperial army to avoid accidents. Li Tai felt the same way. When we go to Yunzhou from Taiyuan, I will tell General Dugu. Along the way, we have to be alert and vigilant. I have a feeling that the Turks won't let us build the relay station smoothly. Hearing this, Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao cupped their hands and replied, yes. Li Tai was the commander-in-chief of this northern operation. Logically speaking, they had to listen to Li Tai's arrangements. However, Li Tai did not know that his vague intuition had come true this time. Big brother, where did you go this time? At this time, Dugu Xian galloped alone from behind and caught up with Dugu Feiying, who was leading the way. Seeing this, Dugu Feiying said helplessly, I just went back to Shihe County. Dugu Xian replied. Then, with a serious face, he asked softly, Feiying, do you feel that someone is following us? What? Someone is following us? Hearing this, Dugu Feiying's eyes widened. Without thinking, he replied, Big brother, are you kidding me? There are so many of us. Who would be so blind as to follow us? Unless they are tired of living. Chapter 1803. Hey! Hey! Who? Ha! Late in the morning, the Black Armored Army's training ground was in full swing. In the past, at this time, only the A, D and E battalions were doing combat training. The B and C battalions were practicing their equestrian skills according to the original training method. But now, the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army were doing combat training for 2 hours starting from 7 in the morning. The reason why the C battalions changed their training plan was because the original captain of the C battalions had violated the military rules and was executed. The current captain of the C battalions was Li Zishuan. The B battalions made the change because Qiu Xingong had requested Sun Tao to do so. A few days ago, Qiu Xingong had instructed Sun Tao to secretly learn from Li Zishuan's new training manual. This was because Li Zishuan's rules included hunting, which required the soldiers to have a certain level of close combat ability. In order to win this competition, Qiu Xingong had no choice but to copy Li Zishuan's new training manual. Ever since Zhang Kongnian had fallen from the horse, Qiu Xingong's influence in the Black Armored Army had been reduced by more than half. Now, only the B battalion was under his control. Of course, what made him even more furious and fearful was Li Er's imperial edict that day. In front of all the soldiers, Li Er had punished him with a cane. This caused him to lose all faith in the black armored army. Even though he was extremely furious in his heart, he didn't dare take revenge on Li Zishuan right now. Because he understood that the punishment of 30 strikes was Li Er's warning to him. If he dared to do anything, then Li Er would definitely not let him off easily. To Qiu Xingong, since he couldn't do it secretly, he would do it openly. He wanted to lead the B battalion to defeat the E battalion in the competition in a few days. He wanted to completely destroy Li Zishuan's reputation and make Li Zishuan understand that Li Zishuan was completely inferior to him in terms of training soldiers. Therefore, Qiu Xingong had been coming to the training ground more frequently than before. To be precise, he was coming to the B battalion more frequently than before. Even though it was part of the military's job to supervise the training of the soldiers, Qiu Xingong was still the general of the Black Armored Army. No one dared to say anything when he came to visit. Not far from the B battalion's training ground was the C battalion's training ground. Li Zishuan happened to be patrolling the C battalion's training ground. Stop. Are the two of you training or playing house? Get your facts straight. The ones standing in front of you are Turks. Are you going to use such soft movements to attack the enemy? At this moment, Li Zishuan saw a pair of soldiers fighting with extremely perfunctory and weak movements. He couldn't help but stomp his foot and loudly berate them. Swoosh! At this moment, a burly man suddenly appeared beside Li Zishuan. Without another word, the man stepped forward and kicked the two soldiers in front of Li Zishuan to the ground. He then pointed at the two soldiers and scolded them loudly, "You're a traitor. You're a traitor. Pang Guang, Du Zidong, you two bastards always slacked off during training when Zhang Kongnian was here. Now that Sergeant Li is the C Battalion's lieutenant, you two are still slacking off. If you don't want to train, get out of the C Battalion as soon as possible. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Black Armored Army." The burly man was the C Battalion's lieutenant, Gao Gong. Chapter 1804. Training was a long and arduous process. At the same time, it was also a process that constantly stimulated one's potential. To shorten this process, they had to increase the amount of training at an appropriate time and not keep the same amount. Even though the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were the recruits of the Black Armored Army, they were not real recruits. Before they came to the Black Armored Army, they were the elites of the 12 guards of the capital. Naturally, their individual military and physical qualities were impeccable. The amount of training that Li Zishuan gave them was mainly for them to familiarize themselves with the training in the new drill. However, to the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang Empire, this amount of training was obviously not enough. Therefore, when the soldiers seemed to be able to handle the current amount of training with ease, it was absolutely necessary to increase the amount of training appropriately. Joining the army, in the past 2 days, I heard that the 2nd Battalion is also imitating our combat training. I wonder if it is Sun Tao's idea or General Qiu's. Sun Jiping said casually as he led Li Zishuan to inspect the training grounds of the Wu Battalion. Ha! From what I see, this is most likely General Qiu's doing. He knows that he can't do anything to me in the dark, so he wants to use the 2nd Battalion to defeat me openly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan chuckled and said. He had interacted with Sun Tao before and knew that even though this person was on Qiu Xingong's side, he still had some pride and wasn't as unprincipled as Zhang Kongnian. Therefore, he felt that with Sun Tao's character, if it wasn't for Qiu Xingong's pressure, he would never have done something as disgraceful as secretly learning from others. However, Li Zishuan didn't care about this. He pondered for a moment and said to Sun Jiping, "Don't bother about them. If they want to learn, let them learn. This way, it will prove that the new drill is indeed more suitable for the current Black Armored Army. As for us, we just need to do our own thing well. When the time comes, let's see if the student who stole from others is better than us." Li Zishuan's words revealed a strong sense of confidence. Sun Jiping couldn't help but be infected by this confidence. He calmed down a little and replied with a smile, "Yes, sir." Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, "As for combat training, I just discussed with Gao Gong. In the future, everyone will have to rotate their opponents every day. This way, we can prevent them from colluding with each other and not working hard during training. Find some time in the afternoon to talk with him and discuss a rotation method. In the future, the combat training of the A, C, D and E battalions, they will be rotated according to this method." Hearing this, Sun Jiping's eyes lit up and he praised, "Switching opponents is a good idea. I will discuss this with Deputy Gao during lunch." Li Zan nodded his head, Also, in the combat competition 3 days later, I plan to let the soldiers of the 4 battalions participate in it. I want to see how the strength of the soldiers of the E battalion is compared to the other battalions. Therefore, Jiping, in the next 2 days, let the brothers focus on their combat training. When he first came up with the new training program, he stipulated that there would be a combat competition every 7 days. This was to improve the combat ability of the soldiers. However, his original intention at that time was to let each battalion compete internally. Now, he changed his mind. Now that he was in charge of the 4 battalions, he naturally had to treat everyone equally. Good. Then for the next 3 days, after every afternoon, I will let the soldiers take out an hour to practice their combat skills. However, I hope that in the aspect of combat, I can impart more experience and skills to my brothers. After all, you are a martial arts master. Sun Jiping didn't even think about it before he cupped his fist and replied. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded his head, "All right, I will take some time to come and watch." However, the purpose of combat is to kill people. The techniques involved have nothing to do with the realm of martial arts. It is all about how efficiently and simply to defeat the opponent. It doesn't care about how flashy the moves are or how profound they are. It is more about the result. Jiping, you should understand this better than me. Martial arts was actually not the same thing as going on the battlefield to kill the enemy. A martial arts duel was, to a large extent, a struggle between individuals, while going on the battlefield to kill the enemy was a contest between thousands of soldiers. For a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles, a duel between 2 martial arts experts would often be somewhat flashy, because for a soldier on the battlefield, the most important thing was to kill the opponent in the shortest amount of time, using the most energy-efficient method, and not to seek victory with every move. There was an essential difference between the two. Although a person with strong martial arts was powerful, in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses, it was useless. At most, it was better than a normal person to stay alive. In the army, the purpose of martial arts was to strengthen the body. It was to let the soldiers have a strong body to compete with the enemy. Killing the enemy on the battlefield did not rely on martial arts. Instead, it was the art of combat, the art of killing. Sun Jiping nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "I understand." Li Zishuan smiled and patted his arm. "That's enough. Then you go and do your work. As for the Wu battalion, I will definitely come and inspect it when I am free." "Yes. Join the army." Sun Jiping cupped his fist and accepted the order. Li Zishuan walked towards the direction of the commander's tent. As for the food problem of the Wu battalion, he had to solve it today. Qiu Xinggong, who was patrolling the 2nd battalion, saw Li Zishuan walking towards the main camp. He pondered for a moment and said a few words to Sun Tao before following him. Reporting to the general, Li Zishuan requests to see you. In the commander's tent, Duan Jishuan was sitting on the couch and reading military documents. At this time, the guard outside the tent came in and bowed. "Please." Duan Jishuan raised his head and said one word lightly. Using "please" instead of "let him in," it was enough to show that Li Zishuan's position in his heart was higher than before. In the end, it was because of the imperial edict from Li Er last time. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and left. After a while, Li Zishuan walked in. Because the soldiers in the camp were all wearing military armor, there were not many rules here. Li Zishuan just cupped his fist and said to Duan Jishuan, "Greetings to the general." Duan Jishuan had already put down the documents in his hand. He smiled and waved his hand, "You don't have to be so courteous in front of me." After a pause, Duan Jishuan asked doubtfully, "The soldiers should be practicing in the drill ground right now, right? You aren't in the drill ground, but you came to the commander's tent. You should be looking for me for something, right?" It was said that old people were shrewd. This saying was true when used on Duan Jishuan. Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his fist, "The general is wise. I am here to ask the general for a favor." "Say it." Duan Jishuan's face showed an "I knew it" expression, then he nodded. Li Zishuan then opened his mouth, "Actually, I am here for the rations of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. I heard from Field Officer Sun that a month ago, the Deputy General of the 2nd Battalion, Chen Datong, brought people to the Wu Battalion's kitchen to snatch the raw meat." Sun Jiping's argument was to no avail. Later on, General Chiu proposed to have the 5 battalions compete with each other. The weakest one would only be able to provide 1 meal of meat a day. In the end, the Wu Battalion became the last. Until now, the soldiers in the battalion can only eat 1 meal of meat a day. Is this true? Hearing this, Duan Jishuan finally knew the real purpose of Li Zishuan's visit. He couldn't help but frown. "Last month, I was busy with the affairs of the imperial court and was often not in the army. Most of the military affairs in the battalion were handled by Xing Gong. But I heard about this matter later on. But at that time, the bet had already been made, and I couldn't do anything about it." Li Zishuan said seriously, "The general is wise." At that time, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were just transferred from other guard stations in the capital to the Black Armored Army. They didn't even know each other. And in the other 4 battalions, there were some old soldiers of the Black Armored Army. For the Wu Battalion, this competition was already unfair. How could the bet count? What Field Officer Li said is wrong. Right after Li Zishuan finished speaking, a person walked in from outside the tent. It was Qiu Xinggong. He came in front of Li Zishuan and bowed to Duan Jishuan. Then he turned to Li Zishuan and said, "At that time, the soldiers of the Wu Battalion all agreed to the bet willingly. No one forced them. You can't deny the bet just because the Wu Battalion ended up last, right? Even the scoundrels in the marketplace know to admit defeat." Field Officer Li, are you trying to make the brothers of the Wu Battalion even worse than the scoundrels in the marketplace? It's this old B***** again. He's really haunting me. Li Zishuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. He really hated Qiu Xinggong to the core. He didn't want to fight with Qiu Xinggong, but Qiu Xinggong kept pressuring him. This made him very unhappy. Li Zishuan's principle was, "If you make me unhappy, then I'll make you unhappy too." There were some things that he didn't want to fight for, but now he had no choice but to fight for it. Humph. General Qiu's words are really beautiful. But the cause of this matter was Deputy General Chen Datong of the 2nd Battalion and his men stealing the rations of the Wu Battalion. General Qiu should know about this, right? Facing Qiu Xinggong, this old B****, who was trying to twist the truth, Li Zishuan snorted coldly and said, "It's said that people fight for their dignity, and Buddha fights for an incense stick. The Black Armored Army is full of hot-blooded men. Under such a situation, even if they knew that the bet was disadvantageous to them, how could they not agree to it? General Qiu told me that if you agree to the bet, then I would like to ask General Qiu." When Sun Jiping reported to General Qiu that Chen Datong stole the rations of the Wu Battalion, why was the booklet kept for no reason? Also, I heard that Chen Datong is a distant relative of General Qiu. So in this matter, did General Qiu secretly protect Chen Datong? Chapter 1805. In the commander's tent. Seeing that Duan Jishuan had come over to stop the fight, Li Zishuan stopped arguing with Qiu Xinggong. Instead, he cupped his fist and said to Duan Zhishuan, "General, I don't want to argue with General Qiu. I just want to seek justice for the Wu battalion. The training volume of the new drill is already huge, but the soldiers can only have one meal of meat a day. How can this be? If the soldiers can't even fill their stomachs, how can they train hard and increase their combat power?" During the expansion of the Black Armored Army, the competition between the 5 battalions was no doubt unfair to the newly recruited Wu battalion. I can't let the competition between E battalion and Wu battalion in 5 days be unfair as well. Therefore, I hope that the general can restore the rations to the Wu battalion. If the rations are really limited, then I am willing to raise my own rations so that the soldiers of the Wu battalion can have 2 meals of meat a day just like the other battalions. For a soldier, the daily training was undoubtedly very taxing on physical strength. Especially now that the soldiers of the Wu battalion were using the new drill, the daily physical strength consumption of each person was even more terrifying than before. A huge amount of physical strength consumption often required a large amount of food to replenish their physical strength. This was a very simple truth that everyone understood. And from the perspective of nutrition, compared to vegetarian food, meat was undoubtedly more energy-storing. Under the situation where there was only one meal of meat a day, it was very difficult to ensure that the soldiers had sufficient energy intake. More importantly, as the soldiers adapted to the current training intensity, Li Zishuan planned to gradually increase the daily training volume. In this way, restoring the 2 meals of meat a day to the Wu battalion was absolutely imperative. The overall strength of the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion was already higher than that of the 5th Battalion. If the food of the 5th Battalion was not as good as that of the 2nd Battalion, then it would be even harder for the 5th Battalion to gain the upper hand in the competition 5 days later. A competition that was already unfair to begin with would become even more unfair. After that, Li Zishuan clasped his fist solemnly towards Zhou Xingong. Duan Zhishuan knew that Li Zishuan's words were reasonable. Furthermore, he didn't want the Wu battalion to lose in the competition 5 days later. Therefore, after listening to Li Zishuan's words, he wanted to nod and agree to Li Zishuan's request. But at this moment, Zhou Xingong couldn't wait any longer and opened his mouth. "Ha! Adjunct Li sure is rich and imposing, providing rations for an entire battalion. However, the Black Armored Army is His Majesty's Black Armored Army, by right, it should be supported by the Imperial Court." Adjunct Li said that he wanted to raise the rations for the Wu battalion himself. Is he trying to raise the Wu battalion's rations to raise his private army? Heart. Zhou Xingong's words were truly heart-rending. He wanted to kill Li. Zhou Xingong also knew that if the current situation was maintained, it would undoubtedly be more beneficial for the 2nd Battalion. If Li Zishuan achieved his goal, then the gap between the Wu Battalion and the 2nd Battalion would shrink even further. Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, he had to stop Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's heart trembled, but his expression didn't change. He definitely wouldn't admit to such a crime. He turned to look at Zhou Xingong and sneered. "What? General Qiu, as a general, are you going to learn the techniques of the imperial censors? If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. I joined the army just to let the soldiers eat their fill and train well so that they can fight for the country in the future. Why did I become an unpardonable traitor in General Qiu's mouth? Also, I wonder if General Qiu has seen the Datong daily the day before yesterday? The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. When the merchants of the country know that the country is in trouble, they are willing to raise funds for the country. I joined the army and received a salary from the imperial court. What's wrong with helping His Majesty? Don't tell me that watching coldly from the side like General Qiu is the way to be loyal to the country." Hearing this, Zhou Xingong was instantly enraged. "Humph. When I followed His Majesty to the battlefield to kill the enemy, you didn't even speak yet. How dare a mere brat teach me the way to be loyal to the country? Why don't you weigh your own weight?" At this point, Qiu Xingong had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Therefore, this old man kept calling Li Zishuan a brat. It was obvious that he was extremely angry at Li Zishuan. All right. Everyone shut up. Seeing that Li Zishuan and Qiu Xingong were getting more and more out of control, Duan Zhishuan finally couldn't help but shout. The Black Armored Army was just expanded a few months ago. Right now, the most important task is to intensify the training and increase the overall strength of the Black Armored Army. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd Battalion or the 5th Battalion, they are all part of the Black Armored Army. Why should we divide them? If the newly expanded Black Armored Army does not have the strength to fight against the Turkic Wolf Riders before the attack on the Turkic Empire, not only will the three of us be punished by His Majesty, Du Xia will also be cursed for life. Therefore, I hope that the two of you can temporarily put aside your differences and work together to restore the Black Armored Army to its peak strength instead of blaming each other here. Duan Zhishuan's words weren't biased towards any side. He was completely standing on the position of the Black Armored Army's general. He was stating the pros and cons of Qiu Xingong and Li Zishuan, hoping that the two of them would temporarily stop fighting and focus on the overall situation of the Black Armored Army. Hearing the sharp edge in Duan Zhishuan's words, Qiu Xingong instantly fell silent. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "The general is right. Regardless of whether it is the 2nd Battalion or the 5th Battalion, they are all part of the Black Armored Army. However, it is precisely because of this that we cannot treat them differently. We cannot let the 5th Battalion soldiers starve. Therefore, I hope that the general will reconsider." Qiu Xingong wanted to refute, but Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and didn't give him the chance to do so. "All right. We will do as Adjunct Li says. How can soldiers not be fed when they are fighting a war? Pass down my orders. From today onwards, the 5th Battalion's meals will be returned to normal. This matter will be handled by Xingong." Saying this, Duan Zhishuan looked at Qiu Xingong. The reason why he handed this matter over to him was because Qiu Xingong was the one in charge of the Black Armored Army's logistics. At this point, Qiu Xingong also knew that he couldn't win against Duan Zhishuan. If this continued, he might fall out with Duan Zhishuan. If that happened, he might not be able to stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. Therefore, he could only clasp his fist and said, "Yes, sir." After that, he looked at Li Zishuan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then, he clasped his fist and said to Qiu Xingong, "I still have military matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first." Go ahead, Xingong." Duan Zhishuan nodded. Qiu Xingong immediately turned and left. Only Duan Zhishuan and Li Zishuan were left in the commander's tent. Duan Zhishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Adjunct Li, you were a little rash today. Although you were right in this matter, I don't wish for you and Xingong to be at loggerheads in the Black Armored Army. Just like what I said earlier, the Black Armored Army's priority now is to seize the time to train and increase the overall strength of the army. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts." Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Of course I understand your painstaking efforts. The reason why I joined the Black Armored Army is to increase the strength of the Black Armored Army. What I said earlier was indeed a little too extreme. However, it was all for the sake of the 5th Battalion and the Black Armored Army. Please forgive me. In the future, I will not take the initiative to argue with General Qiu. The Black Armored Army's training will be our priority." Duan Zhishuan had taken good care of Li Zishuan in the army. Hence, Li Zishuan didn't make any promises. His words showed that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. He gave Duan Zhishuan some face and also made his attitude clear. If others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. As long as Qiu Xingong didn't provoke him, he wouldn't offend him. If Qiu Xingong bullied him, he wouldn't let him off easily. Duan Zhishuan could of course hear the hidden meaning in Li Zishuan's words. He was already quite satisfied with this. After interacting with Li Zixuan for so many days, he knew that Li Zixuan wasn't someone who was willing to be taken advantage of. It wasn't easy for Duan Zixuan to make such a concession. He didn't expect Li Zixuan to not retaliate when hit or scolded. That wasn't Li Zixuan's style. Good. With your words, I can rest assured. You can go back to your work. Duan Zixuan patted Li Zixuan's shoulder and smiled. I'll take my leave. Li Zixuan clasped his fist and turned around to leave the commander's tent. After leaving the commander's tent and returning to the area where the Wu battalion was located, the soldiers had already finished their combat training and were starting to train their arm strength. It could be seen that the soldiers of the Wu battalion were doing push-ups and pull-ups with ease. Just as Li Zixuan had guessed, the soldiers had gradually adapted to the current training method and volume. After all, they were once the elites of their respective guard stations. Their physical fitness was undeniable. Now, if they wanted to continue to improve, then the only way was to increase the volume of training. Li Zixuan didn't plan to tell them about the plan to increase the volume of training and the news that the Wu battalion would be eating 2 pieces of meat a day. This was because it would disrupt the soldiers' training rhythm. It was best to tell them after the afternoon training. Plus, the Wu battalion already had meat for lunch. If he didn't tell them, the soldiers wouldn't know that the meals in the Wu battalion were going back to normal. After watching the soldiers train for a while, Li Zixuan turned around and went to inspect the other battalions. Although the Wu battalion's overall strength was at the bottom of the Black Armored Army, it was the best training camp among the 4 battalions. Now that the Wu battalion was going to increase the volume of training, Li Zixuan thought that after 2 days, the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion would also have to increase the volume of training. Duan Zixuan was right about one thing. The Black Armored Army was a whole. The A, B, C, D and E battalions were all members of the Black Armored Army. The reason why Li Zixuan sent him to be the Black Armored Army's adjutant was to improve the overall strength of the Black Armored Army, not just the strength of one battalion. Because of this, he was more concerned about the competition between the Wu battalion and the B battalion in 5 days. Only then could the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army be completely unified in their training methods. Dang, dang, dang. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The gong sounded on the drill ground, signaling the end of the training. After a hard day, the soldiers could finally heave a sigh of relief. Soon, they could eat and sleep. Gather in the Wu battalion. Sun Jiping didn't announce the disbandment of the Wu battalion. Instead, he asked everyone to gather. Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping stood in front of the soldiers. Li Zixuan nodded at Sun Jiping. Sun Jiping then looked at the soldiers and said loudly, "I've called everyone here to announce 2 important things. First, from tomorrow onwards, the training load of the soldiers in the Wu battalion will be increased by 30%. In other words, you will have to run 13 miles in the morning, do 130 push-ups and 20 pull-ups to pass the test. Those who can't complete the training will be punished by 30%. In addition, the training in the Wu battalion will end half an hour later every day. The extra half hour will be used to practice martial arts. 3 days later, we will participate in the martial arts competition together with our brothers from the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other. The training load was increased by 30%, and the training time was increased by half an hour. This was crazy. Everyone looked at each other. Although it was hard for them to accept, they didn't say anything because of their good military training. What the F***CK? This Sun Jiping is too much of a scammer. I've just gotten used to the training in the Wu battalion, and now he wants to increase the training load for everyone? This is too much of a scammer. Cheng Chumo wanted to protest, but seeing that no one was making a sound, he thought of the strict military rules of the Black Armored Army. He could only swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue back into his stomach and curse Sun Jiping inwardly. What he didn't know was that Sun Jiping was just a scapegoat. The one who made this decision was Li Zishuan, not Sun Jiping. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Sun Jiping knew that although they didn't say anything, they must be dissatisfied in their hearts. So he smiled and said, "The second thing is good news for you. From today onwards, the food supply of the Black Armored Army will be back to normal. Everyone can have 2 meals of meat every day. You can eat as much as you want." To the soldiers of the Wu Battalion, this was really good news. Life in the army was already tough, and they had to go through all kinds of tough training. Under such circumstances, they could only have 1 meal of meat every day. How could those tasteless meals fill their stomachs? Now that they heard that the food supply of the Wu Battalion was back to normal, everyone couldn't help but cheer. "Oh! Field Officer Sun is awesome! Field Officer Sun is awesome!" Ching Chumo, who was cursing in his heart just now, also cheered along with everyone else. He thought to himself, it's not a loss to be able to have 2 meals of meat every day and have 30% more training load. The cheers gradually washed away the slight unhappiness of the soldiers. Just as Ching Chumo thought, to them, under such tough training, they could have 2 meals of meat every day. Even if their training load was increased by 30%, it was still not a loss. "All right. Dismissed. Go to the kitchen to eat. There's meat in the kitchen tonight." Sun Jiping smiled and waved his hand. "Oh!" All the soldiers cheered and rushed to the kitchen. Before this, they couldn't eat meat at night. Chapter 1806. Hee hee. There really is meat in the kitchen tonight, Field Officer Sun, you didn't lie to us. Huh. Outside the kitchen of the Wu camp, Ching Chumo winked at Sun Jiping, who was still queuing up after he got his food. Just now, when Sun Jiping announced the dismissal of the party, this guy had sprinted to the kitchen at the speed of 100 meters. Therefore, when most people were still queuing up, this guy had already gotten his food. That bowl was filled with plump, fresh meat. It was no wonder this guy was so smug. Sun Jiping smiled and didn't say anything, because in the Wu camp, he was the only one who knew how hard it was to restore 2 meals a day. "Hey! You guys wait in line, I'll go eat first." Same old place. Ching Chumo laughed and didn't forget to tease Yuchi Baolin before he left. Haha. "Baolin, your running speed is not good. Looks like you need to practice more in the future when you're running with armor on." After that, Ching Chumo held his bowl and walked proudly towards the foot of the wall not far away. That was the place where he, Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping, Yuchi Baolin and the others always ate together. "Field Officer, why did our camp suddenly restore 2 meals a day? Didn't we lose to the other 4 camps before, so we got cut off 1 meal a day?" Ching Chumo was a muddle-headed person, but not everyone in the Wu camp was muddle-headed. There were still people who wanted to know why the normal food supply was restored. A big guy who was queuing beside Sun Jiping and Li Zishuan asked Sun Jiping. This person was Wang Rong, a squad leader from the first team of the E Battalion. The two of them had met once when Li Zishuan was patrolling the camp a few days ago. Ding Dali, who was bewitched by Sun Tao and incited the soldiers to mutiny, was a soldier under Wang Rong. "That's right. Field Officer, that competition was arranged by General Chiu, and it was also General Chiu who set the punishment rules. Why is he so kind to restore 2 meals a day for us?" Another soldier behind Wang Rong interjected at this moment. Although Sun Jiping was very strict with his subordinates during training, he could often get along well with the soldiers outside of the school. Hearing this, he glared at Wang Rong and the others and said in a bad mood, "Humph. You still have the nerve to ask? If it wasn't for you guys who insisted on participating in the competition set by General Chiu, how could our rations be reduced so openly? You know it's a trap, but you people still don't listen to advice and jump in." Sun Jiping's words had a hint of exasperation in them. When Wang Rong heard that, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Back then, he had also wanted to join the competition and teach Chen Datong a lesson. But who would have thought that the Wu battalion would suffer a crushing defeat and become the weakest of the black armored troops? Even though he was a little embarrassed, Wang Rong was still a little unconvinced. Lieutenant, although we were a little impulsive in that competition, but that bastard Chen Datong brought the 2nd Battalion people to steal our rations. If we were to swallow our anger and not teach that bastard a lesson, wouldn't we become cowards? Squad leader Wang is right, it was the 2nd Battalion who provoked us first. They even took a sh*T on us, how can we be cowards? As soon as Wang Rong finished speaking, a few soldiers around him echoed in agreement. He. What happened in the end? Seeing this, Sun Jiping sneered and said, in the end, the Wu battalion became the last in the entire army. Not only did we become the laughingstock of the entire army, but our rations were also reduced openly. At this point, Wang Rong and the others lowered their heads in shame, but none of them admitted their mistake. They were ashamed because the Wu battalion was indeed not as good as the other battalions, but none of them thought that it was a mistake to accept the competition. This was the stubbornness of a soldier. Sun Jiping changed the topic and continued, if it wasn't for Colonel Li who pleaded with the Grand General today, all of you would only be able to eat meat once a day. I hope you'll remember this lesson and not act recklessly in the future. When everyone heard this, they finally understood why the Wu battalion's rations were restored today. Wang Rong and the others who were nearby all cupped their fists towards Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you for joining the army. Thank you, Colonel, for pleading for us in front of the Grand General." Sun Jiping's voice was very loud just now, and it should have been mixed with true qi when he spoke. Very quickly, the soldiers in the other lines more or less heard the reason, and they all cupped their fists towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't expect Sun Jiping to do this to the Wu battalion soldiers. He actually didn't want to tell the soldiers the truth, but since things had already come to this, he wanted to use this opportunity to boost their morale. He waved his hand at the surrounding soldiers and said loudly, "All right, don't be so polite. This time I went to plead for you in front of the Grand General, not because I sympathize with you, and not because I want you to be grateful to me. I just want to give you a chance to have a fair battle with the 2nd Battalion." More than a month ago, the competition between the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army was extremely unfair to the Wu battalion soldiers who were all new recruits. At that time, you all took the initiative to accept the challenge, so I won't blame you. Similarly, Field Officer Sun won't blame you either. Because a real man is born in this world, there are things that you can do, and things that you can't do. You can be killed, but you can't be humiliated. You all knew that you were no match for them, but you still accepted the challenge. This proves that you all have backbone and courage. The reason why you all lost in the end was because the Wu battalion had just been established. You all didn't know each other well, so it was naturally difficult for you to win against the other battalions in terms of battle formation. A person's backbone and courage are innate, but strength can be nurtured. This is also one of the reasons why I have never given up on the Wu battalion. Because I believe that as long as you all train hard for a period of time, you will definitely not be weaker than any of the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army. The shame of being the last battalion in the Black Armored Army shouldn't fall on your heads. Now, you all are the same as the 2nd Battalion. You all can eat 2 meals of meat every day. I hope that you all can work harder in your training. In the competition between the 2 battalions 5 days later, I hope that you all can defeat the 2nd Battalion beautifully to wipe away the shame and tell everyone that the Wu Battalion isn't the last. Only in this way, can we prove that our brothers in the Wu Battalion are not cowards. Li Zishuan's words were quite provocative. Most of the men in the army were hot-blooded. Otherwise, this group of men in the Wu Battalion wouldn't have accepted the challenge without thinking about the consequences. At this time, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, no matter if it was those who were getting their food, or those who hadn't gotten their food yet, they all looked towards Li Zishuan, waved their fists and shouted, "We, the members of the Wu Battalion, are not cowards. In the competition 5 days later, I will hammer those bastards in the 2nd Battalion to death. Rest assured, Colonel, we will train hard. This time, the Wu Battalion will definitely not lose. The Wu Battalion is not cowards. The Wu Battalion will definitely win. Thousands of words were finally summed up into one sentence: the Wu Battalion is not cowards. The Wu Battalion will definitely win. Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, there was a burst of loud cheers. The soldiers who had been training for a whole day and were tired and hungry were now shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Li Zishuan was very suspicious. If the 2nd Battalion came here now, would this group of people rush up and beat them up? Using the past conflicts, using the honor and competitiveness of the soldiers, to arouse the fighting spirit in the hearts of the soldiers. This was what Li Zishuan wanted to do, and he did it. During the opening ceremony of Yanhuang College last year, Li Zishuan gave a speech to the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. He described the bright future of engineering, which made the teachers and students of Yanhuang College go crazy. Cheng Yaojin, who was present at that time, couldn't help but sigh in private. This kid is really good at stirring up people's hearts. In the future, when we catch him in the army and let him shout a few words like this, wouldn't those bastards be screaming and going to kill people? There seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection in the unseen world. The sentence that Cheng Yaojin secretly sighed in secret was now really coming true. Looking at the posture of the soldiers of the Wu Battalion now, weren't they going to scream and kill people? Hey! Xiao Xian, I say, your ability to stir up people's hearts is too amazing. After the soldiers shouted for a while, Li Zishuan asked them to hurry up and eat. Shouting slogans was just as bad as not enough. Shouting slogans occasionally could boost people's morale, but shouting too much would make people tired. Carrying their bowls, Cheng Chumo came to the place where they often squatted down to eat. At this time, he winked at Li Zishuan and said, being born in a family of generals, and having such a powerful father, Cheng Chumo was quite familiar with some of the things and methods in the army. So he naturally knew that what Li Zishuan said just now was just a tactic used by generals to boost morale. Hearing this, Li Zishuan stood up and was about to kick Cheng Chumo's butt, but this guy nimbly dodged it. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, if you don't know how to talk, then talk less. What do you mean by stirring up people's hearts? I was trying to boost morale, what do you know? At this time, Yuchi Baolin was chewing on a piece of fatty meat. Before he could swallow it, he followed behind Li Zishuan and added, oh, brother Chou Nyo, I heard you shouting just now, and you shouted louder than Wang Rong and the others. This was a good stab. When Cheng Chumo heard this, his small face instantly darkened. Although he knew that it was just a small tactic used by Li Zishuan to boost morale, when the soldiers shouted their slogans, he couldn't help but shout behind them. There was no other way. Who asked Li Zishuan's words to be too much for his temper and too encouraging? If this was brainwashing, then he was more than happy to be brainwashed by Li Zishuan. Baolin, if you know how to talk, then talk more in the future. Seeing Cheng Chumo's embarrassed face, Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then he patted Baolin's shoulder and said, come, Baolin, I can't finish all this meat, I'll give it all to you. There were both fatty and lean meats in the kitchen, but in the end, there was still more fatty meat. Even though the conditions in the army were tough, Li Zishuan still didn't like to eat fatty meat. He would rather eat vegetables than fatty meat. However, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin weren't picky eaters. When they heard that Li Zishuan wanted to share the meat, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's eyes lit up. Yuchi Baolin was the closest, so he hurriedly extended his bowl over and chuckled. Hee. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan pushed the meat into Baolin's bowl as he said helplessly, how many times have I told you? In the army, in private, just call me by my name like a virgin. You just can't change it. Hee. Yuchi Baolin scratched his head and laughed foolishly, but didn't say anything. Even though Li Zishuan treated him and Cheng Chumo as brothers, he respected Li Zishuan from the bottom of his heart, so he wouldn't call Li Zishuan by his name. Hey, hey, hey! How can Bao Lin eat so much by himself? Little Xian, share half with me. I'll help you finish it. How could Cheng Chumo miss out on such a good thing? When he saw the situation, he immediately picked up his bowl and moved over. Brother Cho Nyo, I can finish it all by myself. Yuchi Baolin couldn't tolerate anyone doubting his appetite, so he immediately retorted. Cheng Chumo opened his mouth and almost cursed out loud. Sigh, little Xian, why did I take things so hard and insist on joining the army with you? It's so tiring to train here, and I didn't have enough to eat before. Luckily, I can eat meat twice a day from now on. At night, after a tiring day, Cheng Chumo was lying on his bed after washing up. He looked at Li Zishuan, who was still reading under the candlelight, and couldn't help but complain. Li Zishuan was reading the military book Li Zishuan had imparted to him, Mirror of the Six Armies. Even though the book only had a few thousand words, the meaning behind it was profound and required repeated reading. Otherwise, Li Zishuan, who had powerful mental strength and could read 10 lines at a glance, would have finished the entire book long ago. At this moment, when he heard Cheng Chumo's words, Li Zishuan didn't even lift his eyes. Instead, he said calmly, "Didn't you always want to join the army and go to the battlefield? What? Now that you've suffered a little, you want to back out?" Cheng Chumo thought for a moment and replied, "Heh. I won't back out." "You didn't back out. I'm your brother, so how can I back out? Besides, it's true that I've always wanted to join the army. You also know that Bao Lin and I aren't cut out for studying. How can studying compare to going to the battlefield and killing enemies? It's just that the Black Armored Army isn't a place for people to stay. Especially that new training manual of yours. It's much more tiring than the training of the other guards in the capital." After a pause, Cheng Chumo suddenly said, "I was just thinking that if I didn't come with you to the Black Armored Army, I would have gone up north with Qin Ke to fix the telegraph relay station. We could go sightseeing, eat good food, and drink good wine. Wouldn't that be much better than staying in the army?" Qin Ke, hearing Cheng Chumo mention Qin Ke, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. A hint of worry appeared on his face. He said calmly, "This time, Qin Ke is bringing people up north because she has an important mission. Do you think she's going sightseeing and eating good food? As long as you can ensure that she doesn't have to worry about anything, I hope that you can accompany her instead of following me to the army." Sigh. At this point, Li Zishuan stood up, his face full of worry. Chapter 1807. What's wrong? Little Xian, why do you sound like Qin Ke will be in danger this time? In the tent, Cheng Chumo quivered after hearing Li Zishuan's words and quickly asked. His words clearly revealed a sense of concern. Before last year, Cheng Chumo had deliberately kept a distance from Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai and Li Chengxian were fighting for the throne in the palace. Cheng Chumo could not allow his son to get involved, so whether it was Li Chengxian or Li Tai, he had always kept a distance from them. However, after Yanhuang College was established and he had been Li Tai's classmate for more than a year, the two had established a certain friendship. Although they were not as close as brothers, they were still good friends. Thus, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, Cheng Chumo was slightly nervous. Yuchi Baolin also had the same reaction. The latter sat up from the couch and looked worriedly at Li Zishuan. "Of course there is danger." Li Zishuan nodded and said in a low voice, "Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn and both sides have deployed their troops at the border, a war could break out at any moment. At such a sensitive time, if Qin Ke brings the academy's teachers and students north, it will attract the attention of the Turk spies in the Tang Empire. Although I heard from General Duan that His Majesty has sent 1,000 imperial guards to escort the academy to the north, and the leaders are the two brothers Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, it is easier to dodge an open spear than an arrow in the dark. 1,000 imperial guards cannot protect Qin Ke and the others at all times. If the Turks really want to secretly attack Qin Ke and the others, they are likely to succeed. Cheng Chumo panicked when he heard this. He hit his head and said irritably, "Then what should we do? Little Xian, you always have a lot of ideas. Quickly think of something. We can't let anything happen to Qin Ke and the others, right? Huai Yu and Iron Egg are still inside." At the very beginning, Cheng Chumo had thought that this trip to the north was just a training mission assigned by the academy to Li Tai. Anyway, they were in the Tang Empire and would not encounter any danger. All they had to do was to set up the telegraph relay stations in Taiyuan and Yunzhou. However, after hearing Li Zishuan's words, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought. This was no ordinary training trip. His life might be in danger. At this moment, Cheng Chumo could not help but regret not going north with Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel helpless. Think of a way. Think of a solution. You and I are in the army now, and Qin Ke and the others are probably about to reach Taiyuan. Even if I have 1,000 plans, what can I do? What's more, what's the current situation on their side? Do the Turks know the purpose of their journey north? We don't know anything about this. How am I supposed to think of a solution? Then what should we do? Cheng Chumo was at a loss for words. After a while, he opened his mouth and asked. Wait. After a long silence, Li Zishuan said, "The only thing we can do now is wait. We can only wait for Qin Ke to send back news. We can only hope that the Turks have no time to care about what's going on here, or that Qin Ke can predict the danger ahead of time and proceed with caution." Aren't you just wasting your breath? When Cheng Chumo heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes and said dejectedly. Then tell me, what good ideas do you have? Li Zishuan glanced at this fellow and said in annoyance. What ideas do I have? Cheng Chumo was instantly rendered speechless. He was the king of words. He could scold others, but to ask him to come up with some substantial suggestions was making things difficult for him. Li Zishuan also knew this fellow's personality, so he did not press him. Shaking his head, he said, "Qin Ke and the others should be arriving in Taiyuan City in 2 days. If there's a situation there, she should immediately send me a telegram. Thus, someone needs to be guarding the telegraph machine for the next 2 days. If Qin Ke sends a message, I'll be able to receive it immediately. This way, it'll be easier for me to come up with a plan." Little Xian, I can do this. Let me do it. Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly volunteered. Guarding the telegraph machine in the tent meant that he wouldn't have to train bitterly on the drilling ground for the next 2 days. For Cheng Chumo, who else could take this opportunity but himself? He would fight anyone who tried to take it from him. Thus, after saying that, he deliberately looked at Yuchi Baolin, who was next to him, and gave him a crazy look. Although Yuchi Baolin was straightforward, he was not stupid. He could tell what Cheng Chumo wanted to say, so he did not say anything. He wanted to give this opportunity to Cheng Chumo. If I let you stay in the tent and guard the telegraph machine, I'm afraid you'll fall asleep in less than 2 hours. Li Zishuan glanced at Cheng Chumo and said indifferently, "Leave this matter to Baolin. Baolin is usually more meticulous and responsible than you. You'd better put your mind to training and stop thinking about other things." He would not forget that he had sent Cheng Chumo to help in the kitchen a few days ago, but this guy had hidden in the pile of firewood and fallen asleep. Although Cheng Chumo had coincidentally stumbled upon Zhang Kongyin's plot, it also showed how unreliable this guy was. Furthermore, Baolin's martial arts realm was slightly higher than Cheng Chumo's, so Li Zishuan did not want Cheng Chumo to miss the next 2 days of training. Otherwise, this guy would fall further and further behind the rest. Little Xian, you can't do this. I promise, I'll guard the telegraph machine well and won't slack off. Hearing that, Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan was not moved at all. He looked at Baolin and asked, "Baolin, I'll leave this matter to you. You should be fine, right? I don't need you to translate the message. When the telegraph machine rings, just get someone to call me over. Bao Lin looked troubled. He looked at Ching Chumo, who was shaking his head at him, and then at Li Zishuan. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded and said, Yamacho, don't worry. I'll take care of the telegraph machine for you. He did not want to disappoint Li Zishuan. Moreover, he knew that the final decision was Li Zishuan's, and Li Zishuan's decision was usually not easily changed. Whether he agreed or not, Li Zishuan would probably not leave this matter to Ching Chumo. Good. Then I'm relieved. Li Zishuan walked over and patted Bao Lin's shoulder with a gratified smile. By this time, Ching Chumo knew that it was impossible for him to succeed, so he lay back down on the bed and said in a strange tone, Hey, Xiao Xian, if you ask me, your method won't work either. You just said that we're all in the army, but Qin Ke and the others are far away in Taiyuan. Even if they send you a telegram, you won't be able to help them in time. If you ask me, you should have let me go to Taiyuan with Qin Ke and the others from the beginning instead of coming to the army camp. With a master like me protecting them, who cares what kind of monsters come? I, Old Cheng, will cut them all down with a knife. It was easy for this guy to brag. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh. You? A master? Master. Master. Yes, how could I forget him? He wanted to mock Ching Chumo, but he suddenly thought of someone. He knocked his head and turned back to his bed to get the telegraph. He placed it on the table and began to send the telegram. Beep, 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 beep. Soon, a string of messages was sent out. Ching Chumo was dumbfounded at this time. He wondered, Xiao Xian, who did you think of? Also, who are you sending the telegram to now? Li Zishuan ignored him and sat by the table, quietly waiting for a response from the other side of the telegraph. Beep, beep, beep. After about half a cup of tea's time, the telegraph on the table finally rang. Li Zishuan perked up and listened carefully for a moment. When the telegraph stopped ringing, he began to send the telegram again. Beep, 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 beep. The whole process lasted about a quarter of an hour. Ching Chumo could only watch in confusion. He wanted to ask, but Li Zishuan did not say anything. At this time, when Li Zishuan finished sending the telegram and was about to put away the telegraph, Ching Chumo finally could not hold back. He quickly asked, Xiao Xian, can you tell me who you were sending the telegram to just now? Li Zishuan put away the telegraph leisurely, smiled, and then said mysteriously, a master. You don't know him anyway. Go to sleep. Tomorrow's training will be increased by 30%. A master? I don't know him. Who is it? When Ching Chumo heard this, he became even more curious. How could he sleep at this time? So, he chased after Li Zishuan to get to the bottom of it. But what made him gnash his teeth was that Li Zishuan just refused to tell him. If he could beat Li Zishuan would probably have been beaten up 800 times by now. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Taiyuan, Wang family's ancestral home. At this time, most of the people in the deep courtyard had already gone to bed. An old man in a grey robe with high cheekbones and grey hair came alone to the grievance hall on the west side. In terms of physiognomy, cheekbones corresponded to power. Generally speaking, people with high cheekbones had a great desire for power. Second elder, you're here. Please come in. When he arrived at the entrance of the grievance hall, a man came out and bowed to the old man. Second elder? This old man was the second elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Kuei, Wang Bing's younger brother. In the History of the North, in order to avoid Li Yuan's father, Li Kuei, Wang Bing was changed to Wang Kong. The man who came out to greet him was Shao Qing. The old man only paused for a moment. He didn't even look at Shao Qing before he walked towards the grievance hall. As for the guards at the entrance of the grievance hall, it was unknown where they went tonight. As a result, there was no one guarding the entrance of the grievance hall. Rennie greets second elder. When Wang Kuei came to the grievance hall, a young man dressed neatly walked out of the room quickly. Then, he respectfully bowed 5 steps in front of Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's gaze fell on Wang Rennie. He was silent for a long time before he said indifferently, "I heard that you came to find me for an extremely urgent matter. Moreover, it concerns the life and death of my Wang family of Taiyuan. Now that I'm here, you can speak." Wang Rennie straightened his body and said calmly, "This grievance hall is not a place to talk. Second elder, please move to the side hall for a chat." Finished speaking, Wang Rennie made an inviting gesture. Wang Kuei hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, "Okay. Then I'll listen to you speak. If I find out that you're exaggerating and trying to scare me, I won't let you off easily." Finished speaking, Wang Kuei flicked his sleeves and walked towards the inner room. Chapter 1808. Can you speak now? Taiyuan, Wang family ancestral residence, grievance hall. Wang Kuei walked into the side hall and sat down at the head of the table. He looked at Wang Rennie and said expressionlessly. Since Wang Yu had imprisoned Wang Rennie here last year and forbade any member of the family from stepping into the grievance hall, Wang Kuei had taken a certain risk by coming here tonight. However, as the second elder of the Wang family, it was easy for him to send away the guards outside the courtyard. If Wang Renbiao could say something that piqued his interest tonight, he would naturally be happy. If not, then Wang Renbiao would not have a good time. "I heard yesterday that my eldest brother got married in Qizhou, and the person he married is the daughter of a merchant. What is second elder's opinion on this?" Wang Rennie cupped his hands and said. Wang Kuei frowned and said unhappily, "Humph. This is your eldest branch's matter. What opinion can this old man have? Now the Wang family of Taiyuan has lost all face because of your eldest branch." Members of aristocratic families had always been insufferably arrogant, and the innate superiority in their hearts was deeply ingrained. Wang Kuei was the staunchest opponent of Wang Renbiao marrying Li Jingchu among the elders of the Wang family. Even with Li Zishuan's letter, he still opposed this marriage. In his view, Li Jingchu was not worthy of marrying into the Wang family, and even less worthy of marrying the eldest son of the Wang family. Li Zishuan had no right to interfere in the Wang family's affairs. Therefore, Wang Kuei did not approve of Li Zishuan's letter. Hearing this, Wang Rennie's expression did not change, but he was laughing in his heart. He cupped his hands again and said, "The Wang family is a 1,000-year-old family, and my eldest brother is the eldest son of the Wang family. This matter is indeed lacking in consideration. However, second elder, have you thought about why my father, who has always put the family's interests first, agreed to my eldest brother's marriage this time?" Wang Kuei's face darkened. He frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Wang Rennie was neither flustered nor slow as he said seriously, "My father is scared. My grandfather is also afraid. That's why no one dares to stop my elder brother's marriage." This time, without waiting for Wang Kuei to ask, Wang Rennie continued, "Rennie heard that the woman my big brother married was recognized as his foster sister by the Marquis of Yong'an. Now, the Marquis of Yong'an is in the limelight in the imperial court. Not only did he become a marquis at such a young age, he was even conferred the position of provincial governor of a province by the emperor. He is in charge of the military and political power of a province. He recognized that woman as his adopted sister because he wanted to facilitate this marriage. In the past few years, the aristocratic families have been in a state of turmoil, and the suppression of the aristocratic families by the imperial power has become an indisputable fact. My father and grandfather are unwilling to offend the Marquis of Eternal Peace, so they have chosen to acquiesce in this matter. They lowered their heads to the Marquis of Yong'an, which is the same as lowering their heads to the imperial court. My big brother, as the eldest son of the first wife, ignored the interests of the clan and committed such a grave mistake. He should have been stripped of his status as the eldest son of the first wife, but because of the intervention of the Marquis of Yong'an, nothing happened. It's laughable that our Wang family's 1,000 years of glory is now lowering our heads to a small marquee. Truly laughable. Towards the end, Wang Ren's deliberately calm face lost some of his composure. His voice also became filled with unwillingness and madness. Shut up. Although Wang Kuei did not approve of the marriage between Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, he would not allow others to humiliate the Wang family. After all, he was the second elder of the Wang family. At this moment, a trace of understanding flashed across his furious eyes. He looked at Wang Ren and sneered, "It seems that you are very jealous of your big brother and want to borrow this old man's strength to replace him? Humph. Dream on. You are only a bastard son of the eldest son. What right do you have to dare to covet the position of the future head of the Wang family?" Chapter 1809. Then second elder is willing to let me be adopted by the second branch? In the side hall of the grievance hall, Wang Ren looked at Wang Kuei and cupped his hands. Wang Kuei stroked his beard and pretended to be indifferent. "I'm naturally happy that you're willing to be adopted by the second branch. Your second uncle has been married for many years and still doesn't have a son. You being adopted by him can be considered as fulfilling a wish of mine for many years. However, you have to get your father's consent. After all, you're his son." Wang Ren's face flashed with resentment when he heard this. He said coldly, "Humph. He never had a son like me in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imprisoned me here for an outsider, and he wouldn't have sent my mother back to the ancestral home from Sui province. Since he doesn't have a son like me in his heart, what right does he have to stop me from being adopted? As long as second elder and second uncle agree, I'll write a letter tomorrow and inform him of this matter. At that time, I only need second elder to help me say a few words in the clan, and he definitely won't stop me from being adopted by the second branch. Because he only has Wang Renbiao as his son in his heart." Wang Kuei nodded and said, "Good. If Wang Yu obstructs you in this matter, I'll speak up for you in the clan. Hong hasn't had a son for many years. I believe that big brother, third brother, and fourth brother will give me some face." Wang Ren wanted to be adopted by the second branch, and the second branch just happened to have no children. The two sides really hit it off. In that case, Ren thanked second elder. Wang Ren's expression had returned to normal at this time. He cupped his hands and said to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei's face turned solemn and he said in a deep voice, "Then can you tell me your plan now?" Compared to taking in a grandson, Wang Kuei was undoubtedly more concerned about how to strengthen the Wang family and seize the family's power. He was very dissatisfied with the Wang family's current decline. Of course, he was even more dissatisfied with the Wang family's current power. Wang Ren frowned and said, "I can tell second elder, but before I tell you the overall plan, second elder has to help me do something." "What is it?" Wang Kuei frowned. At this time, some displeasure had already risen in his heart. "You haven't done anything yet, and you want me to do something for you? How could there be such a good thing in this world?" Wang Ren looked at Wang Kuei with a determined gaze and said, "I need second elder to help me break free from my imprisonment. I want to leave this grievance hall." Hearing this, Wang Ku looked directly into Wang Ren's eyes. He had reason to suspect that Wang Ren was trying to use him to help him break free from his imprisonment. However, he could not see a trace of deceit or evasion in Wang Ren's eyes. This proved that Wang Ren's acting skills were either superb, so superb that he could deceive his experienced eyes. If not, then everything Wang Ren said before was the truth. After staring at Wang Ren for over 10 breaths of time, Wang Kuei shook his head and said, "It was your father, Wang Yu, who imprisoned you here. Even though I'm his senior, he's still the current patriarch of the Wang clan, so I have no right to release you." Wang Ren seemed to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, he insisted, "In the past, second elder would indeed find it difficult to release me, but now, I'm about to become a member of the second branch, which means I'm second elder's grandson. The one who committed a mistake and was imprisoned was Wang Yu's son, not your grandson. If I'm still locked up in the grievance hall, then what face will the Wang clan's second branch have left? I believe that as long as second elder puts pressure on my father with the other elders, he will definitely not refuse to give you face. Moreover, this plan can't do without me. Only when I leave the grievance hall can the plan succeed. At that time, I can help second elder seize power in the clan. Killing two birds with one stone. Wang Ren's initiative to be adopted by the Wang clan's second branch was really killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he gain Wang Kuei's trust, but he could also use this to get out of his current predicament. Just think about it, the Wang clan's second branch only had Wang Hong, but he didn't have a son for so many years. If this continued, the Wang clan's second branch was likely to be cut off. In this case, if Wang Ren took the initiative to be adopted by the second branch, Wang Kuei only needed to sell his pitiful image in the clan, and the other elders of the Wang clan would agree to let Wang Ren be adopted by Wang Hong. After Wang Ren was adopted by the second branch, Wang Yu couldn't continue to imprison Wang Ren, could he? That would be equivalent to slapping the second branch in the face. Although the Wang clan's first branch was stronger than the second branch in terms of strength, between the two branches, at least on the surface, they had to maintain harmony. Therefore, on this matter, Wang Yu was very likely to compromise. At that time, Wang Ren would be able to get what he wanted and completely regain his freedom. Wang Kuei's eyes narrowed. After hearing Wang Ren's words, he quickly understood the crux of the matter. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions in his heart. This Wang Ren was so young, but his mind was so meticulous. If he was adopted by the second branch, he might really be able to help the second branch seize power in the clan in the future. Boy, you've thought it through quite thoroughly. This old man will agree to this matter. Tomorrow, you will write a letter to your father, and this old man will first discuss the matter of your adoption with big brother and third brother. Once you are adopted by the second branch, this old man will naturally help you leave the grievance hall. After pondering for a moment, Wang Kuei said lightly. If Wang Ren was adopted by the second branch and released from prison, it was in the interest of the second branch. Wang Kuei had no reason to disagree. Of course, what Wang Kuei cared about most was the plan that Wang Ren mentioned. Thank you, second elder. Hearing this, Wang Ren couldn't help but let out a long sigh and cupped his hands. At this point, his purpose of inviting Wang Kuei over tonight had basically been achieved. Since this old man has promised you, then I will definitely do it. Now, can you tell this old man about your plan? Wang Kuei stroked his beard and asked somewhat impatiently. Wang Ren smiled mysteriously and took a step forward. Of course. In a dim and dilapidated room, several youths were bound to wooden stakes with iron shackles on their hands. Their hair was disheveled, and their bodies were riddled with wounds. There were also several bloody marks on their faces. Around them stood several burly soldiers. Judging from their leather armor, they were actually Turkic soldiers. Smack! Hurry up and speak. What is your purpose in coming to Taiyuan? One of the Turkic soldiers suddenly whipped one of the youths in the face. In an instant, another deep bloody mark appeared on the youth's face. But what was strange was that this Turkic soldier actually spoke in Han, and he spoke very fluently. He didn't seem like a Turkic at all, but a native of the Central Plains. Tui. Unexpectedly, the youth didn't seem to feel any pain. Instead, he spat a mouthful of bloody saliva on the soldier's face and mocked, "Dream on. As a student of Yanhuang College, I will never betray the college and the great Tang. On the other hand, you people are clearly Han, but you are willing to be the lackeys of the Turks. I'm afraid you have even forgotten the surname of your ancestors. A bunch of beasts who have forgotten their ancestors. Tui. Bastard. You're courting death." The soldier was furious when he heard this. He whipped the youth's head again. Blood immediately flowed out. The youth let out a muffled groan and lowered his head. He no longer had any signs of life. "Stop. Come at me if you dare." The young man near the door shouted loudly at this time. Ha! You are the king of Wei of the great Tang. How can we bear to kill you so easily? The Turkic soldier in the lead walked over and looked at the youth with a sinister smile. This youth was actually the king of Wei, Li Tai. With that, the leader of the Turkic soldiers turned around and ordered, "Continue whipping him. Beat him to death. I'd like to see if these brats' mouths are tougher or if my whip is tougher." The soldier who had been whipping the youth earlier replied, "Yes. Leader." Smack. "Hurry up and speak. What is your purpose in coming to Taiyuan, you people of Yanhuang College?" In the room, the sounds of whipping and yelling could be heard. The leader of the Turkic soldiers looked at Li Tai and said coldly, "How about it? Your Highness, are you going to speak or not? If you don't say it now, your companions will all die in front of you one by one. Once they are all dead, it will be your turn. You trash. Let us go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, when my reinforcements arrive, I will tear you to shreds." Li Tai was so angry that his face was pale. He looked at the leader of the soldiers and shouted, "Yo! Our king of Wei sure has a temper." The leader of the Turkic soldiers laughed sinisterly. Then, his expression changed and he slapped Li Tai. He said fiercely, "Tui! Do you really think you are the king of Wei? Here, you are just a dog. You have to do whatever I tell you to do." He waved his hand and said to his subordinates, "Kill one. Let our king of Wei see who is in charge here." "Yes, leader." The executioner quickly replied. Then, without hesitation, he pulled out his sword and pointed it at the head of the young man in front of him. "No! Iron egg." When Li Tai saw this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger. However, he was still shackled and could only watch as the soldier raised his blade and chopped down. A round head rolled onto the ground. "Hey! How about it? You should speak now, right?" The leader of the soldiers patted Li Tai's face and laughed sinisterly. Li Tai stared at the leader of the soldiers. His eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the head of the soldier in front of him. The leader of the soldiers saw that Li Tai was not speaking. He waved his hand again and said, "All right. Since our king of Wei won't speak, we will continue killing." "Yes, leader." Bam! Another human head fell to the ground. Kill again. Kill again. After a while, except for Li Tai, the rest of the young men in the room were all beheaded. The leader of the soldiers looked at Li Tai and asked, "It's your turn now. I will ask you again. Are you going to speak or not?" "Bah!" Unexpectedly, Li Tai spat and scolded, "Shameless bastard. I am the king of Wei of the great Tang Empire. I will not betray my country, and I will not betray my ancestors like you. If you want to kill me, just do it. You are courting death." The leader of the soldiers wiped the saliva off his face. Then, he pulled out his scimitar and stabbed it at Li Tai's chest. "No. Don't." Imperial Palace, West Court, Lijiang Palace. Empress Jiangsun suddenly sat up on the bed. She was panting heavily, and her forehead was drenched in sweat. Her face was full of panic. "Guanyin maid, what's wrong?" Li Er, who was sleeping, also sat up when he heard the commotion. He patted Empress Jiangsun's shoulder and asked softly. So it was a dream. Empress Jiangsun only reacted when she heard Li Er's voice. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Chapter 1810. Guanyin maid, you're saying that you dreamed that Qin Ke was captured by the Turks? In Empress Jiangsun's chambers in the Imperial Palace's West Court, Empress Jiangsun, who had just awoken from her nightmare, gave Li Er a brief account of her dream. Li Er frowned thoughtfully. Empress Jiangsun still had lingering fears. It was clear that she had yet to recover from her dream. She tightly gripped Li Er's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Erlang, this concubine feels that this isn't a dream. This dream is too real. Moreover, Qin Ke and the others should be arriving in Taiyuan soon. Do you think that something has happened to Qin Ke?" It was said that a mother would worry when a son traveled 1,000 li. Moreover, Li Tai had never been so far from the imperial palace since his birth. Moreover, the great Tang and the Turks were currently at daggers drawn, so how could Empress Zhongsun not worry? Hearing this, Li Er's heart couldn't help but sink. He was originally slightly worried about Li Tai's safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent so many imperial guards to follow Li Tai up north. At this moment, when he heard Empress Zhongsun narrate such a realistic nightmare, Li Er couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. Despite this, Li Er's expression remained normal. He lightly patted Empress Zhongsun's back and comforted her. "This is just a dream. Guanyin maid, don't think too much. Qin Ke has 1,000 imperial army soldiers protecting her, and the two brothers of the Dugu clan are both top-class experts. Nothing will happen to her, much less in Taiyuan. Taiyuan Prefecture has 70,000 soldiers, and there are several barriers between Taiyuan and the Turks. What you saw in your dream can't possibly be real. Relax and don't think too much." These words were not only for Empress Zhongsun to hear, but also for himself to hear. In his view, Li Tai's defense was so strong that it was impossible for what Empress Zhongsun had seen in her dream to happen. But, this concubine's heart is still not at ease. "Erlang, has there been any news from Qin Ke recently?" Empress Zhongsun patted her chest and panted a few times before turning to Li Er. She was already suffering from qi, and although she had gradually recovered after half a year of recuperation, she suddenly felt that it was a little difficult to breathe when she was agitated. Li Er also clearly felt Empress Zhongsun's abnormality. He held Empress Zhongsun's hand and said, "Qin Ke hasn't sent back a message yet, but that's the best news. He brought a telegraph with him on this trip. If something happens, he'll definitely send a telegram back immediately. If you are still worried, I will have someone send him a telegram tomorrow morning to ask about the situation on his side. Don't worry too much for now. Relax, and continue to rest. It's still early before daybreak." Li Er's affirmative tone made Empress Zhongsun feel slightly at ease. She let out a light sigh and said with a nod, "All right. Erlang, remember to send a telegram to Qin Ke tomorrow. Also, send someone to inform me when Qin Ke returns." Ordering the emperor to do things was somewhat out of line for the empress, but Li Er and Empress Zhongsun had been husband and wife since young and had deep feelings for each other. He naturally would not care about this. He smiled and comforted, "Guanyin's servant, don't worry. If there is news tomorrow, Jin will send someone to inform you. Now, go to sleep." "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." Empress Zhongsun smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. The two of them lay down again. After a while, the sound of steady and regular breathing sounded in the bedchamber. "Your Majesty, the notice of conscription has been urgently sent to all the provinces and counties. The Ministry of War has formulated a conscription plan for all the provinces and counties. All the provinces and counties are actively selecting elites. It is estimated that in a few days, the elites of the provinces and counties will enter the capital one after another. When the time comes, the 150,000 troops will be stationed on a plain south of Chang'an City at the foot of Nyosho Mountain, with Fengshui at the back and building toward the east. Fengshui, one of the 8 rivers of Chang'an, was located in Shi County south of Chang'an City. It was also about 20 miles east of Nyosho Mountain. In the morning court, Li Jing, the minister of the Ministry of War, reported to Li Er the recent progress of the imperial court's preparations for war. Among them, he inevitably mentioned Li Er's request to conscript the soldiers into the capital. Although Chang'an City was the largest city in the world, it had a population of 1 million. Don't underestimate this population. Cities in this era were not like modern times where they were all high-rise buildings. The floor area ratio of residential houses was very low. Many nobles and officials often had mansions of hundreds of acres. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for Chang'an city to accommodate 1 million people. It was already the limit that they could fit into the 12 garrison camps in the capital. There was really no ready-made place to build another army camp for 150,000 troops. Therefore, the 150,000 elite soldiers recruited from all over the country could only be stationed outside the city. The location of the military camp had to be near a water source. Hearing this, Li Er nodded in satisfaction and said, "The 150,000 troops will be stationed in one camp. The location of the camp is very important. The Bank of Fengshui in the south of Chang'an city is a good place. Li Jing, hear me. The Ministry of War is to immediately set up a camp by the Bank of Fengshui in the south of the city. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue will allocate all the resources needed. When the 150,000 elite soldiers arrive, immediately begin training." Li Jing cupped his fists and accepted the order. This old official receives the order. Li Er nodded and then looked at Xiao Yu among the civil officials. He said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yu. This old official is here." Xiao Yu stepped forward and cupped his fists. Li Er opened his mouth and said, "Today, there will be a sum of military funds added to the Ministry of Revenue. This sum of military funds will be used to supply the 150,000 elite soldiers that are about to enter the capital. Minister Xiao, you must make sure that the soldiers do not lack their armor and food, and even more so, do not affect their training progress." Xiao Yu frowned and cupped his fists. He asked, "This old official is bold to ask. Your Majesty, is this military fund from the fundraising event that will be held in Lantian City this afternoon?" Hearing this, the rest of the officials in the Taiji Palace all perked up and listened attentively. This time, Li Er did not hide anything. Instead, he openly admitted, "That's right. It is the fundraising event that will be reported this afternoon." This was the first time Li Er admitted in front of the civil and military officials that the 150,000 soldiers military fund was mainly from the fundraising event held by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. The officials were only guessing before. Now that they heard Li Er personally confirm it, they could not help but be at a loss. Some of them, such as Zhangsun Wuji, had a smile on their faces. Xiao Yu said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, do you really think that with just these commoner merchants, you can raise enough military funds to supply the 150,000 soldiers for a few months?" The rest of the officials also started to mutter. Obviously, from their point of view, it was impossible to raise so much money with just the commoner merchants. After all, the concept of merchants prioritizing profit was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Moreover, it was the hearts of these scholars. Li Er smiled faintly. "Whether it is possible or not, we will know before dusk today. At that time, if the money raised is not enough, I will think of another way. No matter what, before the army departs, we will definitely raise enough money and rations. Minister Xiao, you only need to wait until the fundraising event is over and lead the officials from the Ministry of Revenue to take over the military fund and make the overall arrangements." This old official receives the decree. Since Li Er had said this, Xiao Yu did not have anything else to say. Although it was said that since ancient times, the imperial court did not compete with the people for profits. However, now that the Great Tang and the Turks were about to go to war, at this critical juncture, no one cared about this. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The situation in the north is getting more and more tense. The war between the Great Tang and the Turks is also getting more and more urgent. I hope that all of you can work together and make preparations before the war to ensure that our Great Tang will not lose this war. The officials clasped their hands together and said, "We obey the decree." Seeing that the matters that needed to be discussed were more or less discussed, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "My beloved officials, please report to me. If there is nothing else, the court is dismissed." After waiting for a while, no one stepped forward. The eunuch standing at the side of the hall shouted with a sharp voice, "The court is dismissed. Farewell, your majesty." As the officials sent him off, Li Er stood up and left the Taiji Palace, heading toward the Ganlu Palace. "Zhao Song, go and arrange for someone to send a telegram to Qin from the imperial astronomer. Ask him about the situation over there." Returning to the Ganlu Palace, Li Er did not even change into his normal clothes before instructing Zhao Song. In the imperial palace, there was a telegram placed in the imperial astronomer's platform, temporarily under the care of the imperial astronomer. The function of the imperial astronomer was to observe the astronomical phenomena, calculate the solar terms, and set the calendar. From the Qin, Han, to the southern dynasties, the imperial astronomer was in charge of the astronomical calendar. The secretary province of the Sui dynasty was under the imperial astronomer Chao. In the Tang dynasty, the Imperial Astronomer Bureau was changed to the Imperial Astronomer Bureau. After that, it was renamed to the Secretarial Court, the Celestial Sphere Overwatch Council, the Celestial Sphere Overwatch Council, or the Secretary Province. The Imperial Astronomer of this time was equivalent to the ancient version of the National Observatory. It was responsible for observing the astronomical phenomena and announcing the calendar. The Imperial Astronomer was equivalent to the director of the National Observatory. Due to the calendar and the fact that the ancients believed that the changes in the astronomical phenomena were directly related to the changes in human affairs, the Imperial Astronomer's position was very important. The reason why the telegram was kept in the Imperial Astronomer's observatory was mainly because the observatory's observatory was located at a higher location. When sending telegrams, it would be easier for electromagnetic signals to travel further. This was what Li Zishuan had told Li Er earlier. Back when Guan City was quelling the rebellion, Li Yu brought the telegram to the pagoda of the Songhua Temple, hundreds of miles away, to send a message to the academy. This was the principle behind it. Before the telegram relay station was built, this was the only way to increase the distance of the telegram. Although the increase was limited, it was still enough to send messages from Chang'an to Taiyuan. Besides the telegram, Li Er had already sent several palace eunuchs to Yanhuang College to learn how to use the telegram. Thus, even if Li Tai was not in the palace, there were still people in the palace who knew how to use the telegram. Understood. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Call Li Junxian over to see us. After Zhao Song left, Li Er ordered one of the eunuchs in the hall. Understood. The eunuchs bowed and left. This general pays respects to your majesty. A few moments later, Li Junxian strode into the hall and bowed. Rise. Seeing Li Junxian, Li Er put down the memorial in his hand and walked up to Li Junxian. We called you here today because we have a task for you. Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, please give your orders. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, We order you to select a group of 100 elite cavalry. There is no need for too many people, just a dozen or so. Have them immediately depart for Source Peak City and investigate if there are any Turk spies in Source Peak City. After investigating Taiyuan City, investigate Yunzhong County. If there are any abnormalities, immediately work with the local subjugation residents to eliminate them. Li Junxian was rather confused, but he still bowed and said, This general obeys the decree. Go. Li Er waved his hand. Understood. This general will take his leave. Li Junxian cupped his fists and left. Chapter 1811. Although Li Tai's capture by the Turkic spies was only a dream of Empress Zhongsun, the ancients believed in ghosts and gods. In this era, people generally believed that dreams were the revelations of gods or the guidance of ghosts, foretelling something that would happen in the future. For example, King Wu dreamed that the three gods told him, I must send you to suppress Yin Zhou. King Wu believed that this was an order from the three gods. As expected, he sent troops to suppress Yin Zhou. This was a direct explanation and self-possession. Another example was when Yin Gaozong dreamed of Fu Shuo and found Fu Shuo. Although he didn't know Fu Shuo's name in his dream, he saw Fu Shuo's appearance. He believed that if the heavens gave him such a person in his dream, he would definitely find such a person. In ancient times, there were specialized dream diviners, or dream interpreters. From this, it could be seen that the ancients valued dreams far more than modern people. As Li Tai's birth mother, Empress Jianghu's heart was connected to her son. Although Li Er didn't seem to care about her sudden dream, he couldn't help but worry. He knew that although there were 1,000 imperial guards following Li Tai north, and Li Tai's destination was in the Tang Empire, so it seemed unlikely that something would happen. However, Li Tai's group was in the open while the local forces were in the dark. As long as the enemy grasped the right opportunity, they might have a chance. Before entering Yanhuang College, Li Tai was one of Li Er's favorite sons. In the year since he entered Yanhuang College, Li Tai's outstanding performance in Yanhuang College had brought a lot of glory to Li Er. Li Er was naturally concerned about his safety. Therefore, it wasn't enough to send someone to ask about Li Tai's current situation. Li Er also directly sent a group of 100 riders to Taiyuan to secretly spy for Li Tai. County, in a guest room of an inn, Li Tai, who had just finished breakfast, was going back to his room to pack up and prepare to follow the main group to the first destination of this trip, Taiyuan City. Suddenly, the telegraph rang. Beep 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 beep. Who is sending me a telegram? When Li Tai heard this, he stopped what he was doing. He quickly placed the telegraph machine on the table, took out a pen and paper, and began to record the code. It's a telegram from the palace. After translating the message, Li Tai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At first, he thought it was a telegram from Li Zishuan. Although he was slightly surprised, Li Tai's hands did not stop. He immediately replied with a string of codes. On the one hand, it was to confirm his identity. On the other hand, it was to ask the other party what the telegram was about. Beep 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 beep. Imperial City, Imperial Observatory. He's back. His Highness has replied. Zhao Song and another eunuch were eagerly waiting beside a telegraph. After waiting for a while, the telegraph finally rang. The eunuch could not help but exclaim excitedly. Quick, see if it's His Highness who replied. Then, ask His Highness what's going on over there. Did he encounter any danger on the way? Zhao Song could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as Li Tai replied, it meant that at least Li Tai was safe. From Li Er's tone earlier, he could roughly tell that Li Er was worried about Li Tai's current situation. While heaving a sigh of relief, Zhao Song could not help but urge the eunuch. Yes. Supervisor. The eunuch quickly responded, then began to record and translate the message sent by Li Tai. After a while, the eunuch finished translating the code. As he sent the telegram to Li Tai, he replied to Zhao Song, Supervisor Zhao, it is indeed His Highness Prince Wei on the other end of the telegraph. His Highness asked why we were contacting him. I am replying to him now. Zhao Song nodded and said, Good. After sending the message, they waited for about 15 minutes before the telegraph rang again. The eunuch skillfully translated the message, then stood up and replied to Zhao Song, Supervisor, His Highness said that they are currently in Qi County town. They are expected to reach Taiyuan City this evening. His Highness also said that they did not encounter any danger along the way. He hopes that His Majesty and Her Highness will be at ease. This is the message sent by His Highness. I have translated it. Please take a look, Supervisor. After saying that, the eunuch handed Zhao Song a piece of paper. Zhao Song reached out and received it. Now that he had received a confirmation from Li Tai, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Zhao Song glanced at the contents of the paper, then said to the eunuch, Tell Prince Wei that His Majesty hopes that he will be careful along the way. If he encounters any danger, he is to reply to the palace immediately. Of course, Li Er did not say this to Zhao Song. However, Zhao Song could guess what Li Er was thinking. Understood. The eunuch responded, then returned to his seat to send the message. Zhao Song kept the letter and instructed the eunuch, "Will return to Taiji Palace to report to His Majesty. We have to keep an eye on this telegraph machine day and night. If there's any news from Wei Wangdan, remember to inform us immediately, understand?" As the eunuch sent the message, he quickly nodded and replied, "Understood. I understand." Only then did Zhao Song leave, satisfied. Ganlu Palace. Your Majesty, Prince Wei sent news that they are currently in Qi County town. They are expected to reach Taiyuan City this evening. His Highness also said that they did not encounter any danger along the way. He hopes that His Majesty and Her Highness will be at ease. This is the message sent by His Highness. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Zhao Song, who had just returned to Ganlu Palace from the Imperial Astronomer, immediately handed the translated message from Li Tai to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he immediately put down the memorial in his hand and waved to Zhao Song, saying, "Present it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song naturally agreed, then walked in front of Li Er and handed him the message. Li Er reached out to take it and immediately opened it to read. The specific content of the message was naturally more than what Zhao Song had said. It included Li Tai's greetings to Li Er and Empress Zhongsun, as well as what he had seen and heard along the way. However, the core meaning was similar to what Zhao Song had said just now. Soon, after Li Er finished reading, a smile appeared on his face. He handed the letter back to Zhao Song and instructed, "Send this letter to the Empress. She must be worried sick at this moment." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhao Song took it with both hands, then turned around to make the arrangements. Qi County Town. After sending the telegram, Li Tai finally walked out of the room with his luggage. In fact, when he was sending the telegram, Iron Egg came in to rush him. However, seeing that he was sending the telegram, Iron Egg left without saying anything. Everyone from the academy was waiting for him in the carriage outside the inn. "I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting." Carrying the luggage, Li Tai jumped onto the carriage of Class 1 and saluted Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao. "It's okay. We didn't wait long. Since you're here, Qin Ke, let's set off." Qin Huayu shook his head, then lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Let's go." The carriage moved slowly. As usual, Dugu Xian led two of his personal guards and rode in front of the carriage to open the way. In the carriage, Iron Egg could not help but ask, "Qin Ke, I saw you sending a telegram just now. Was it from my master?" Although Li Zishuan had not personally taught Iron Egg martial arts for a long time, Iron Egg was still very respectful and concerned about this cheap master. Therefore, when he saw Li Tai sending a telegram to someone else, he subconsciously thought that it was from Li Zishuan. Hearing this, Qin Huayu and Meng Wenhao also looked over. This was the advantage of the telegraph in terms of confidentiality. Even if someone saw you sending a telegram, they would not know who you sent it to or what message you sent. If it was a phone call, the result would be different. Li Tai shook his head and said, "It's not from Yamacho. It's a telegram from the palace. Father and mother are worried about my safety and ordered the people from the Imperial Astronomer to send a telegram to ask about our current situation. They also want us to be careful." "Oh." Hearing this, Iron Egg was slightly disappointed. Qin Huayu frowned and said, "We've only left the academy for a few days. Why would His Majesty send a telegram to ask about us? Could it be that the situation in the north has changed?" Among the four of them, he was the oldest, so when it came to thinking about problems, he would naturally consider more comprehensively. Li Tai was stunned when he heard this, then he shook his head again and said, "This. The telegram didn't mention it just now. The situation in the north shouldn't have changed, right?" However, when he said this, he lacked some confidence. After a moment of silence, Iron Egg said, no matter what, I feel that after we reach Taiyuan or Yunzhou, no one should act alone to avoid accidents. Although there are so many Imperial guards protecting us this time, if we are not careful, we will still give the enemy an opportunity to attack. Li Tai nodded and said, Iron Egg, you're right. Then we'll do as you say. When we reach Taiyuan, I'll inform Mr. Mo Chui and our classmates. The group quickly left Qi County and arrived at the official road outside the city. Here, 1,000 Imperial guards were already waiting on the official road. The two sides met up and headed toward Taiyuan City. How is it? Wang Tao, did Fei Ying send back any news? Outside the carriage, Dugu Xian called in the deputy general and asked in a low voice. Yesterday, when they left Shihe County in Fan Province, Dugu Xian decided to send Dugu Fei Ying to lead a team of elites and sneak into Taiyuan City in plain clothes. They were to secretly investigate whether there were any hidden dangers in the city. It was better to nip them in the bud. The deputy general cupped his fists and said, General, no messenger from General Fei Ying came back last night or this morning. Okay. I got it. Dugu Xian patted his head. Even if Dugu Xian had sensed something amiss in Source Peak City, he wouldn't have been able to send news back so quickly. Based on the travel time, Dugu Fei Ying and the others should have only arrived at Source Peak City yesterday evening. Thinking of this, Dugu Xian ordered his deputy general. When we're about to reach Taiyuan City, I'll lead 50 elite soldiers into the city with His Highness. You take the rest of the soldiers with this general's order and settle down in the camp of Taiyuan Subjugation House. If there's any situation, I'll send someone to inform you. If there's no time to inform, then use fireworks as a message. Dugu Xian understood that the power hidden in the dark was the most terrifying. He didn't want to expose all of his power in the open. Otherwise, the enemy would target his power in the open and make very specific plans. This would be very disadvantageous for them. In addition, the Curious Pavilion Workshop had invented fireworks last year before the New Year, making Yanhuang College the most beautiful boy on New Year's Eve. However, some people saw an additional value in the beautiful fireworks, and that was to send messages. Dugu Xian had brought a few fireworks produced by the Curious Pavilion Workshop this time. This general obeys. The deputy general cupped his fists. Chapter 1812. How is it, Zhang Dafu? Did you find anything? Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn, Yellow Room 4. A middle-aged man pushed open the door and walked in, then closed the door behind him. A young man inside immediately came forward and asked anxiously. This young man was Dugu Fei Ying, and the middle-aged man was a soldier of the Imperial Army named Zhang Dafu. He was one of the 30 Imperial Army elites that had followed Dugu Fei Ying into Taiyuan City. Taiyuan was the place where the dragon rose. Li Yuan raised his army from Taiyuan in the past. Although the size of the city was not as big as Chang'an, it could still be considered the largest city in the north of the Great Tang. Therefore, Taiyuan later became the northern capital of the Great Tang's three capitals. The three capitals of the Tang dynasty were respectively the western capital Chang'an, the eastern capital Luoyang, and the northern capital Taiyuan. As the largest inn in Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn could not be said to be small. Just the guest rooms alone numbered 1 to 200. Because of Taiyuan City's special geographical location, merchants traveling from the northern border to the central plains would usually pass through this place. As a result, Tongfu Inn's business was very good all year round. Dugu Fei Ying and the others had arrived at Taiyuan City around 5 in the afternoon yesterday. When they arrived at Tongfu Inn, there just happened to be several empty rooms, so Dugu Fei Ying arranged for them to stay there first. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, some Imperial Army experts with better lightness skills conducted a thorough investigation of the several hundred guest rooms in the inn. In the morning, Dugu Fei Ying had sent Zhang Dafu and several waiters to inquire about some information. At this time, Zhang Dafu had come to report the results to Dugu Fei Ying. Replying to General, according to this subordinate's investigation, a group of Turks indeed stayed at this in the day before yesterday. This group's actions are very suspicious because they disguised themselves as Han people during the day. Others might not be able to see it, but I, Zhang Dafu, have fought Turks on the northern border before, so how could I not see it? This group seems to be led by a middle-aged man called Zhu Hongsheng, but I reckon that this name is definitely fake. This Zhu Hongsheng is currently staying in the Sky Room. According to the waiters of the inn, he usually goes out at 7 in the morning and only comes back in the afternoon. I've already had my brothers keep an eye on him. Zhu Hongsheng? A Turk disguised as a Han? This Tongfu Inn is indeed fishy. Dugu Feiying's eyes brightened. Hadn't he infiltrated Taiyuan City in advance to capture the Turkic spy? However, even he didn't expect that things would progress so smoothly. Since the waiter said that this Zhu Hongsheng will go out around 7 a.m., then send 2 vigilant brothers who are good at Qinggong to follow him. See what he's going to do and who he's meeting, then report the information to me. After pondering for a while, Dugu Feiying instructed Zhang Dafu. Although Zhu Hongsheng was very suspicious, he did not have any direct evidence to prove that Zhu Hongsheng was a spy sent by the Turks to Taiyuan City. To catch a thief, he still had to take the stolen goods. Yes. Zhang Dafu cupped his fists and accepted the order. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Dugu Feiying called out, "Wait." Zhang Dafu turned around and saw Dugu Feiying rubbing his chin and pondering for a moment. Then, he said, "Have 2 brothers keep an eye on Zhu Hongsheng, then have the rest of the brothers scatter around the city. See if there are any other unfamiliar faces in Taiyuan City in recent days. Oh, ask the guards or beggars at the city gate. They should know." Tongfu Inn was only one of the main places that Dugu Feiying was investigating. Out of caution, he also wanted to thoroughly investigate other places besides the inn. This was the task that his big brother had given him yesterday. On the other hand, from a personal point of view, he really did not want any accidents to happen to the people from Yanhuang College. This was because he still admired Li Zishuan very much. In terms of martial arts, Li Zishuan had taught him and his brother a lot. However, Taiyuan City was so big that it was impossible to thoroughly investigate the city in a short time. Even if he mobilized the power of the entire Taiyuan City government, it was still impossible. Therefore, Dugu Feiying could only try his luck by asking the guards or beggars at the city gate for now. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu responded, then turned and left. Suddenly, only Dugu Feiying was left in the room. Although everything that Dugu Xian had asked him to do had been arranged, he still did not dare to be careless. This was because he also understood that the task of escorting the people from Yanhuang College was very important. There could not be any mistakes. He had to do his best to strangle all possible unknown risks in the cradle. For this reason, he had to be very careful. For every step he took, he had to look 10 steps ahead. If this was in the past, Dugu Feiying would never do such a thing. In the past, under normal circumstances, he was only responsible for fighting. The one who was responsible for thinking was his big brother Dugu Xian. Of course, if he encountered someone he could not defeat, his big brother Dugu Xian would still have to take action. But now, Dugu Xian could not protect him, so he could only rely on himself. After organizing all the clues in his mind, Dugu Feiying frowned slightly. This was because he suddenly felt that the information he had obtained was too simple. Did he and Dugu Xian overestimate the Turks, or was the information he had obtained so far only superficial? For a moment, Dugu Feiying was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see what kind of background Zhu Hongsheng has. After hesitating for a long time, Dugu Feiying decided to go out and take a look himself. Although he had already ordered his subordinates to follow Zhu Hongsheng, he still felt that it would be safer to go out personally. His intuition told him that the truth of the matter was not as simple as they thought. First elder, second elder invites you to the meeting hall for a chat. Taiyuan, Wang family ancestral residence, North Courtyard. Wang Binggang had just finished his breakfast and was about to go out and have tea with a few old friends. At this time, a servant walked in and bowed to him. He was already over 70 years old and had enjoyed all the riches in the world. Now, he had no desire for the worldly things of the aristocratic families. Nothing could arouse his interest, except for the divine tea that had become popular this year. The unique taste of the divine tea left him with endless aftertaste. Tasting a cup of tea was like tasting a part of his life, and he could not stop. Therefore, every few days, Wang Binggang would invite 2 or 3 old friends to have tea and chat. Putting aside his identity as the former head of the Wang family, Wang Binggang was a very approachable person. Second younger brother? Why is he looking for me? Wang Binggang frowned and could not help but ask. How would the manservant know about this? He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, replying to Grand Elder, this lowly one does not know. However, other than the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the fifth elder are all present in the assembly hall. Even fifth elder is here? Wang Binggang raised his eyebrows. His fifth younger brother rarely interfered with the affairs of the family. It seemed that Wang Kuei had something important to discuss with him. All right. This old man knows. I will go over now. Wang Binggang waved his hand and said to the servant. Then this little one will go back and report. The servant bowed to Wang Binggang again, then turned and left. Could it be that second younger brother is still harping on the matter of Renbiao marrying a commoner girl? Sigh, second younger brother is too stubborn. Looking at the back of the servant leaving, Wang Binggang stood on the spot and muttered to himself. It was no wonder that he would think so. The only major event that had happened in the Wang family recently was Wang Renbiao's marriage. Moreover, because of this matter, the elders of the Wang family had been arguing non-stop for the past few days, which gave Wang Binggang quite a headache. Now that Wang Kuei had gathered all the elders together, in Wang Binggang's opinion, it was most likely about Wang Renbiao's matter again. Sigh, it seems that I can't relax and drink tea for a day now. Wang Binggang shook his head and sighed helplessly, then walked toward the front yard. Although he did not want to go, he could not hide forever. He had to face what he had to face. As long as the elders did not reach a consensus on Wang Renbiao's matter, he was afraid that he would not be able to rest for a day. Eldest brother is here. In the council chamber, Wang Kuei and the other 3 elders sat on both sides. The 3 elders were asking Wang Kuei why he had gathered them today when they heard footsteps outside the room. Then they saw Wang Binggang coming in with his hands behind his back. Everyone hurriedly stood up and saluted. Eldest brother. Anyway, Wang Binggang was the most prestigious person in the Wang family of Taiyuan. As the prime minister of the previous dynasty, the Wang family had prospered under his leadership in the Sui dynasty. At that time, it was a relatively prosperous period for the Wang family. Now that the family was declining, it showed how important Wang Binggang was to the Wang family in those days. We are all family. Why are you so polite? Wang Bing waved his hand and then sat down in the center seat. After everyone was seated, he looked at Wang Kuei and said, "Why did you call everyone here today?" That was what he thought. Second brother, why did you call everyone here today? After he finished speaking, everyone in the room turned their eyes to Wang Kuei. However, they all had the same guess in their hearts as Wang Binggang. Wang Kuei paused and stood up. Today, I have troubled you to come here because I want you to help me with something. Unexpectedly, today's Wang Kuei was not as aggressive as before. Instead, he was very humble. Everyone, including Wang Bing, was deeply surprised. Second younger brother, what are you talking about? We are all family. If you have something to say, just say it. We will help you if we can. Wang Bing did not know what Wang Kuei wanted to do, but he still had to be polite. The others echoed, that's right. Second elder brother, we are all family. If you have something to say, just say it. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuei said slowly, "In fact, this is not a difficult thing for you. You all know that my Hunger has been married for many years and has no children until now. Seeing that my second branch is about to die, I, as his father, am anxious in my heart. This old man wanted to let one of the clan's heirs be adopted by Hunger. But whose child isn't a treasure? This old man also understands that my brothers love their grandchildren. So after thinking about it, I feel that only the second son of Er's family is the most suitable. This child had committed a mistake and was imprisoned in the ancestral home. According to Er's intention, he was to be imprisoned for his entire life. Instead of that, it was better to let Hong adopt him, change his appearance, and start anew. In any case, as long as we old fellows don't say anything, outsiders won't know. Elder brother, what do you think?" Chapter 18:13. Adopted. Wang Kuei wanted Wang Rini to be adopted by the second branch. In the meeting hall of the Wang family's ancestral mansion, everyone was shocked after hearing Wang Kuei's words. At first, they were like Wang Bing, thinking that Wang Kuei had called them here because of Wang Rinbiao. Therefore, after hearing Wang Kuei's intentions, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. "Second brother, I can understand your feelings. The second branch has made a lot of contributions to the Wang family over the years, but I'm afraid that we can't make the decision to pass on benevolence and righteousness to the second branch." Wang Bing was also stunned, but when he recovered, he said, "Second brother, you have to ask and Rini's opinion on this matter." Haha. Elder brother is right, second brother, you have to ask Rini and Er's opinion on giving Rini to the second branch. That's right. If both of them agree, it will be a good thing for the second branch and the Wang family. The other three elders held an indifferent attitude, watching the show from the sidelines. The one being adopted wasn't their grandson, so they weren't in a hurry. Of course, from a logical point of view, they were on Wang Kuei's side. Since the second branch didn't have a son for many years, Wang Kuei's request was reasonable. Hearing that, Wang Kuei smiled slightly and clasped his hands at everyone, saying, Her. Elder brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother, how could I not know what you said? I sent someone to Grievance Hall yesterday to ask Rini's opinion. This child is filial and can understand my pain of not having a grandson. He said he is willing to be adopted by the second branch. He will write a letter to today. I'm sure will understand the second branch's difficulties. But in the end, this matter still needs elder brother's approval. Elder brother won't be reluctant when the time comes, right? Wang Kuei's smile was really a smile with a knife hidden in it. From a personal point of view, no one would want their grandson to be adopted by others. Even if the grandson was disobedient and often made mistakes, he was still their grandson. However, if Wang Bing did not agree, he would definitely be known as a stingy and selfish person in the clan. Moreover, this was equivalent to publicly breaking off relations with the second branch. In the current unstable situation of the aristocratic clans, the Wang clan's elders wouldn't allow this to affect their unity. Adopted. Wang Kuei wanted Wang Rini to be adopted by the second branch. In the meeting hall of the Wang family's ancestral mansion, everyone was shocked after hearing Wang Kuei's words. At first, they were like Wang Bing, thinking that Wang Kuei had called them here because of Wang Rinbiao. Therefore, after hearing Wang Kuei's intentions, everyone in the hall couldn't help but be stunned. Second brother, I can understand your feelings. The second branch has also made a lot of contributions to the Wang family over the years, but I'm afraid that we can't make the decision to pass on benevolence and righteousness to the second branch. Wang Bing was also stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he said, Second brother, you have to ask for Er's opinion and Ren Yi's opinion on this matter. Haha. Elder brother is right. Second brother, you have to ask Rini and Er's opinion on giving Rini to the second branch. That's right, that's right. If both of them agree, it will be a good thing for the second branch and the Wang family. The other three elders held an indifferent attitude, watching the show from the sidelines. The one being adopted wasn't their grandson, so they weren't in a hurry. Of course, they were on Wang Kuei's side. The fact that the second branch had no children for many years was an indisputable fact. Wang Kuei's request was reasonable. Chapter 1814. Master, when we return to the clan, second elder and the others will definitely use cousin's marriage to make things difficult for you. Has Master thought of a countermeasure? On the official road from Qi County to Taiyuan, a convoy was escorting a carriage northward. Princess Tong and looked at Wang Yu and asked. On the way from Qizhou to Taiyuan Prefecture, they had to pass through Qi County as well. However, unlike Li Tai's group from the Yanhuang Academy, Wang Yu's group did not travel too heavily. Instead, they traveled light and traveled much faster. Moreover, Wang Yu was in a hurry. Even if they stayed at an inn in the county at night, they still set off before dawn. If not for this, they might have run into the Yanhuang College group on the road. But even though they had been on the road, Princess Tong and did not show much fatigue. This was all thanks to the carriage they were riding in. This carriage was the one that Li Zishuan had sent to Wang Renbiao as a wedding gift on the day of his wedding. Last year, when Li Zishuan had just transmigrated, he had established the Curious Pavilion workshop. At the time, the Curious Pavilion's first luxury product was a new type of carriage. With its extremely small wheel friction, outstanding shock-absorbing performance, and spacious interior, the Curious Pavilion's new carriage became an instant hit, quickly winning the favor of the upper echelons of the Great Tang. After that, with the establishment of Yanhuang College, Li Zishuan's painstaking efforts to create a system of production, learning, and research gradually took shape. The Curious Pavilion workshop's technology and R&D capabilities gradually increased. Over the past year, the new carriage had not remained unchanged. Rather, it had been gradually improved as the Curious Pavilion workshop's technology improved. On the day of Wang Renbiao's wedding, the carriage that Li Zishuan had given him was the latest model from the workshop. Its flexibility and comfort were superior to all the current carriages. As a result, even though they had been in a hurry, Wang Yu and Princess Tong and did not feel much physical exhaustion. At most, they were mentally exhausted. Counting the days, we've already left Suizhou for more than 10 days. When we return to the ancestral home, we must act decisively. If second elder and the others object, your husband can only use his authority as the patriarch to suppress them. We can't continue to delay in Taiyuan. We have to hurry back to Suizhou. If we delay government affairs and His Majesty blames us, not only will this old man not be able to take the blame, the Wang clan will also not be able to take the blame. Hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu looked at the trees outside the window and pondered for a moment. Princess Tong An frowned and snorted, "Humph. Second elder, that stubborn old man, if you use the position of patriarch to pressure him, he will definitely say that you are unfilial. Moreover, second elder has quite a bit of prestige in the clan. Apart from father, the other three elders will most likely stand on his side." Madam, don't worry. Although the second elder is stubborn, it's not like there's no way to deal with him. Before leaving Qizhou, I heard a piece of news. Wang Yu chuckled and said mysteriously. News? What news? Princess Tong An could not help but ask. Seeing this, Wang Yu did not keep her in suspense. He said bluntly, although my cousin married a commoner this time, the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County both sent important juniors from their clans to congratulate him. Madam, don't you find it strange? Princess Tong An was stunned when she heard this. After a moment, she nodded and said, this matter is indeed strange. My cousin is getting married now, and the wedding is simple. He did not send invitations to the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County. However, they came uninvited and even brought expensive gifts. It's really hard to understand. Actually, madam, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. Wang Yu chuckled and said, in the 4th month of this year, during the Battle of Guan City, the imperial army directly destroyed the main forces of the Chui clan of Bowling, Chui clan of Qinghe, and Zheng clan of Xinjiang. Only 4 of the 7 great clans were left, and that included the imperial family. When this matter was revealed, the world was shocked. The old men of the Lu clan of Fanyang and the Li clan of Zhao County personally went to Chang and to draw a clear line with the Chui and Zheng clans to express their loyalty to His Majesty. After witnessing the power of the imperial power, how would these 2 clans dare to make any moves? Among the remaining 5 great clans, only our Wang clan of Taiyuan has the closest relationship with His Majesty. Although my cousin is marrying a commoner, the Fan and Lu clans sent their direct descendants to congratulate him personally. This is because my cousin is still the next head of the Wang clan, and they do not want to offend the Wang clan. As for the matter of Jingchu being the sworn sister of the Marquis of Yong'an, they definitely did not know before coming to Qizhou. This is a pleasant surprise for them. This trip to Qizhou did not offend the Wang clan, but also indirectly sold the Marquis of Yong'an's favor. It can be said that they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Princess Tong thought for a moment and said with a frown, Master's analysis seems to be reasonable. In the past, the Chui clan of Qinghe was the strongest among the 7 great clans. After the Battle of Guan City, the great clans all bowed their heads and pledged their loyalty to His Majesty. Whether it was true or not, the imperial court's strength is stronger than the great clans. This is an indisputable fact. However, Master said that Li Jingchu being the sworn sister of the Marquis of Yong'an was a pleasant surprise for Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian. Isn't this a bit too much? What ability does a mere Li Zishuan have to make the Lu and Li clans curry favor with him? As Li Er's aunt, Princess Tong believed that the great clans were afraid of the imperial power. However, she did not believe that Li Zishuan was a person that the Lu and Li clans would fight to curry favor with. Madam, you are wrong. Wang Yu chuckled and said, not long after we left the Qizhou yesterday, I received news that Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had also left the Qizhou. Madam, can you guess where they are going? Princess Tong replied without thinking, where else could they be going? They are definitely going back to Fanyang and Zhao County. That is not true. Wang Yu shook his head and said, at first, I also thought that the 2 of them were going home. However, I received news last night that they are going to Chang'an. When Wang Yu left Suizhou this time, other than the provincial governor's residence guards, he had also brought a portion of the Wang clan's secret guards. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find out Lu Qingqing and Li Jingshuan's whereabouts. Chang'an. Even the elders of the Fan and Li clans do not dare to go to Chang'an easily. What are they going to do there? Princess Tong was puzzled when she heard this. Wang Yu leaned against the sofa in the carriage and tapped his finger on the sofa's armrest. He smiled and said, I am guessing that they are not going to Chang'an City, but to Lantian County outside Chang'an City. Madam, don't forget that there is a donation gathering in Lantian County this afternoon. The person behind the scenes is the Marquis of Yong'an. Princess Tong also knew about the donation gathering. She opened her mouth and said in surprise, Master, you are saying that the 2 of them are going to participate in the donation gathering? How is that possible? The money from the donation gathering will be sent to the imperial palace in the end. Wang Yu smiled faintly and said, why is that not possible? If Madam does not believe me, then just wait and see. By tomorrow morning at the latest, the news of the eldest sons of the Lu and Li clans participating in the donation gathering will reach Taiyuan. Princess Tong was silent. Although Wang Yu's analysis was reasonable, she still found it hard to believe. Seeing this, Wang Yu continued, Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian participating in the donation gathering is not only giving face to the Marquis of Yong'an, but also showing their loyalty to His Majesty and the imperial court. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, Madam, don't underestimate the Marquis of Yong'an. He is the wealthiest businessman in the world. His products are sold well in every province and county in the world. Even the carriage we are riding now comes from the workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion. Yuan compiles dictionaries and lowers the price of books. All the scholars in the world are grateful to him. In addition, he founded Yanhuang College and recruited talents from all over the world. Although the college was founded less than a year ago, it is already showing signs of greatness. Even the Turkic Khagan covets the knowledge of Yanhuang College and sent the imperial advisor to steal the books of the college. In time, the students of Yanhuang College will become the pillars of the country. Li Zishuan will have students all over the world. With such a deep foundation, who in the great Tang would dare to touch him? Even the Son of Heaven would have to be wary of him. Yu Wu is a disciple of spiritual master and backed by the celestial master path of Mount Longhu. According to Leng Yuyao, he is a grandmaster realm martial artist. There are few martial artists of the same age who can match him. Now that he is in the black armored army, if he gains military merits in the war with the Turkic Khaganate, he might even be promoted to a duke. In addition, half of the generals in the imperial court are on good terms with him. With Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other old generals looking after him, who would dare to touch him? Furthermore, he was a marquis at the tender age of 20 and was even conferred the title of provincial governor of a province. Among the civil and military officials of the imperial court, apart from Zhangsun Wuji and Fang Xianling, who else was more favored by the emperor than the Marquis of Yong'an? As long as he doesn't do anything foolish, he will definitely reach the top of the court and have a limitless future. Many people have underestimated his value. Those two brats from the Lu clan and Li clan have good eyes. Wang Yu could tell that Princess Tong and didn't place much importance on Li Zishuan, so he had patiently analyzed the situation to her. Seeing Wang Yu so serious, Princess Tong and couldn't help but turn grave. Before this, she had never imagined that Li Zishuan would be so outstanding, but after hearing Wang Yu's analysis, she had to admit that Li Zishuan was truly the most outstanding youth of the great Tang Empire's younger generation. Wang Yu's second point in particular made her tremble in fear. Once Yanhuang College matured, Li Zishuan's strength would rapidly increase. At that time, the Li clan behind Li Zishuan would become an existence on par with the 5 clans and 7 nobles. Who was more awesome, born into a great clan or creating one? Surely everyone knew the answer. Now I seem to understand why Master valued Li Zishuan so much. It seems like it's not a bad thing for cousin to make such a friend. After a long silence, Princess Tongban sighed. That's naturally not a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a blessing for the Wang clan. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. His eyes flashed with determination as he said, "When we return to the ancestral home this time, your husband must protect cousin's status as the eldest son of the first wife." Even the brats from the Lu and Li clans can see the potential in the Marquis of Yong'an. This old man doesn't believe that the elders in the clan can't see it either. If second elder and the others remain stubborn, then your husband can only ask grandfather to step in. Chapter 1815. The Tang dynasty's Taiyuan city was built on the foundation of Jinyang city. Although it was not as large as Chang'an city, the structure of the city was much more complicated. There were 27 city gates alone. According to legend, the ancient city of Jinyang was built by Dong Anyu during the spring and autumn period. In the records of the grand historian, it was said, Ji Bo attacked Zhao Xiangzi in Jinyang, and drew the water of Fun to flood the city. Northern Qi's emperor Wen Xian built the Daming Palace on the ruins of Jinyang city and expanded it into a city, calling it Daming City. The city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 4 li. There was another city north of Daming City. Eastern Wei's Emperor Shaojing built the Jinyang Palace there. During Emperor Wen's time, it was renamed New City. During Emperor Yang's time, he expanded the Jinyang Palace of Eastern Wei's Emperor Shaojing, and the city was also enlarged. The enlarged new city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 7 li. During the 16th year of Emperor Wen's reign, Emperor Wen built a Tsang city that was connected to the new city on the east side. This city was 40 feet tall and had a circumference of 8 li, forming 3 connected cities. This was the initial appearance of Taiyuan city during the Tang dynasty. However, during the Tang dynasty, Taiyuan city underwent 2 major expansions. The first was during the Zhengguan period, when Emperor Taizong appointed the famous general Li Xingli to guard Taiyuan. During this period, Li Zhili built an east city on the east bank of Fan River in the 11th year of Zhengguan's reign. The second was during Wu Zetian's reign, when Cui Shenqing built a central city on Fan River, connecting the east and west cities. Every year, there would be thousands of soldiers defending the border. At this point, Taiyuan's west city, east city, and central city were combined into one, becoming the Great Tang's most important military barrier in the north. However, at this time, Taiyuan city did not have a west city, east city, or central city. The main body of Taiyuan city was the west city of Taiyuan city, and the city was split into Taiyuan Prefecture City and Jianghu County. Taiyuan Prefecture City was also known as the Provincial City, and it was the core region of Taiyuan City. The provincial city contained 3 other cities, Daming City, New City, and Tsang City. Jianghu County was the administrative center of Jianghu County, and it was located 2 li south of the prefecture city. Oh! Are you Boss Zhuya? Taiyuan Prefectural City, Great Brightness City, Market Square, Chu Family Ironware Shop. A slightly plump middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked in. The shop's attendant went up to greet him. At first glance, the middle-aged man looked familiar. After carefully sizing him up for a while, he finally recognized the middle-aged man and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yes. Is your shopkeeper here today? I'm here for him. The middle-aged man nodded and asked the servant. He was speaking in Chinese. Although he was fluent, it sounded a little stiff. The manservant hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes. The shopkeeper is in the back hall. Boss Zhu Xie, please take a seat. This little one will go and report to him. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded, and the servant turned and left. After waiting for about half a cup of tea's time, the servant walked out from the back hall and warmly said to the middle-aged man, Boss Zhuya, my shopkeeper invites you to the back hall for tea. This way please. After saying that, the servant made an inviting gesture. The middle-aged man nodded and stood up. That's good. Lead the way. Boss Zhuya, please wait a moment. The servant suddenly said. Then, he quickly walked to the front of the shop. First, he looked around. Then, he actually hung up a closed sign on the door and closed the shop. One must know that it was broad daylight now. It was not even noon yet. Most of the shops in the city had just opened for business. Boss Zhuya, please. After doing all that, the servant came in front of the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man looked at the servant approvingly and said, Good. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, walked towards the back hall. Outside the ironware shop. General, not long after Zhu Hongsheng went in, the ironware shop closed. It's only 7:30 in the morning. Most of the shops in the city have just opened. There must be something fishy going on. A man in martial arts clothes cupped his fist and said to Dugu Feiying. It turned out that the middle-aged man who entered the ironware shop was the merchant Zhu Hongsheng that Dugu Feiying and the rest were chasing. Since the moment Zhu Hongsheng stepped into the ironware shop, he had entered Dugu Feiying and the rest's surveillance. Yes. Did you hear what they said in the shop? Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The soldier cupped his fist and replied, General, when we were outside the shop, we vaguely heard the servant call Zhu Hongsheng Boss Zhuya. Not long after, the servant came in and closed the door. He must have entered the back hall. Furthermore, this Zhu Hongsheng's real name should be Zhuya. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying looked around and could not help but frown. He originally wanted to use his qinggong to fly to the roof and eavesdrop on the conversation between Zhu Hongsheng and the person inside. However, it was broad daylight and the city had just opened. There were many people and merchants coming and going. In broad daylight, with so many people watching, how could he fly to someone else's roof to eavesdrop? No. His name is not Zhuya. His surname is Zhuya. Dugu Feiying sighed helplessly and said, the Western Turkic Khaganate has a separate tribe called the Shatua tribe. The Shatua tribe is divided into the Zhuya tribe and the Qi branch. The leader of the Zhuya tribe is called Zhuya Ke Qilin. Everyone in the tribe has the surname Zhuya. It seems like this Zhu Hongsheng is from the Shatua tribe of the Western Turkic Khaganate. However, why would someone from the Shatua tribe suddenly appear in Taiyuan? And why would he disguise himself and act so sneakily? At this time, the Shatua tribe was not very famous. Many people in the Central Plains had not heard of them. Only Dugu Feiying, who came from a family of generals, knew about them. The Shatua tribe was a mixture of many ethnic groups. Its ethnic origins included the Turkic, Hueha, and Sut, the 9 families of Jianghu, ethnic groups. Within each ethnic group, there were also several tribes. It could be considered a minority tribe with a complicated mix of members. In the early Tang dynasty, the Shatua tribe was an unremarkable tribe. There were very few records of them in the literature of the Tang dynasty. The Shatua tribe only rose to prominence at the end of the Tang dynasty. After the Daibei dynasty, the Shatua tribe became an all-powerful tribe in China's history. They suppressed the Huangqiao uprising, fought for hegemony in the Central Plains, controlled the House of Tang, and eventually established the later Tang, later Jin, and later Han dynasties in the Central Plains. In that case, this Zhu Hongsheng must be from the Turkic Khaganate. General, do you want me to arrest him? The soldier cupped his fist and suggested to Dugu Feiying. If we arrest him based on this, I'm afraid it will bring us trouble. Before we arrest him, we must investigate his background and his purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. Dugu Feiying shook his head and said in a deep voice, go and investigate this ironware shop. Find out what this shop mainly sells. Who is the shopkeeper? Once you find out, report to me immediately. Also, keep a close eye on this Zhu Hongsheng. I want to know where he goes and who he meets. Yes. General. The soldier cupped his fist and accepted the order. Dugu Feiying saw that there was nothing to be gained here, so he turned around and returned to the inn. After returning to the inn, Zhang Dafu walked in and cupped his fist to Dugu Feiying. General, this subordinate had the inn's waiter lure Zhu Hongsheng's accomplice out of the room. Then, I took the opportunity to sneak into the heavenly room and rummage through Zhu Hongsheng's luggage. Other than some clothes and money, I did not find anything unusual. Dugu Feiying was dumbfounded. He asked in disbelief, you didn't see any account books? Zhang Dafu scratched his head and mumbled, well, we did see a few booklets, but this subordinate and the others aren't literate and couldn't understand what was written in them. This subordinate wanted to bring a booklet out, but I was worried that Zhu Hongsheng would find something strange when he returned, so I didn't. You. Dugu Feiying put his hand to his forehead and almost cursed out loud. This was truly a case of not being afraid of a godlike opponent, but being afraid of a pig-like teammate. Zhang Dafu couldn't help but shrink his neck. He probed, should this subordinate make another trip? What for? Zhu Hongsheng will be back soon. If you steal the account books now, you'll definitely be caught. Dugu Feiying waved his hand in annoyance. Dugu Xian had given him the task of eliminating the hidden dangers in Source Peak City, and he had achieved nothing until now. It was inevitable that he would feel irritated. Zhang Dafu thought for a moment, then cupped his fists and suggested, General, why don't I capture Zhu Hongsheng and interrogate him? Compared to the safety of Prince Wei and the others, even if we capture the wrong person, it won't matter, right? No. Dugu Feiying frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Compared to the safety of King Wei and the others, a mere Zhu Hongsheng is naturally insignificant. However, if he really is an ordinary merchant, then our actions might alert the enemy and alert the Turkic spies with ill intentions. When that happens, it will be even harder to capture them. Zhang Dafu clasped his fist and said, "General, you're right. What should we do now? His Highness and the others should be in the city by dusk today." Dugu Feiying stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He paced around the room, thinking of a countermeasure. Using his brain was not his forte. He was only good at fighting and doing funny things. The current situation was so complicated. Trying to find a way to break out of this situation was simply too much of a brain burner for him. We can't relax our surveillance on Zhu Hongsheng. Today, he went to the Chu ironware shop in Great Ming City. You have to find out why he went there as soon as possible. In addition, I had you send people to investigate which new faces have arrived in Source Peak City in recent days. Have you made any progress? After some thought, Dugu Feiying turned to Zhang Dafu and asked. Zhang Dafu shook his head and said, "My brothers have already been sent out. I'm afraid we won't have any news until noon." Dugu Feiying said, "Then wait." According to these two directions, if they couldn't find any useful clues before 5:45 in the afternoon, then they would find an opportunity to secretly capture Zhu Hongsheng and his group. At present, this Zhu Hongsheng's behavior is indeed suspicious. This was a helpless move. According to Dugu Feiying's original plan, he would capture Zhu Hongsheng after gathering enough evidence. However, time waits for no one. Li Tai and the others would arrive in Source Peak City before dark and stay at Tongfu Inn. Dugu Feiying couldn't let Zhu Hongsheng, this uncertain factor, stay by Li Tai's side. In any case, from the clues they had so far, Zhu Hongsheng was indeed very suspicious. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu's expression shook. He quickly cupped his hands and accepted the order. Seeing that Dugu Feiying had no other orders, Zhang Dafu cupped his hands and turned to leave. In the room, Dugu Feiying rubbed his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "I hope this decision is right. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Chapter 18:16. 7 in the morning, in the Wang family's ancestral home. Wang Kuei once again came to the grievance hall. Hearing the commotion, Wang Runi hurriedly came out and asked impatiently. "Second elder, how did it go? Did my grandfather agree?" "Of course he agreed." Wang Kuei glanced at Wang Runi and said lightly. "What? Grandfather really agreed? That's great." Hearing this, Wang Runi was pleasantly surprised. When he thought about how he had been imprisoned for more than a year and finally had the chance to regain his freedom, he could not help but tremble with excitement. Those who had never been imprisoned would never be able to understand the pain of being surrounded by walls all day long. For Wang Runi, this 1 year had been a complete and utter torture. "Don't be happy so early. Your father is back and will be here soon. You'd better think about how to get through your father first." Seeing Wang Runi's excited face, Wang Kuei put his hands behind his back and said casually. "What? My father is back? Isn't he in Qizhou? Even if he left Qizhou, he should have returned to Suizhou. Why did he return to the ancestral home?" Hearing this, Wang Runi was obviously stunned. Obviously, this news caught him off guard. "Why are you panicking? Even if your father didn't come back, according to the original plan, shouldn't you send him a letter next? Now that he's back, it saves us the time of sending letters back and forth. Make some preparations. I reckon that the clan will have another meeting about this in the afternoon. Your father will definitely be present. I've already helped you pass the Great Elder's test. The rest is up to you. You have to convince your father back then." Seeing Wang Runi's panicked face, Wang Kuei frowned and reprimanded in a deep voice. Wang Runi was shocked when he heard this and quickly covered the panic on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Second elder, please forgive me. I lost my composure. You're right. No matter what, this confrontation between me and him is inevitable. Don't worry, if grandfather and father summon me in the afternoon, I'm confident that I can convince them to not stop me from being adopted by the second branch. But when the time comes, I'm afraid we'll need second elder to cooperate with us. Wang Runi knew that whether he could regain his freedom this time depended on the attitude of the old man in front of him. He could not show any cowardice in front of Wang Kuei. Otherwise, his value in Wang Kuei's heart would plummet. When he needed Wang Kuei's help, Wang Kuei might not be willing to help. Therefore, even though Wang Runi was not mentally prepared for Wang Yu's sudden return, his face was filled with confidence and calmness. As expected, after listening to Wang Runi's explanation, Wang Kuei nodded in satisfaction and said, Since you are so confident, then this old man can rest assured. At the crucial moment, this old man will also lend you a helping hand. If everything goes well, you should be able to be adopted into the second branch in 2 days. After that, you can start implementing your plan. When speaking of plan, Wang Kuei's face flushed with excitement. His eyes narrowed and flashed with a fanatical light. His whole aura suddenly changed a little. It became crazy and blazing. Wang Runi smiled and cupped his hands. Grandson congratulates grandfather in advance for taking the power of the clan and bringing the Wang family one step closer. Before being adopted, he directly called Wang Kuei grandfather. This guy really had no bottom line. He was a typical example of forgetting his ancestors. Chapter 18:17. Ahem. Big brother, you are now in a high position and have many children. Why don't you take care of your little brother and let Wang Runi be adopted by the second branch? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to adopt Runi, madam, and I will treat him well and treat him as our own son. In the future, he will inherit the second branch's family business. In the main hall of the Wang family, at the banquet, Wang Hong, who was sitting below Wang Yu, saluted Wang Yu with an embarrassed expression. After all, for a middle-aged man to be childless was definitely a shameful thing for a man. If it weren't for Wang Kuei's repeated warnings, he definitely wouldn't have mentioned this matter in front of everyone. The pressure instantly shifted to Wang Yu's side. Wang Hong had already lowered himself to such a level, and had even put it this way. If Wang Yu still didn't agree, it would be too unreasonable. Thus, everyone at the table turned their gazes to Wang Yu at this moment. Brother Hong, it's not that I don't want to. I know the second branch's difficulties, but Runi is a ruthless child. If I let you adopt him, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the second branch in the future. After a long silence, Wang Yu finally found a reason to reject Wang Hong. As a father, Wang Yu understood Wang Runi's nature very well. When Wang Runi and Wang Renbiao went to Chang'an for a family competition, the devious Wang Runi tried to beat Wang Renbiao through unorthodox means. He got involved with the bandits and kidnapped Li Zishuan's fiancée, almost pushing Li Zishuan and the other generals to the opposite side of the Wang family. If not for Wang Yu's timely intervention, the Wang family would be in an even worse situation now. If Wang Runi was adopted by the second branch, it would be giving Wang Runi a chance to regain his freedom. Without Wang Yu's strict control, Wang Runi would cause even more trouble for the Wang family. But Wang Hong did not think so. He had already lowered his face and begged Wang Yu humbly, but Wang Yu still refused. This was obviously a slap to his face in front of everyone. Big brother, we all watched Runi grow up. Although his personality is a little unpredictable, he is not as bad as you say. Besides, even if he had caused trouble, the second branch should be responsible for it. For the second branch, it's better to have more trouble than to have no descendants. If you really can't bear to part with it, then just take it that I've mentioned it to you before. Wang Hong frowned and mocked with an ugly expression. Ahem. Big brother, you are now in a high position, and you have many children. Why don't you take care of little brother and let Wang Runi be adopted by the second branch? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to adopt benevolence, madam, and I will definitely treat him well and treat him as our own son. In the future, the second branch's family business will also be inherited by him. In the main hall of the Wang family, at the banquet, Wang Hong, who was sitting below Wang Yu, cupped his hands and said to Wang Yu with an embarrassed expression. After all, for a middle-aged man to be childless was definitely a shameful thing for a man. If not for Wang Kuei's repeated exhortations, he would never have mentioned this in front of everyone at this moment. The pressure instantly shifted to Wang Yu's side. Wang Hong had already lowered himself to such a level, and had even put it this way. If Wang Yu still didn't agree, it would be too unreasonable. Thus, everyone at the table turned their gazes to Wang Yu. Chapter 1818. What conditions? In the Wang family's meeting hall, Wang Kuei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Wang Yu had finally agreed to let Wang Ren be adopted by the second branch. However, when he heard the second half of Wang Yu's sentence, he could not help but ask. Wang Yu said solemnly, Wang Ren violated the family rules last year and was imprisoned by this old man in the grievance hall. He will never be able to take a step out of the hall. Although he has been adopted by the second branch this time, his previous mistakes are still there, so his punishment is still there. After the adoption ceremony, he must return to the grievance hall and continue to stay there. As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of Wang Ren, who had just stood up from the ground. After that, he turned to look at Wang Kuei because helping him leave the grievance hall was the condition that Wang Kuei had agreed to back then. Without waiting for Wang Ren to speak, Wang Kuei retorted, Master, you are mistaken. Since Ren has been adopted by the second branch, his life is equivalent to starting over. He has a new name, and he will be Wang Xinyuan of the second branch from now on. The one who made the mistake last year was Wang Ren, so what does it have to do with Wang Xinyuan? Therefore, there is no need to talk about imprisonment. That's right. Since Ren has been adopted by me, then he will be my son from now on. All the mistakes he made in the past should be written off. Wang Hong chimed in at this time. Wang Yu and Princess Tong and both frowned. They hadn't expected Wang Kuei and Wang Hong to be so shameless. Of course, they now understood why Wang Ren was so eager to be adopted by the second branch. Obviously, he wanted to use this matter to clear his name, escape the punishment of imprisonment, and regain his freedom. This was a good plan. However, they did not understand why Wang Kuei would spare no effort to help Wang Ren. Was it simply because the second branch had no children? Princess Tong and felt that things were not so simple. Second elder is really good at planning. He even thought of a new name for Ren in advance. Wang Xinyuan, are you hoping that he can live a new life and have a good start? Wang Yu did not speak, but Princess Tong and could not help but speak first. She first looked at Wang Ren, then at Wang Kuei, her face full of sarcasm. What conditions? In the Wang clan's conference hall, Wang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Wang Yu had finally agreed to let Wang Ren be adopted by the second branch. But when he heard the second half of Wang Yu's sentence, Wang Kuei's heart was in his throat again. Wang Yu said with a serious face, Wang Ren violated the clan's rules last year and was imprisoned by this old man in the grievance hall. He can't take a step out of the hall for the rest of his life. Although he had been adopted by the second branch this time, the mistakes he had made before were still there, and the punishment was still there. After the ceremony is over, he must return to the grievance hall and continue to stay there. As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of Wang Ren, who had just stood up from the ground. After that, he turned to look at Wang Kuei because helping him leave the grievance hall was the condition that Wang Kuei had agreed to back then. Without waiting for Wang Ren to say anything, Wang Kuei retorted, Master, you are wrong. Since Ren has been adopted by the second branch, his life is equivalent to starting anew. He has a new name. He will be Wang Xinyuan of the second branch in the future. The one who made the mistake last year was Wang Ren. What did it have to do with Wang Xinyuan? Therefore, there's no need to talk about imprisonment. Chapter 18-19. Wang Kuei's move of retreating to advance was very effective, directly turning the situation around. Everyone in the meeting hall couldn't help but nod inwardly. First, everyone felt that Wang Kuei's request wasn't excessive. In the end, he just wanted the second branch to continue to have descendants. Second, Wang Kuei had already taken a step back and guaranteed that Wang Rini would never leave Source Peak City. This was already cutting off Wang Rini's future career. Third, Source Peak City was the origin of the Wang family. The Wang family had operated in Source Peak City for many years, and its power could be said to be deeply rooted. Wang Rini could change his appearance and name, and then he would only move within the boundaries of this territory. The imperial court wouldn't know. Thus, the Wang family's third elder looked at Wang Bing and said, "Big brother, second brother just wants to leave an heir for the second branch, and this request isn't excessive. You and the family head should agree, right?" The fourth elder chimed in, "That's right. Big brother. The 5 branches of the Wang family have always been of the same breath and branch. Don't hurt the harmony because of this. And Big brother's request isn't excessive. His Majesty is busy every day. As long as Rini doesn't leave Source Peak City, His Majesty won't know about this." The fifth elder said, "Big brother, please leave an heir for the second branch." The 3 of them had begged Wang Bing and not Wang Yu mainly because they thought that Wang Bing would give them a way out on account of their brotherhood. Reality proved that their actions were effective. A trace of hesitation flashed across Wang Bing's face. He looked at Wang Yu and said after a moment, the family rules can't be abolished, but we can't hurt the harmony of the family." Wang Bing was reminding Wang Yu to stop before going too far. Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, Wang Rini will be adopted by the second branch from now on, and his imprisonment will be lifted. However, he can't take a step out of Source Peak City for the rest of his life. If he violates this, he will be expelled from the Wang family. I hope that second elder will take good care of him in the future. Don't make any mistakes and put the family at a disadvantage." The aristocratic families were a huge group, and they were also a huge body of interests. Even though Wang Yu was the head of the family, there were some things that he couldn't arbitrarily decide. Many times, he had to give in and compromise. As a leader, the most important thing was the way to balance things. "Thank you, family head. Rest assured, patriarch, this old man will definitely take good care of Xin Yuan in the future. I will definitely not let him violate the clan rules again." A smile appeared on Wang Kuei's face. He got up and cupped his hands at Wang Yu. "All right, since the matter has been decided, everyone can leave now." Wang Bing rubbed his forehead and said tiredly. Wang Kuei's move of retreating in order to advance was very effective. He directly turned the situation around. Everyone in the meeting hall couldn't help but secretly nod after hearing this. First of all, everyone felt that Wang Kuei's request was not excessive. In the end, he just wanted the second branch to continue the family line. Secondly, Wang Kuei had already taken a step back and guaranteed that Wang Rini would not leave Taiyuan City for the rest of his life. This was already a disguised form of cutting off Wang Rini's future career. Thirdly, Taiyuan City was the birthplace of the Wang family. The Wang family had operated in Taiyuan City for many years, and its power could be said to be deeply rooted. If Wang Rini changed his appearance and name, and then moved only within the boundaries of this territory, the imperial court would not know. Therefore, the Wang family's third elder looked at Wang Bing and said, "Big brother, second brother just wants to leave an heir for the second branch, and this request is not excessive. You and family head should agree, right?" Chapter 18-20. During the spring and autumn period, Guan Zhong, a great politician and reformer, helped Duke Quan of Qi to rule the world. He reformed the way taxes were collected in the past and implemented the Guan Shanhai. Guan means Guan, Shanhai means mining, casting iron, and boiling salt. This policy created the earliest salt and iron monopoly in China's history. According to Guan Zhong's rough calculation, Qi could earn 60 million yuan a year. Emperor Wu of Han, under the advice of wealth manager Sang Hongyang, in order to strengthen the centralization of power and take back salt and iron and other important economic enterprises from the hands of the rich and powerful, reversing the country's financial situation, he also implemented the salt and iron monopoly and alcohol monopoly. Since then, the salt and iron monopoly system ran through the entire feudal dynasty of China. During the Tang dynasty, more than 90% of the country's mineral veins were in the hands of the imperial court. The remaining less than 10% were in the hands of the important officials and aristocratic families, such as Zhangsun Wuji. As a 1,000-year-old clan, the Wang family also controlled 2 mineral veins. There were only 3 sources of iron and iron for the blacksmiths. The first was to buy it from the local government. The second was to recycle some of the iron that the commoners did not use and reforge it. The third was to buy it from the aristocratic families who owned iron. In Tongfu Inn, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and ordered, "Go and contact the people of the Wang family. Tell them your identity and ask them to cooperate. Find out the identity of this Kong Chang'an as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu bowed. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fist and said, "General, the head of the Wang family, Wang Yu, has returned to Taiyuan. He came back around noon." "Oh? Wang Yu?" Dugu Feiying's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He smiled and said, "The Wang family has been in Taiyuan for many years. They are the local bullies. As for Wang Yu, if I remember correctly, Wang Yu's son, Wang Renbiao, is a good friend of the Duke of Yong'an. Our main purpose of this trip is to protect the safety of the people from Yanhuang College. So, to a certain extent, we should be on the same side as Wang Yu. Get ready and follow me to the Wang family. If we can get their help, it will be very convenient for us to do things in Taiyuan City." As a 1,000-year-old clan, the Wang clan also controlled 2 ore veins. There were only 3 sources for the iron and iron ores required by the common blacksmiths. First, they could buy them from the local government. Second, they could recycle some of the ironware that the common folk didn't use and reforge. Third, they could buy them from the aristocratic families that owned iron ores. Within Tongfu Inn, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment before instructing, "Go get in touch with the Wang clan's people and reveal your identity. Ask them to cooperate and investigate this Kong Chang'an's identity as soon as possible." "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu bowed and accepted the order. After a moment of hesitation, he cupped his fists and said, "General, the head of the Wang family, Wang Yu, has returned to Taiyuan. He came back around noon." "Oh? Wang Yu?" Dugu Feiying's eyes lit up. After pondering for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan for many years and is the local tyrant. As for Wang Yu, if I remember correctly, Wang Yu's son, Wang Renbiao, has a good relationship with the Marquis of Yong'an. Our main purpose of this trip is to protect the safety of the people from Yanhuang College. So, to a certain extent, we should be on the same side as Wang Yu. Get ready and follow me to the Wang family. If we can get their help, it will be very convenient for us to do things in Taiyuan City. Chapter 1821. Constable's son, you are. The arrival of nearly 100 Yamen runners naturally attracted the attention of the host of the fundraising event, Lin Wenyuan. He hurried forward and asked Constable Sunday Lantian County was Li Zishuan's fief, and the host of today's fundraising event was the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. The mastermind behind the scenes was Li Zishuan, so Lin Wenyuan naturally did not misunderstand that Constable's son had brought so many people here to cause trouble. However, he did not expect that the Lantian County Yamen, as the government, would actually send people here today. After all, the fundraising event mainly invited businessmen. Old Master Lin, I am under the orders of County Magistrate He to bring people here to maintain order and ensure that the fundraising event will proceed smoothly. Cough, I hope that Old Master Lin will not be offended by the number of people who came. Constable Sun very politely cupped his fists towards Lin Wenyuan and said. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, What are you saying, Constable Sun? This fundraising event involves a huge sum of money. For the county yamen to send people here, I am naturally more than happy to oblige. Why would I be offended? In a while, I will invite Constable Sun in for tea. Lin Wenyuan was a businessman. If it was in the past, when would he not bow and scrape in front of officials? Now that he was an important member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and had Li Zishuan's protection, he could not help but straighten his back. But even so, he didn't dare to be complacent, arrogant, and despotic, because he knew who gave him everything he had now. He was now dealing with people in the officialdom, adhering to the principle of being neither servile nor overbearing. If people respect him, he will respect them tenfold. He would not embarrass the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, nor would he cause unnecessary trouble for the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. He. Old Master Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. I am just a boor. Today, protecting this Long Men Inn is my duty. You don't have to care about me. In a while, the county magistrate will come personally. Constable Sun smiled and cupped his fists towards Lin Wenyuan. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that not only would the county yamen send a constable to maintain order, even county magistrate he would be coming personally. This was a donation gathering organized by the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Wasn't county magistrate he afraid that his identity would be exposed to gossip? Although that was what he was thinking, Lin Wenyuan remained calm and collected. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, Constable Sun is really diligent and responsible. Then I will go and entertain the guests. When county magistrate he arrives, I will definitely welcome him personally. At this moment, cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. Then, the crowd took the initiative to open up a path. An official in a purple official robe with a golden jade belt at his waist walked toward the Dragon Gate Inn with 7 or 8 low-ranking officials. Looking at the color of the leader's official uniform, he was actually a third-grade official. Whoa! Where did this high-ranking official come from? Looks like he's from Chang'an. Isn't this Minister Xiao from the Ministry of Revenue? What is Minister Xiao doing here? The onlookers were whispering to each other in low voices. It was not that they had not seen high-ranking officials before. Even the emperor had come to Lantian County before. It was just that all third-grade officials and above were important officials of the imperial court. Now that the donation gathering was about to start, a third-grade official suddenly came here. It was inevitable that the crowd could not help but discuss in low voices. Lin Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly went up with the other members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and bowed respectfully. Lin Wenyuan of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce greets Minister Xiao. Chao Wendong from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Feng Zhihua, Zheng Qianjun, Liao Shifan, greets Minister Xiao. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Xiao Yu stopped in his tracks and waved at the crowd. Then he looked at Lin Wenyuan and said, I'm here on orders to take over the money from the donation gathering. Once the gathering is over, the Ministry of Revenue will register all the money and send it back to Chang'an. Boss Lin, when will the donation gathering begin? Li Er had indeed sent people from the Ministry of Revenue over to receive the donations from the fundraiser, but Li Er did not ask Xiao Yu to come over personally. Actually, Xiao Yu only needed to send a few of his little brothers over for this sort of thing. However, this old man had previously made a bet with Li Er on whether this fundraiser could raise enough funds for a 150,000-man army. Naturally, he wanted to come over personally to see for himself. Merchants valued profits, and Xiao Yu did not think that these merchants would be so generous as to donate money to the court. This was because this matter did not benefit them at all. At this moment, he was already thinking about where the court would get the money if the donation gathering did not raise enough money. After all, Li Er's edict had already been sent to the various provinces and counties. The elite soldiers of the various provinces were gathering in Chang'an. The fact that the Northern Expedition Army had increased by 150,000 was already an indisputable fact. As the Minister of Revenue, he naturally had to think of ways to raise money. Little did old man Xiao know that calling on merchants to raise money for the country was only Li Zishuan's first method. Even if it failed, Li Zishuan had 10,000 ways to make up for it. For example, he could use the Yan Huang Bank to get a loan from the court, or the court could issue war bonds to the people. Once the war was won, they would return the money to the people. Every method could easily solve the current dilemma of the court. The reason why Li Zishuan prioritized the donation gathering was because he wanted to use this opportunity to arouse the patriotism of the Tang people and build momentum for the upcoming war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. History tells us that only by mobilizing the masses and gaining the support of the people can we win the war. At this moment, Lin Wenyuan looked at the sundial in front of the Longmen Inn. It was still a little short of the agreed time. However, he could not let Xiao Yu, the Minister of Revenue, stand outside and wait. After all, Xiao Yu was an elder who had lived through several dynasties. His position in the court was important. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "The donation gathering will begin soon. Minister Xiao, please come in." Then, he ordered the servants, "Open the door. Invite the guests to take their seats." "Yes, Master." The servant of the Lin clan bowed and ran to open the door of the inn. Lin Wenyuan and the others invited Xiao Yu to enter first. Xiao Yu did not refuse. When they entered the hall on the first floor of the inn, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss Lin, this inn is really luxurious. It doesn't pale in comparison to Yanhuang College at all. How extravagant. No wonder it's the #1 inn in Lantian County." As busy as Xiao Yu was, he naturally didn't have time to visit the Longmen Inn in Lantian County. He had heard of the reputation of the Longmen Inn, but he had never seen it in person. Seeing it for the first time today, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Minister Xiao, you flatter me. How can this inn be compared to Yanhuang College, the holy land of the literary world? Please take a seat." As they spoke, they had already arrived in the hall. Lin Wenyuan pointed to the seat of honor and invited Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's status was the highest here, so there was nothing wrong with inviting him to the seat of honor. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, "I'm only here to observe. Boss Lin, you are the host of this fundraiser. How can I steal the limelight?" After saying that, he led a few officials from the Ministry of Revenue to the first row on the left. Seeing this, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu's arrival had caught him off guard. If the other party wanted to interfere with the fundraiser, he really didn't have any good countermeasures. After all, Li Zishuan wasn't here. How could he, a mere merchant, go against a high official of the imperial court like Xiao Yu? At this moment, Xiao Yu gave up the seat of honor and took the initiative to sit down. He was undoubtedly expressing his attitude to Lin Wenyuan. In this fundraiser, he was only responsible for counting the money and wouldn't interfere with the process. "Go prepare some fruits and snacks and send them to Minister Xiao. Oh, go take out this old man's collection of immortal tea and make a pot for Minister Xiao." Lin Wenyuan ordered the manservant beside him to return the favor. "Yes, Master." The servant received the order and left. At this moment, long tables had been set up on both sides of the inn. The merchants who came to participate in the fundraiser had to sign in here and indicate the amount of money they wanted to donate. Of course, in order to verify their identity, they also needed to show the next shop's deed. After everything was ready, the staff would return a rectangular plate with the amount of money donated, the donor, and the shop's name on it. Only then could they enter. This was mainly to increase the efficiency of the fundraiser. Although the area of the first floor of the Longmen Inn was large, there was a limit to its capacity. It was impossible to let all the people outside in. Not long after, Lantian County's county magistrate he arrived with a group of officials. With Xiao Yu, a third-rank official, in front of him, Lin Wenyuan didn't have much fear and trepidation when he greeted Magistrate He. However, he deliberately arranged Magistrate He's seat next to Xiao Yu's, which made Magistrate He look at him with admiration. At 6 in the afternoon, all the merchants outside the inn finished signing in and took their seats in the hall. At a rough glance, there were about 600 to 700 people. As for those who hadn't arrived yet, as long as the fundraiser wasn't over yet, they could still continue participating after signing in. This was the humane aspect of the fundraiser. It was worth mentioning that Li Yu had brought the reporters from the editorial department of Tang Daily over as well. Of course, they were not there to donate money, but to record this patriotic event so that they could publish it in tomorrow's newspaper. It was a hot summer day, but the hall on the first floor of the Longmen Inn was abnormally cool. This was because there were buckets of ice placed around the hall. In front of each bucket, there was a maid holding a fan to fan it. It was like a human air conditioner. As such, the people in the hall naturally didn't feel the heat. After hearing the waiter report that the merchants outside had all entered, Lin Wenyuan walked to the front of the crowd. He held the latest loudspeaker developed by the Strange Taste Pavilion, which was a handheld megaphone. He faced the crowd and said, "Dear friends from the business world, I am Lin Wenyuan. On behalf of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and Marquis, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you." Although Lin Wenyuan didn't shout hysterically, his voice reverberated throughout the hall. The merchants who had been whispering to each other a moment ago immediately quieted down. After Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the crowd. His attitude was sincere and his expression was sincere. This fundraiser wasn't just beneficial to the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. It was also beneficial to the imperial court and the people of the world. However, Lin Wenyuan could only represent the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. As for the imperial court and the people of the world, he wouldn't dare to represent them. "Boss Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people." At this moment, someone in the hall said loudly. Once this was said, many people immediately echoed his words. "That's right, that's right. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of the people. We are here to do our part for the Great Tang. That's right, that's right. Without the stability of the country, how can we merchants do business? Boss Lin, there's no need to be so courteous. We are doing our best for the country, and also for ourselves." The voices of agreement from the crowd moved Xiao Yu slightly. He hadn't expected these merchants to have such a high level of awareness. Regardless of whether these people were sincere or not, since they were able to enter the Longmen Inn today, it meant that they were here to donate money. This was real money. Chapter 1822. Good. Everyone has spoken well. The hall on the first floor of the Dragon Gate Inn looked like a modern academic lecture hall. Lin Wenyuan stood in front of the crowd, raised the loudspeaker, and spoke loudly. "The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all people. The Great Tang is not a Great Tang of one person, but a Great Tang of all people. Although we merchants have never been paid by the imperial court, we have been able to do business in peace precisely because His Majesty and the Emperor Emeritus established the Great Tang, ending the chaotic era of the Sui and creating a golden age of peace for the people of the realm. And now, the Turks harbor wild ambitions against our Great Tang, repeatedly invading our borders. A war is inevitable between the Great Tang and the Turks. Although we merchants normally do not speak of national affairs, if the Great Tang is defeated in this war, the Central Plains will fall into chaos. We will all become slaves of a conquered country, so where will we go to do business? The common people say that merchants value profit, but Marquis once said to this old man that value profit and righteousness. What matters is the person, not the status. Those who value profit in their bones, no matter what status they have, will place profit above all else, and vice versa. Now that the country is in danger, if we don't value righteousness, how can we talk about profit in the future? Today, I have gathered all of you here in the hope that you can place the country's righteousness above all else and contribute money and strength to the imperial court to raise military funds so that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and bring peace to the Great Tang's borders and its people. Lin Wenyuan's speech had come from his heart, and his words were forceful and forceful. Through the loudspeaker, his emotional voice resounded through the hall, and even the common people outside the Dragon Gate Inn could hear him clearly. At this time, emotional words were often the most touching and infectious. Especially since most of the people present today were businessmen, they could empathize with Lin Wenyuan's words. After Lin Wenyuan's words, those old foxes, who had been in the business world for a long time and had become sophisticated in the business world, could not help but be slightly moved. They could clearly sense something surging in their bodies, hot blood. Yes, it was hot blood, a blood that many merchants had not felt in a long time. Once upon a time, they had also felt a passion to serve the country, but time had slowly worn it away and obliterated it by the different views of the people of the world. But at this moment, Lin Wenyuan had awakened that hot blood in their bodies. That's right. It wasn't that businessmen valued profits, but anyone could value profits. This had nothing to do with one's identity. It was all up to them to choose to be righteous. If most of the merchants could choose to be righteous in the face of a national crisis, they might be able to take off the hat of being greedy in the future. In addition, most of the merchants present had experienced the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. Some of them had even heard of the 5 barbarians' rebellion from more than 100 years ago from the elders of the older generation. They knew that people's lives were like grass in troubled times, let alone doing business. When the common people had problems even surviving, who would go to the merchants to buy things? Therefore, as soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, the merchants in the hall on the first floor of the inn couldn't help but respond in kind. Well said, Boss Lin. It said that businessmen value profits, so let's do it for the sake of the country and donate military funds to the country. That's right. No matter what, the imperial court has to defeat the Turks this time. Otherwise, how will we do business in the future? Boss Lin, hurry up and start. This old man wants to donate 5,000 strings of cash. I want to donate 8,000 strings of cash. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd below, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. He raised his left hand, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. The merchants in the hall gave him face. After all, he was currently representing Li Zishuan. The hall quickly quieted down. Lin Wenyuan raised the megaphone in his right hand and continued speaking. Good. Then the fundraising event will now officially begin. This fundraising event was personally organized by Marquis, but Marquis has important matters to attend to at the moment and is unable to attend in person. He entrusted this old man to preside over this fundraising event. Then this Lin will throw a brick to attract Jade. For this fundraising event, the Lin family is willing to contribute 25,000 strings of cash to assist the imperial court. Chapter 1823. Hiss. They're all from the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. And each of them donated more than 10,000 strings of cash. TSK. Together, that's more than 100,000 strings of cash, right? They're too generous, aren't they? That's more than 10,000 strings of cash. Heh. What's so strange about that? The Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce monopolizes the trade of bicycles, new carriages, celestial tea, footballs, and other exotic items in the Great Tang. The members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce earn huge profits every year. Naturally, it's not something small shops like ours can compare to. TSK. I wonder how I can become a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. This world was like a pyramid. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid were always in the minority. The merchants who came to the fundraiser today were the same. Wealthy people like Lin Wenyuan and Chao Wendong were in the minority after all. Most of them belonged to the category of those who had little family wealth. After the grand opening of the fundraiser, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in private. Wang Peng of the treasure house donates 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, when the name Lin Wenyuan read out was finally not from the flaming yellow chamber of commerce, his next sentence caused another huge uproar. Wow! 30,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly? Oh my God! It's finally not from the flaming yellow chamber of commerce, but this person actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, the same amount as Marquis. Where did this Wang Peng of the treasure house come from? He's actually willing to donate so much money? The merchants sitting in the hall on the first floor of the inn were in an uproar. What did they hear? Someone actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, an amount comparable to Li Zishuan. More importantly, this person was not from the flaming yellow chamber of commerce? Where did this Wang Peng of the treasure house come from? For a moment, this question surfaced in everyone's mind. But after regaining their senses, many people immediately reacted. After all, most of the people present were merchants from Chang'an City or nearby Chang'an. If I remember correctly, this treasure house belongs to the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Renbiao. Wang Renbiao? Isn't Wang Renbiao also from the flaming yellow chamber of commerce? After all this time, he's still from the flaming yellow chamber of commerce. Wang family of Taiyuan? Did that mean that the Wang family of Taiyuan was also participating in this fundraising event? TSK, with the Wang family's financial resources, they can really take out 30,000 strings of cash. No. This treasure house is the private property of the Wang family's eldest young master. It doesn't belong to the Wang family of Taiyuan. Then why didn't young master Wang donate in his own name, but in the name of the treasure house's shopkeeper? Yes. If I could donate that much money, I would definitely donate it in my own name. Soon, someone revealed the background of the treasure house. Wang Renbiao, the owner behind the scenes, also surfaced. However, many people were somewhat puzzled. Why did Wang Renbiao give this opportunity to make a name for himself to his own shopkeeper instead of himself? However, there was no lack of smart people present. An old man explained to his companion in a low voice, the eldest young master of the Wang family is now the provincial governor of Qizhou and represents the Qizhou officialdom. This donation drive is mainly for us merchants. It will be inconvenient for the eldest young master of the Wang family to donate money in his own name. Therefore, he can only participate in the name of his shop's shopkeeper. His words were reasonable and instantly received the agreement of many people. Now, looking at the whole Tang dynasty, it was extremely rare to see someone like Li Zishuan, who was a high official in the imperial court and openly engaged in the business of merchants among the people. Most people in the officialdom would only let their family members or subordinates engage in the business of merchants behind the scenes and would not put it out in the open. The following facts prove that it was indeed as the old man had guessed. Li Jingchu of the Li Family Carriage Company of Yong County in Qizhou donates 2,000 strings of cash. While the crowd was discussing in low voices, Lin Wenyuan did not stop and immediately read out the next name. The reason why he was so anxious was because the client of these two donations was the same person. In the middle back row, a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up and walked forward with 2 cards in his hands. Then, the old man showed the cards in his hands to the crowd. One of them had 30,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Zhu Baozhai, while the other had 2,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Li Jingchu of the Li Family Carriage Company. After showing the cards, the old man put the cards in his hands into the cardboard box. Then, under the guidance of the venue staff, he went up to the second floor of the inn to pay the corresponding donation amount. This old man was actually the client of both donations. Seeing this, the people below could not help but discuss again. What is the relationship between the Li family carriage company and Zhu Baozhai? No, it should be the relationship between the eldest son of the Wang family and this Li Jingchu. Why did they let Wang Peng donate their money? Li Jingchu? From the name, it sounds like a girl. TSK, 2,000 strings of cash, this girl is really generous. I think I have heard of this Li Jingchu. A few days ago, I sent the shopkeeper to Qizhou to deliver a batch of goods. At that time, I heard that the governor of Qizhou, Wang Renbiao, would be marrying a commoner girl in a few days. That girl is called Li Jingchu. Huh. So the two of them are husband and wife. Then why are they donating separately? They can just be combined. Hee. Who knows? For a moment, the crowd started to gossip about Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu in private. Very soon, the truth of the matter was more or less restored. After all, they were businessmen. In this world, they were the ones with the most up-to-date information. At that moment, Lin Wenyuan threw out another bombshell. Li Cheng, the shopkeeper of the ingenious craftsman pavilion, donates 30,000 strings of cash. Whoosh! This time, Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the first row on the left, could not help but narrow his eyes, and he looked slightly shocked. At that moment, not only were the people in the hall shocked, but even the onlookers outside the Long Men Inn were also in an uproar. 30,000 strings of cash, another 30,000 strings of cash. What's the background of this ingenious craftsman pavilion? However, this time, the background of the ingenious craftsman pavilion was dug out very quickly. The ingenious craftsman pavilion? The ingenious craftsman pavilion in Chang and West City? Isn't that the shop of that person in the palace? That person in the palace? Who is it? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. What? His Highness the Crown Prince? How is that possible? Shoo. Lower your voice. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he donated. What? His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce? How much money did the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce donate? Let me count this, it's actually 190,000 strings of cash. The crowd discussed fervently. With Wang Renbiao as an example, everyone understood very well why Li Qingxian did not use his own name but someone else's. As they discussed, a pale, beardless old man walked up with a card in his hand. It was the shopkeeper of the ingenious craftsman pavilion, Li Cheng. At this point, the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce had all donated. The donation amount was 190,000 strings of cash. Everyone who thought of this was shocked. Even Xiaoyu was no exception. He had expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be rich and would be the main force of this donation drive. However, he never expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be so generous. The donation drive had only started for less than 15 minutes, and they had already donated 190,000 strings of cash. To be precise, it was 190,000 strings of cash, including Li Jingchu's 2,000 strings of cash. A few days ago, he had made a bet with Li Er that the donation drive would not be able to raise enough money for the military. However, in such a short period of time, he had already raised 190,000 strings of cash. He was only 58,000 strings of cash away from the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash that he and Li Er had set. There were a total of 600 to 700 people attending the donation drive today. The remaining people donated an average of 100 strings of cash each, which was enough to reach the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash. The power of merchants. For the first time, Xiaoyu realized that when merchants united, they could also exert a force that could not be ignored. The donation drive continued. Lin Wenyuan's voice was still echoing in the hall, Chengji Wineries Cheng Ruisong donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingji Clothing Shops Yu Guangxian donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingfeng Grain Shops In Shixiang donates 5,000 strings of cash. Hengli Satin Shop Su Hongyu donates 5,000 strings of cash. Baochang Pawn Shops Lu Yuchuan donates 4,000 strings of cash. Yifeng Ironware Shops Zhangsun Chao donates 4,000 strings of cash. As Lin Wenyuan's voice rose and fell, the people sitting in the hall and outside the Dragon Gate Inn were not idle either. Everyone was amazed by the tycoons of the donors while secretly guessing the background of the shops. Although some of the shops had mediocre backgrounds, some of the shops had deep backgrounds. Most of the people present were merchants near the capital, so they were naturally well informed about Chang'an. Soon, they had dug up the backgrounds of some of the shops. Isn't this Duke Lu's winery? He also sent people to donate money? Hey! Isn't this Duke Yi's shop? This shop belongs to Duke Yi's family. There's actually a shop belonging to Duke Zhao's family. Everyone was shocked to discover that not only did Wang Renbiao and Li Qingqian from the imperial court send people to participate in this donation drive, but other civil and military officials like Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others also sent people to participate in this donation drive, and all of them donated a considerable amount. Sitting on the left side of the row, Xiaoyu finally could not remain calm. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. If Wang Renyi and Li Qingqian were to participate in the donation drive because they were members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, it was still reasonable. However, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other civil and military officials also came. That was completely out of his expectations. Crazy. Crazy. This was clearly a donation drive that was open to the merchants of the Great Tang. Why did all the civil and military officials of the imperial court come? That's not right. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others all donated money. If I don't donate, then wouldn't. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's hand that was stroking his beard trembled violently, and he almost pulled his beard out. This was because he suddenly realized a problem: he had been scammed. Chapter 1824. Taiyuan City, the Wang clan's ancestral home. Master, there's someone outside who says he wants to see you. In a courtyard near the northwest of the Wang clan, a manservant walked into a side hall and reported to Wang Yu. Who wants to see me? Wang Yu was in the middle of resolving family matters. Speaking of which, since his second son had requested to be adopted by the second branch, as his father, he naturally had to ask Wang Renyi's birth mother, Madame Cui, about this. His intuition told him that Wang Renyi's adoption was not as simple as it seemed, and Madame Cui had returned to the ancestral home several months ago. In theory, she should know some secrets. But before he could ask a few questions, the manservant said that someone was looking for him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He had only returned to Taiyuan a few hours ago, so why was someone already looking for him? The manservant held an item in his hand and bowed to Wang Yu. Master, that person did not say. He only asked this lowly one to present this item to Master. He said that once Master sees this item, you will definitely see him. Oh? Let this old man see. Wang Yu raised his brows and ordered the manservant. Yes. Master. The manservant naturally accepted the order and stepped forward to hand the item in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu stretched out his hand to receive it. The manservant handed over a token wrapped in brocade. Wang Yu lifted the brocade and focused his eyes to see that it was actually a token. After clearly seeing the words engraved on the token, his eyes trembled, and then he quickly wrapped the token up again. He then instructed the manservant, "Take a look at the token. Hurry and invite him in." "Yes. Master." The manservant obeyed and left. Wang Yu turned to Princess Tong and Wang Renyi's birth mother, Cui Qinfang. After a few moments of thought, he said, "Madam, Qin Fang, return to the rear courtyard and rest. This old man has some matters to take care of." Princess Tong and had wanted to ask Wang Yu what had happened, but when she heard this, she stood up and looked at Wang Yu, then at Cui Qin Fang, who was sitting across from him. Without saying anything, she turned and left. Cui Qin Fang bowed and said, "Yes, Master. This concubine will take her leave." After bowing, Cui Qin Fang followed Princess Tong and out the door. Although Wang Rini had been adopted by the second branch and had completely become a member of the second branch, as his mother, as long as Wang Yu did not divorce her, she would always be a member of the eldest branch and had to live under the roof of the eldest branch. After the two women left, Wang Yu was the only one left in the room. Not long after, the manservant from before came in with a young man in tight clothes. Wang Yu waved his hand at the manservant and ordered, "You can leave first. Close the door while you're at it. Without my orders, don't let anyone come close to this place." The manservant's expression turned cold as he bowed to receive the order and said, "Yes, Master." The manservant left and closed the door. Only then did the young man cup his fists and bow to Wang Yu. "This general, Dugu Feiying, greets Provincial Governor Wang." That's right, the young man who came to see Wang Yu was Dugu Feiying. The fish talisman he had the manservant pass in was the Imperial Army's general. This could directly prove his identity. It was because of this that Wang Yu dismissed the others in the room. The Imperial Army would not leave the capital so easily. Now that an Imperial Army soldier had come to Taiyuan and had not revealed his identity to the manservant and only passed the fish talisman to Wang Yu, it meant that he did not want others to know his identity. At the same time, it also meant that this Imperial Army soldier did not want others to know the purpose of his visit. So it's a brat from the Dugu family. Have a seat. Hearing this, Wang Yu laughed and threw the fish talisman in his hand to Dugu Feiying. He pointed to the chair beside him and said, "The Dugu family was a noble family from the North Zhou to the Sui dynasty. The founding empress of the Sui dynasty and Li Yuan's first wife were all from the Dugu family. Although the Dugu family was not as powerful as the 5 families and 7 nobles, they were not far behind." Therefore, after hearing Dugu Feiying's identity, Wang Yu's attitude became very polite. However, Dugu Feiying did not sit down as he was told. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang. However, this general still has military affairs to attend to. I came here today to ask Provincial Governor Wang for a favor. After I'm done, this general will leave." Seeing that Dugu Feiying's tone was hurried, Wang Yu did not have the intention to continue the small talk. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked, "General Dugu, please tell me what you need. If I can help, I will do my best to help." Hearing this, Dugu Feiying was overjoyed. He quickly said, "To be honest, this general came to Taiyuan with my brother mainly to protect the safety of His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College. This general brought people to Taiyuan yesterday. My brother, Prince Wei, and the others will only arrive at Taiyuan at dusk today." After this general arrived at Taiyuan city, he discovered a group of extremely suspicious people who were suspected to be Turkic spies hiding in Taiyuan. This general was worried that this person would harm Prince Wei and the others, so I sent people to monitor him. Who knew that he would disappear right under the noses of this general's subordinates? Dugu Feiying made a long story short. He told Wang Yu about what he had encountered after arriving at Taiyuan city, as well as the 2 key suspects, Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an. Hearing this, Wang Yu frowned. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "You said that His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College are coming to Taiyuan? I wonder if you can tell me their purpose in coming to Taiyuan?" It wasn't that he wanted to pry for information, but he didn't understand. Even if Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an were Turkic spies in Taiyuan city, why would they harm Li Tai and the others? If he wanted to help Dugu Feiying solve this problem, he had to understand the cause and effect of this matter. Hearing Wang Yu ask this question, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but look troubled. Seeing this, Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. Since it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Don't violate military discipline because of this old man. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Dugu Feiying hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's no harm in telling you. His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the others have come to Taiyuan to complete a top-secret mission from Yanhuang College, which is to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City. It will be used to quickly transmit information between the frontline soldiers and the imperial court when they attack the Turks in 2 months. His Majesty is worried that the Turks will send people to obstruct or harm His Royal Highness after learning of His Royal Highness's purpose, so he sent me and my brother to lead 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to escort him. When we were in Shihe County in Fan Province, my brother suspected that we were being followed, so he sent me to Taiyuan City first to clean up the hidden dangers in the city. Unexpectedly, the suspects escaped. The Wang clan has operated in Taiyuan for many years. If Provincial Governor Wang is willing to help, it won't be difficult to find those 2 people in Taiyuan City in a short time." As the head of the Wang clan and the Provincial Governor of Sui Province, Wang Yu couldn't be unaware of the pros and cons of this matter. Moreover, Wang Yu had a close relationship with the imperial family and Li Zishuan. He couldn't possibly reveal this secret and put Li Tai and the others in danger. It was precisely because of these prerequisites that Dugu Feiying told Wang Yu the true purpose of Li Tai's trip. He believed that Wang Yu would definitely keep this secret. Yanhuang College? A telegraph relay station. Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, "General Dugu, rest assured. This old man will do his best to help this matter that concerns Prince Wei's safety and Yanhuang College's mission." Just as Dugu Feiying thought, Wang Yu was the emperor's son-in-law. His son and Li Zishuan were close friends. He was now firmly tied to the imperial court's war chariot. When it came to the safety of Li Zishuan's son and Li Zishuan's students, he couldn't just stand by and watch. At this point, Wang Yu muttered to himself for a moment before continuing, "This old man hasn't been in Taiyuan for a long time. The affairs of the clan are handled by second elder. You just said that you suspect that the Chuji Ironware Shop and Zhu Hongsheng are accomplices, and the Chuji Ironware Shop's daily iron ore needs come from the Wang clan. This old man will immediately send people to the clan to investigate this clue. In addition, this old man will use all the resources of the Wang clan to find Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an in Taiyuan City as soon as possible." Wang Yu's words meant that in the next few hours, all of the Wang clan's overt and covert spies, guards, servants, shopkeepers, and servants in Taiyuan City would be involved in the search for Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an. Dugu Feiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his fists and said to Wang Yu, "Many thanks, Provincial Governor Wang. Since that's the case, this general will take his leave first." With the help of the Wang clan, who had been entrenched in Taiyuan City for many years, he believed that Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an wouldn't be able to hide for long. Then, he would be able to free up his hands to investigate if there were any other hidden dangers in the city. "Good. General Dugu, please go. This old man will arrange for people to help you." Wang Yu got up and sent him off. Dugu Feiying nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yu looked at Dugu Feiying's departing back and sighed, his expression grim. A moment later, he also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked toward the courtyard of the second branch. But neither he nor Dugu Feiying noticed that on the roof, there was an ordinary-looking man in grey robes. At this moment, he had also quietly left the courtyard. Chapter 1825. Young master, that's all. In the side courtyard of the Wang family's second branch, a thin man in grey robes greeted Wang Rini. "Oh, no, he should be called Wang Xinyuan now." The thin man whispered something into Wang Xinyuan's ear. In the end, he took a step back and cupped his fists. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. After a moment, he said with a smile, "You did a good job. As for grandfather, I will ask for a reward for you after this matter is done. Thank you, young master. But this is what I should do. The grey-robed thin man's face remained unmoved as he said indifferently. Wang Xianyuan didn't take it to heart. Instead, he asked with a smile, "You are Wang Li, right?" The thin man in grey's eyes flashed slightly and said, "You have a good memory, young master." He was a subordinate of the Wang family's second elder and belonged to the Wang family's shadow guard. Although the Wang family's shadow guard was a force that the Wang family had secretly nurtured for many years and directly took orders from the patriarch, the 5 branches of the Wang family all had their own forces within the shadow guard, and this Wang Li was the commander of one of the Wang family's shadow guard squads. His original name was Guo Li, and after his parents died when he was young, he was taken in by Wang Kuei and entered the Wang family. He first became a guard of the Wang family, and then, under Wang Kuei's arrangements, he entered the Wang family's shadow guard. Many years later, he actually became one of the 5 leaders of the Wang family's shadow guard, and was even bestowed the surname of the main family, becoming the current Wang Li. In terms of loyalty, Wang Li was naturally loyal to the Wang family, to Wang Yu, the head of the family, and to Wang Kuei. However, for him, loyalty to Wang Kuei took precedence over the other 2. Wang Xinyuan asked meaningfully, I know a little about the realm of martial artists like you. I wonder what realm you are in now." Wang Li didn't understand why Wang Xinyuan asked this, but he still replied, "Fortunately, I was nurtured by second elder. I reached the peak of Qi transformation 3 years ago, but I didn't make any obvious progress in these 3 years. Now I am only half a step into the Guru realm." Half a step into the Guru realm. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but murmur, "That's still far from Li Zishuan." Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Wang Li. After all, those who practiced martial arts had sharper ears than ordinary people. The corner of the latter's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was rumored that Li Zishuan had stepped into the supreme power realm at the age of 20 last year. Such an amazing martial arts genius was rarely seen in hundreds of years. How could he compare with him? Speaking of which, if he had Li Zishuan's talent, there would be countless sect leaders fighting to recruit him. Why would he settle for being a lowly guard in the Wang clan? The atmosphere stagnated for a moment before Wang Xinyuan continued, "I know that you are loyal to grandfather, but since grandfather sent you here, did he tell you that you have to listen to my commands during this period of time? Second elder has already instructed this subordinate to be at young master's disposal for this month." Wang Li cupped his fists and said. In fact, he really looked down on Wang Xinyuan, who betrayed his father for glory, and took the initiative to be adopted by the second branch. However, due to Wang Kuei's orders, he didn't show his disdain on his face. Wang Xinyuan smiled, and then his face suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, "I don't only want you to obey me on the surface, but I also want you to obey me in your heart. Listen, as long as you follow me and work hard, I will not only help you become the commander of the Wang clan's secret guards in the future, but I will also ask an expert to help you break through to the supreme power realm." How could someone as smart as him not see that Wang Li was only obeying him on the surface and was not convinced in his heart? It was because of this that he said these words to Wang Li. He had just arrived at the second branch and had no one to rely on. Although Wang Kuei was so good to him now, the 2 of them were mostly using each other. When Wang Kuei successfully took control of the family, where would he go and where would he go? Therefore, it was necessary for him to cultivate some forces for himself before that. Wang Li was moved, but the waves in his heart were quickly calmed down. He said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, young master." He didn't accept or refuse. His attitude was ambiguous and ambiguous. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. My words are always effective. However, the most important thing now is that you must help me with this matter in front of you. Wang Xinyuan knew that the other party didn't believe him, but at the moment he was really poor. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Fortunately, he didn't continue to force him, but said lightly, "It's all up to young master." Wang Li cupped his fists and said. His attitude was no longer as frivolous as before. Wang Xinyuan nodded secretly and said, "Continue to monitor the family head. Report to me immediately if there is any new situation. However, you must be careful to hide and not be discovered." Chapter 1826. Provincial Governor, the Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force. All the peddlers and servants in the city have also heard the news. Source Peak City is in chaos. Source Peak City, back hall of the Bing Province Provincial Governor's residence. An old man in scholarly robes cupped his hands at a dignified middle-aged man in official robes. This middle-aged man was the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan. When Li Zishuan intercepted Wu Jia at Longmen Pass, he had borrowed troops from him. The Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force? Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned and couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened that made all the hidden guards of the Wang clan come out and cause such a commotion? Although Wang Liaoyuan was a collateral descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was now the provincial governor of Bing Province, which meant that he represented the imperial court. The sudden appearance of the Wang family's shadow guards and such a big commotion put him in a difficult position. The scholar cupped his hands and said, "This old man doesn't know. I only heard that the Wang family is searching for two people in the city. One is a Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongsheng who just arrived in Source Peak 2 days ago. The other is the owner of the Chuji ironware shop, Kong Chang'an." Wang Liaoyuan was even more confused. He muttered, "A Turkic merchant and the owner of an ironware shop. Why is the Wang family looking for them?" After a moment of silence, Wang Liaoyuan stood up and said, "Have someone prepare a carriage. This official is going to the Wang family ancestral residence." He had heard that Wang Yu had just returned to Source Peak and wanted to meet him. At this time, a soldier came in and cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan. "Provincial Governor, the Wang family head has sent someone to deliver a letter. He says that it must be opened by you." "Oh? Bring it here." Wang Liaoyuan's expression shifted as he hurriedly ordered the soldier. "Here." The soldier came forward and handed the letter to Wang Liaoyuan with both hands. Wang Liaoyuan took the letter and saw that it was sealed with wax. His expression turned solemn. He did not immediately open the letter. Wang Liaoyuan said to the soldier, "You can leave first." "Yes." The soldier received the order and left. Only then did Wang Liaoyuan open the letter. There were only a few words in the letter, but Wang Liaoyuan's expression suddenly became more solemn. The scholar at the side couldn't help but ask curiously, "Provincial Governor, what did the Wang clan's head say in the letter?" Wang Liaoyuan immediately put away the letter and said with his hands behind his back, "The Wang family's hidden guards have been mobilized under the orders of the imperial court. Tell the guards to not act recklessly and not to obstruct them. Do what you should do as usual." "The imperial court's order?" The old scholar was startled when he heard this. When he came to his senses, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Understood." With that, he turned around and left. Wang Yu had expected that the provincial governor's office would definitely receive news of the Wang clan's actions and take action. That was why he wrote a letter to Wang Liaoyuan. However, in this letter, he did not explain too much, nor did he ask Wang Liaoyuan to mobilize the bailiffs of the provincial government to help him search. This was because this matter concerned the safety of Li Tai and the others, as well as the Turkic spy. The fewer people who knew, the better. Dugu Feiying had told him to keep this a secret. In addition, the Wang clan's ability to find people in Taiyuan City was far superior to the provincial governor's office. There was no need for the guards of the provincial capital to get involved in this matter. Although Wang Yu's letter was abnormally simple, Wang Liaoyuan could tell from the few words that there was something unusual about this matter. As for what exactly was unusual, he could not guess. This Taiyuan city will probably be in chaos soon. Wang Liaoyuan stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Chapter 1827. Yuzhou was located to the northeast of Chang'an. Together with Ji, Yun, and Feng provinces, they formed a firm military barrier on the northern border of the Great Tang. 70 li north of Yuzhou, one would enter the territory of the Turks. Another 30 li north would bring one to the Tuli Khan's Yatan. For a Khagan of the steppe to set up his tent on the border of the Great Tang seemed extremely illogical, but there was a reason behind it. The Tuli Khagan was a member of the Ashina clan named Shparga, and he was the son of Shibi Khagan. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. Shparga was too young to succeed the throne, so his uncle, Silafoshi, succeeded him and was given the title of Chuluo Khagan. After Chuluo Khagan succeeded the throne, he appointed Shparga as Nibu Khagan and placed him in the eastern part of the Turks. The land bordered the northern part of Yuzhou. In this way, if the Great Tang attacked the Turks in the future, Shparga's subordinates would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack and be able to hold off the Chuluo Khagan for a while. If the Turks attacked the Great Tang, Shparga's subordinates would be the vanguard and charge into the enemy lines for Chuluo Khagan. If Shibi Khagan knew in the netherworld that his brother treated his son like this, would he be so angry that he would flip open his coffin lid? But this was not the end. In the fourth year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Shparga's other uncle took over the throne, becoming the current Shieli Khagan. After Shieli Khagan took the throne, in order to win over the old subordinates of Shibi Khagan, he appointed Shparga as Little Khagan and put him in charge of the chitons and swans. However, the location of Tuli's tent did not change. It was still connected to Yuzhou in the south, located in the eastern part of the Turks. It was a special, military barrier between Li Er and Shieli. At this moment, a caravan was traveling on the steppe, and they were heading in the direction of Tuli Khagan's tent. There were 20-some people in this caravan. The leader of the caravan was slightly plump and wore a round collar made of green silk. A belt was tied around his waist, and his long hair was not tied up. Instead, it was tied into small braids that casually draped over his shoulders. This was the typical attire of the Turks. The 20-some people behind the merchant were all dressed in coarse leather clothes, their hair braided, style, with scimitars at their waists. All of them appeared Turks. Obviously, these people were the merchant's escorts. In addition to the people, there were more than 10 carriages accompanying the caravan. They were the kind of carriages that were used to transport goods, not people. Through the door of the carriage, one could see that the interior of the carriage was filled with a dazzling array of goods. There were silk, porcelain, and even daily utensils in the boiler. The caravan traveled on the prairie at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a group of soldiers wearing leather clothes and armor and holding curved sabers galloped towards them. "Stop right there." When the group of soldiers arrived in front of the caravan, they immediately reined in their horses and stopped. The leading soldier's face darkened as he asked loudly, "Who are you people?" As for the language spoken by the soldiers, it was naturally not Han, but Turkic. Ever since Tumun defeated the Ruran in 552 AD and established the Turkic Khaganate, the Turks had continued to expand for 200-some years until the Uyghurs defeated the white-browed Khagan in 745 AD. At their peak, they had occupied the Mongolian Plateau, the Yungar Basin, and the Central Asian steppe. As a powerful nomadic people active in the northern steppe of China, the Turks had an important influence on the history of China, Central Asia, and the rest of the world. In addition, the Turks were also the first nomadic people in China to possess their own writing system and language. Several hundred years ago, the Xiongnu and Ruran did not have their own language or writing system. They only used Chinese characters. "We're from the Pugu tribe. On the orders of our tribal chief, we've just brought back a batch of Great Tang specialties from Taiyuan to offer to the Great Khan." In the face of these soldiers, the merchant remained unperturbed. After sizing up these 10-some soldiers, he placed his right hand on his left chest, bowed, and then began to speak in fluent Turkic. What was strange was that this was clearly the territory of the Tuli Khagan, but this merchant was clearly standing on the side of Xianxia. It was truly perplexing. Was he not afraid that these soldiers would kill or capture all of them and bring them to the Tuli camp? However, after hearing the merchant's reply, those soldiers didn't have any strange expressions on their faces, nor did they make any extreme movements. A hint of fear even flashed through the eyes of the leading soldier, but it was quickly concealed. He looked inside the carriage and said, "Servant Bone Division? What did you bring to the Great Tang? We want to inspect it." The merchant chuckled and said, "The things in the carriage are just some silk, porcelain, and iron. If you like them, you can each take a few with you. Just treat it as a gift from our Puga tribe." "But which tribe do you belong to?" Switching from defense to offense, who would have thought that this merchant would actually start to take the initiative? Hearing the merchant say that everyone could choose a few items to take away, a hint of greed flashed across the eyes of the dozen or so soldiers. After all, the items mentioned by the merchant might be common in Great Tang, but on the plains, all of them were in high demand. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the leader as well, but it quickly returned to normal. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. "We are from the Qian tribe, and are here to guard this place under the orders of the Great Khan. Since you are offering these things to the Great Khan, we naturally won't take more. One per person is enough." The Qian tribe, one of the 15 tribes of Tiela, was the closest tribe to the Tuli Khagan's Yashin that belonged to the Xieli Khagan's forces. It seemed that the merchant's decision to say that he was from the Puga tribe was the correct one. Because the Puga tribe was near the Turkic royal court, it was the direct subordinate force of Xieli Khagan. The merchant smiled and said, "So you are the warriors of the Qian tribe. Since you are under the orders of the Great Khan, please inspect these goods carefully." After saying that, he made a "please" gesture. Seeing the merchant being so magnanimous and being so polite, the leading soldier waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "All right. Since you are friends from the Puga tribe, brothers, each of you can take a piece of ironware." After saying that, everyone cheered and hurriedly got down from their horses and walked towards the carriage loaded with goods. After a while, some of these people carried iron pots and some carried iron stoves. To the nomads living in the grassland, these ironwares from the central plains were very scarce. This was because the people of the grassland were not good at refining iron, let alone making ironwares. Take the iron pot for example. A good iron pot could easily be exchanged for dozens of sheep in the grassland. Some tribes that were not doing well could not afford to use iron pots, so they could only use stone pots. "All right. Brothers of the Puga tribe, you can go now. My name is Qian He. You are very similar to my temperament, haha. There are still 3 checkpoints in front, but when the time comes, as long as you mention my name, they will not make things difficult for you. But you must not go near the little Khan's Yashin, otherwise you will be caught." The leader of the soldiers held a jet-black iron pot and grinned at the merchant. From the beginning to the end, these people only took one piece of ironware that they wanted and did not check the goods in the carriage one by one. The merchant smiled and bowed, "Thank you, brother Qian He." The soldier by the name of Qida he waved his hand and left with his subordinates in satisfaction. The merchant stood still for a while. When he saw that the soldiers had gone far, he then said to the guards behind him, "Let's go. We must reach Tuli Yashin before dark." Mandarin. At this moment, this merchant was actually speaking in Mandarin. "Yes." The 20 guards behind the merchant cupped their fists and said in unison. What was even more bizarre was that these people were all speaking in Mandarin. It turned out that they were actually a group of Central Plains people who came to the grassland in disguise. But that merchant was from the Central Plains, so why was he able to speak Turkic so fluently? The group once again set out on their journey. Just as Qian He had said, they encountered 3 more checkpoints in the following journey. But the name Qian He seemed to have some effect on these Turkic soldiers. Those Turkic soldiers who had originally come to search did not make things difficult for this merchant group. But the merchant was rich and imposing. Although they did not make things difficult for him, he still left behind some ironware or silk for the soldiers at each checkpoint. These soldiers were all beaming with joy and declared that if they went to the Great Tang to buy goods again, they would definitely not stop them. Good. We should be safe from now on. After passing through the last checkpoint, the leading merchant finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ha! Duke Ju, you are truly formidable. Those Turkic soldiers were all fooled by you. At the start, this general was sweating for you." Hearing these words, the guards behind the merchant all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the leading guard could not help but look at the merchant with a face of worship and sigh. Duke Ju. This merchant dressed as a Turkic was actually the Duke Ju, Tang Jian, who had secretly departed from Chang and 10 some days ago on a diplomatic mission to the Turks. Who could have imagined that the mighty Duke Ju of the Great Tang would disguise himself as a Turkic merchant and even speak fluent Turkic? At this moment, the other guards also looked at Tang Jian with admiration. This man had single-handedly led them through Xieli's checkpoints, making it difficult for them not to admire him. Tang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and faintly smiled. When we go on a diplomatic mission to the Turks, we are already dancing on the edge of the blade. In the future, we will definitely encounter many more dangerous situations than today. If we want to return alive, we must be extremely careful, and at the same time, we must also prepare ourselves mentally. At this moment, Tang Jian's hair and beard were blowing in the wind. He was just like Zhou Yu, calm and composed, confident and at ease. This sort of mentality was simply explosive. Yes. Everyone agreed. The leading guard hesitated for a moment, then said, "Duke Ju, this general has a matter that I do not understand. Earlier, why did you tell that Chi Kaha that we were from the Boga tribe? This territory belongs to Tuli Kagan. When you said this, were you not afraid that Chi Kaha was one of Tuli's men and would kill us all?" He knew a little of the Turkic language, but he was far less proficient than Tang Jian. Just now, he had also understood a portion of the conversation between Tang Jian and Chi Kaha. It was precisely because of this that he was sweating for Tang Jian. Chapter 1828. In the past, the entire southeast region of the grassland was naturally Tuli's territory. But now, Xieli Khan is amassing a large number of troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. Tuli has sent people to the Great Tang several times to ask for help, so Xieli must be on guard against him escaping from the grassland and seeking refuge with the Great Tang. Therefore, Xieli must have sent troops to guard the borders of the grassland to prevent Tuli from escaping. Since Xieli sent troops to guard against Tuli's escape, he must have sent tribes closer to Tuli's house. Thus, this old man said that we came from the Puga tribe, and the Puga tribe is located in the heart of the grassland, far away from here. Even if the guards here find us unfamiliar, they probably won't find it strange, so they didn't make things too difficult for us. On the grassland, Tang Jian, who had passed through many checkpoints, was leading the group forward quickly while explaining to the guard beside him. The people accompanying Tang Jian to the grassland were all elites of the Imperial Army, and the guard beside him was a lieutenant general of the Imperial Army named Yu Minghu. During the Wuda years, he had followed Li Er to fight the Turks many times, so he knew a thing or two about the Turk language. However, compared to Tang Jian, the little bit of Turk knowledge in Yu Minghu's mind was completely lacking. During the Wuda years, Tang Jian had interacted with some Turk nobles and generals many times. Not only was he familiar with the Turk language and writing, he also knew the Turk tribal divisions and power relationships like the back of his hand. Therefore, after Li Er ascended the throne, whenever he sent an envoy to the Turks, Tang Jian would be among them. So that's how it is. After hearing Tang Jian's explanation, Yu Minghu couldn't help but be enlightened. He cupped his fists toward Tang Jian and said in admiration, "Duke Ju is farsighted and insightful. This Yu admires you." This was sincere admiration. Although Tang Jian did not know martial arts and seemed to be in existence of fighting 5 dregs on this grassland, his brain and the knowledge in his stomach were completely comparable to a mighty soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. Tang Jian waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart. He said indifferently, "If this old man remembers correctly, we should be able to see Tuli's house after walking a few more li to the north." After saying that, he added, "If it's not necessary, try to speak as little as possible to avoid being overheard and exposing our identities." Yu Minghu had long been convinced by Tang Jian, so how could he not agree? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Yes." The group of people rode their horses and pulled their goods towards the north. The afternoon sun shone on their bodies, causing the sweat on their faces to increase. Although the heat was unbearable, they were more confident that they could return alive. South of Taiyuan City, in the Yi Temple, under the incense burner table. At this time, there were also two people here who felt the unbearable heat. Not only was it unbearable, but it was also unbearable: hunger, thirst. This hunger and thirst was real hunger and thirst, especially for the fat middle-aged man. He was about to faint at this moment. He was not only suffering from the heat, but also hunger and thirst. Phew! He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take it anymore. "Boss Kong, I need to go out for some fresh air and find something to eat and drink. Otherwise, I'll starve to death." Zhu Xiaoqing moved his body and turned his head to speak to Kong Chang'an. As he spoke, he used his fat palm to fan his cheeks. Obviously, he was unbearably hot. He was just short of sticking out his tongue like a puppy in summer. Speaking of which, if sticking out one's tongue could cool down one's body, this guy definitely wouldn't mind sticking out his tongue. "Are you crazy?" Kong Chang'an couldn't help but scold him angrily. "The Wang family's people are looking for us all over the city now. Aren't you walking right into their trap if you go out now? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Although he was also unbearably hot now, compared to being caught by the Wang family, this stuffy heat was still within his tolerable range. Then what should we do? Are we going to hide here for the rest of our lives? Let alone for the rest of our lives, even if it's just for 2 days, we'll suffocate and starve to death here. I'll go out and see if there are any Wang family guards outside. They can't be nearby all the time, right? Zhu Xiaoqing said impatiently. Chapter 1829. Reporting to Patriarch, Zhu Hongsheng's attendants, as well as the manservant and shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, have all been captured by us. However, Zhu Hongsheng and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts are unknown. Their attendants and subordinates are all stubborn and unwilling to divulge their whereabouts. Oh, right. And that Zhu Hongsheng is a fake name. His real name is Zhu Shicheng. Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home. A tall man in black with a round collar cupped his fist and reported to Wang Yu. Other than the two of them, Princess Tong An and Wang Bing were also in the room. The pursuit of Zhu Shicheng and Kong Chang'an involved a secret mission of Yanhuang College, as well as the safety of Li Tai, the Tang Empire's prince. Therefore, Wang Bing had only used his authority as the master of the family to help Dugu Feiying catch the spies. As for the details, he hadn't told anyone else in the family. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he didn't dare to, because the slightest mistake could doom the Wang family. Even so, Wang Yu had still told Princess Tong An and Wang Bing about the inside story. Firstly, these two were his closest relatives and were absolutely trustworthy. Secondly, these two were experienced and quick-witted people. After knowing the inside story, wouldn't they be able to help Wang Yu come up with a solution? Humph. Zhu Shicheng. I remember that there's a Turkic tribe called the Shatua tribe, and most of the tribesmen have the surname Zhu. Combined with today's situation, there's really something going on behind these two people. Wang Yu's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, "Since those servants refuse to speak, Chenggu, immediately hand them over to Dugu Feiying of Tongfuin. They're the imperial army, and they have plenty of ways to make those servants talk. After you go, report the current situation to Dugu Feiying." Tell him that the Wang family will do their best to pursue Zhu Shicheng and Kong Chang'an until they're found. Wang Qinggu. This tall man was called Wang Qinggu, and he was the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. He was a grandmaster who had been trained by Wang Yu. Hearing this, Wang Qinggu saluted respectfully and said, "Yes, Master." Then, he turned and left. The room fell into a brief silence. With the revelation of Zhu Xianxia's identity and the fact that Zhu Xianxia and Kong Chang and subordinates refused to reveal their whereabouts, this undoubtedly confirmed that these two people's backgrounds were not clean. "Master, do you think we caught the wrong person? Zhu Xianxia and Kong Chang'an are just merchants. Maybe they aren't the Turkic spies the Imperial Army is looking for?" Unexpectedly, Princess Tong'an suddenly spoke at this moment. When Wang Yu heard this, he frowned and said without thinking, "Madam, how is that possible? If the two of them were not Turkic spies, why did they conceal their identities and hide now? If this was not a guilty conscience, what else could it be? This old man suspects that these two are not only Turkic spies, but Turkic spies that have been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years. Otherwise, how could my Wang clan not have found their whereabouts even after mobilizing all its forces? This group of people must have accomplices in the city." Even though Wang Yu's words were reasonable, Princess Tong'an still shook her head and said, "Master, they concealed their identities and hid here and there. Perhaps they did something illegal in their daily lives, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are Turkic spies. Moreover, Master, don't you think that they were exposed too easily? If they were Turkic spies, how could the Imperial Army, which has only been in Taiyuan City for a day, have caught them?" Wang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by Princess Tong'an's words. This was a contradictory topic. According to his previous analysis, Zhu Xianxia and Kong Chang'an were Turkic spies who had been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years and had many accomplices. But if this was the case, how could they have been discovered as soon as Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army arrived in Taiyuan City? Then weren't these two Turkic spies too weak? Wang Bing was an experienced and knowledgeable man, and he had seen all sorts of monsters in his life. Seeing Wang Yu's conflicted expression, he said, "The princess's words are not without reason." In this old man's view, whether it was Zhu Xianxia or Kong Chang'an, they were exposed too easily. It's like someone behind the scenes deliberately pushed them out to draw the attention of the Imperial Army and the Wang clan. If this is true, then the faction hiding in Taiyuan City cannot be underestimated. King Wei's party will probably be in trouble on this trip to Taiyuan. But regardless, Zhu Xianxia and Kong Chang'an are the only clues we have. If we find them as quickly as possible, we might be able to find a clue to the person behind the scenes. Chapter 1830. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the cold light outside the field was only 3 feet away from Zhu Huiqing. At this moment, no one had time to react. Some people didn't even notice the cold light in the air. First, it was because the speed of the cold light was too fast. Second, it all happened too suddenly. The figure outside the window appeared without any warning. At the same time, the cold light also appeared. The cold light pierced through the paper window and went straight for Zhu Huiqing's throat. Silencing. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the Imperial Army. Bastard! Dugu Feiying was the first to react. Seeing this, he was both shocked and angry. At this time, he didn't have time to call for help. Even if he did, it would be useless. No one present could be faster than him. Dugu Feiying, who had just reacted, stretched his right hand towards his calf like lightning. In an instant, a mystic leaf flying knife appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the flying knife shot towards the trajectory of the cold light. He wanted to use the flying knife to stop the cold light in the air. He was only a few steps away from Zhu Huiqing. However, he didn't know where the cold light came from. He didn't dare to use his body to block it. He could only use the flying knife that he was best at in his life to block it. At the same time, he finally had the time to shout to the Imperial army inside and outside the house, "Assassin!" At the same time, Dugu Feiying's flying knife met the cold light in the air. The expected sound of metal clashing did not appear. The cold light seemed to have pierced through the body of the flying knife and continued to fly towards Zhu Huiqing's body. At this time, at this distance, even if Dugu Feiying wanted to use his body to help Zhu Huiqing block it, it was already too late. The cold light that should have shot into Zhu Huiqing's neck instead shot into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade above his chest. It seemed that although Dugu Feiying's flying dagger didn't succeed in stopping the cold light, it had slightly changed the direction of the cold light's flight. At this time, Dugu Feiying finally saw what the cold light was. It was a thin needle that emitted a cold light. Seeing that half of the needle had already sunk into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade, Dugu Feiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as the needle didn't pierce his throat. Catch the assassin! At this time, Dugu Feiying was both shocked and angry. He roared and turned his head to look out the window, but at this time, there was no one outside. It turned out that the moment the assassin made his move, he didn't look at the result and immediately fled. At this time, if Dugu Feiying wanted to capture him, where would he start? Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would immediately flee. Was this assassin a professional or not? Or perhaps, the opponent was confident that he could kill the target with this move. Quick! Catch the assassin! Motherf **Ker, how are the people outside guarding? At this time, the rest of the people finally reacted. Zhang Dafu roared and led the people directly out of the house, cursing and swearing. There was a commotion outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually went further and further away. Back in the house, Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade was hit for a while, but he didn't cry out in pain. He only groaned. Dugu Feiying felt a little strange, but then he saw Zhu Huiqing's neck quickly turn black. There's poison on the needle. Almost instantly, Dugu Feiying reacted. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Zhu Huiqing's shoulder, and shook it, saying, "How are you? The person you want to protect wants to silence you. Tell me quickly, why did Zhu Xianxia come to Taiyuan? Where is he hiding now? He is taking revenge." At that moment, Zhu Huiqing could feel his life draining away rapidly. After hearing Dugu Feiying's words, he opened his mouth, wanting to tell Dugu Feiying about the matter. However, he suddenly felt his head become extremely heavy. He wanted to fall asleep right there and then. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. After spitting out 4 words intermittently, this guy's eyes rolled back, and he finally stopped breathing. At this time, not only did his neck turn black, but his entire face also turned black, and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Dugu Feiying was very unwilling, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are you? What revenge? Wake up quickly." As he spoke, Dugu Feiying reached out to check Zhu Huiqing's breathing, but he didn't feel anything. Dugu Feiying's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. What a strong poison, it actually kills the throat as soon as it touches blood. Dugu Feiying muttered to himself, and stood up, while Zhu Huiqing, who had no one to support him, fell to the ground. Dugu Feiying stood with his hands behind his back, his face as calm as water. He didn't say a word, and he was waiting for his subordinates to return. In the small house, the rest of the people saw Zhu Huiqing's tragic death, and all of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Dugu Feiying didn't have to wait for long. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Dafu brought a group of Imperial guards back. "How was it? Did you catch the assassin?" Dugu Feiying's face darkened as he asked. Zhang Dafu's face was full of shame as he cupped his fists and said, reporting to General, "That person's martial arts is very strong, especially his Qinggong is very good, and he should be a grandmaster expert. I brought people to chase him down 2 streets, but in the end, he disappeared. Grandmaster expert? Dugu Feiying was shocked when he heard this. Although Grandmaster experts were the most powerful in this world, if a mortal wanted to reach the Grandmaster realm, talent, hard work, and opportunities were all indispensable. In this way, Grandmaster experts represented the top of the martial arts world, and there were only a few Grandmaster experts in this world. They were definitely not some common trash. To be able to send a Grandmaster expert to assassinate a person, how powerful was the other party? This question appeared in Dugu Feiying's mind, and it was terrifying to think about. From the martial arts, can you tell where the other party came from? After thinking for a while, Dugu Feiying frowned and asked. Zhang Dafu thought for a while, and said shamefully, "We didn't fight with that person, and we were in a hurry to catch up to him, so we didn't look carefully." What he meant was that he couldn't tell. When Dugu Feiying heard this, he was instantly disappointed. He turned around and said sternly, "Set up defenses in this house. If anyone else sneaks in without a sound, you will all be punished according to military law." Zhang Dafu's face turned serious, and he quickly said, "Yes, General." Then, he looked at Zhu Huiqing, who was lying on the ground, from the corner of his eye, and mumbled, "General, he's dead. That person's needle is highly toxic, and it will kill the moment it touches blood. Later, use something to remove the needle, and then bury him." Without waiting for him to finish, Dugu Feiying said coldly, "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu cupped his fists and agreed, and then quickly went to arrange for people to do so. At this time, Dugu Feiying turned around and looked at the other people who were tied up. He said coldly, "Now you know how the person you want to protect treated you, right? If you don't want to end up like Zhu Huiqing, tell me what you know immediately, and I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." Chapter 1831. A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the Imperial Guards all change their expressions. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. Now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Perhaps anyone with a normal IQ could think of it. Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The manservant named Zhao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, he kept saying, "General, please spare me. I'm really from Wutai County in Daizhou. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Wutai County in Daizhou. Like Zhao Fugue, I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Zhu say, 'Big business. Contact.' I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book." In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. So, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xicheng's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. He wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the ironware shop's accountant, do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he usually? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. "General. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows himself. I've been the ironware shop's accountant for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. So, I don't know Boss Kang's background." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart thumped. He thought quickly, then said, "General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss have the most dealings. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Okay. Then, who do you think is your ironware shop's shopkeeper among these people?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home now." "Then, where does Yi Funian live?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He roared, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in and shouted, "I'm here." A living person was still stubborn in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the Imperial Army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke the line of defense in their hearts. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out. Under the immense fear of death, instantly, many people took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Zhao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Zhu say, 'Big business. Contact.' I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xicheng's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all scrambled to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words all fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder. Since you're the accountant of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him? Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the accountant of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. Thus, I don't know Boss Kang's background. Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and hurriedly said, General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in the ironware shop who knows boss's background the most, it's definitely him. Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, all right. Then tell me, who among these people is your ironware shop's shopkeeper? Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now. Then where does Yi Funian stay? Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He roared, Zhang Dafu. Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, General is here. A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the imperial army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you. It directly destroyed their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant from before, called Zhao Fugue, wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be magnanimous and let me live. After he finished speaking, another servant said, General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Zhu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was originally an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xiqing's subordinates and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely as he said, "Ji General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been working as an accountant for the ironware shop for 2 years and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, much less spoken to him. That's why I don't know anything about Boss Kong." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and quickly said, "General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi has the most dealings with Boss. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on leave today due to illness. He should be at home now." "Then where does Yi Funian stay?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Zhang Dafu." Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." A living person was still, stubborn, in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the imperial army change their expressions. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Zhao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Zhao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Zhu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Zhu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Zhu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Xicheng's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Xian's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed the man's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the bookkeeper of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. That's why I don't know Boss Kang's background. Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly, then quickly said, General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him. Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, all right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop? Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now. Then where does Yi Funian live? Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He shouted, Zhang Dafu. Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, General is here. Chapter 1832. I am the County Magistrate of Lantian County. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is holding a donation event in Lantian County. I represent the County Magistrate of Lantian County and the people of Lantian County to welcome everyone and thank everyone for your generosity. County Magistrate he did not act like the other merchants who wanted to donate and directly walk to the donation box with the donation board. Instead, he walked to the side of Lin Wenyuan. The latter understood and passed the loudspeaker in his hand to County Magistrate he. County Magistrate he took it and then used the loudspeaker's amplification function to speak loudly to the people present. At the beginning of this year, Marquis established the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. Although the business tax rate has been raised, the status of merchants has also been raised. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners and the government treats them equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can also enter the school. In this way, merchants can do business in Lantian County with peace of mind and will not be disturbed. In less than a year, Lantian County's business has flourished and the county magistrate's treasury still has a lot of surplus. Previously, Marquis had told me that the county magistrate's office usually collects taxes from merchants and commoners, but the taxes collected must all be taken from the people and used by the people. Today, the Northern Turks are eyeing Tang. Although my Lantian County magistrate is not as wealthy as everyone here, we are still willing to contribute to the imperial court. Therefore, I will donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county magistrate's treasury to the imperial court in hopes that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and completely pacify the Northern Turks. This is also the sincerity of the people of Lantian County towards Tang and His Majesty. As the host, it was understandable for county magistrate he to say some pretty words in front of these merchants who came from afar. However, what he said wasn't just for show. There was a deeper meaning behind it. That was to use this fundraising event to spread the signboard of Lantian County, attracting more merchants to do business in Lantian County. Sure enough, as soon as county magistrate he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from the audience and outside the inn. Wow! Lantian County magistrate is so generous, donating 10,000 strings of cash. Good. Take from the people and use it for the people. Marquis said it well. County Magistrate you did well. The current Lantian County has really changed a lot. There are more and more shops and people. This is all thanks to Marquis' Department of Commerce. Yes. Yes. But why did I hear that the Department of Commerce changed the business tax ratio from 1 in 30 to 1 in 6? It's increased by 5 times. It has indeed increased by 5 times. But the status of us merchants has also increased. Furthermore, you're doing business in Lantian County, so you don't have to worry about your safety. There's no ruffians or gangsters who would dare to cause trouble for you. You can be at ease. In the long run, I can only earn more every month than before. Of course. Just look at the number of merchants in Lantian County, and you'll know. None of us are fools. If there are no benefits, who would be willing to do business in Lantian County? That's right. The discussions of the merchants naturally fell into County Magistrate He's ears, but he didn't have the time to enjoy the praise. After he finished speaking, he returned the loudspeaker to Lin Wenyuan. As the time for the fundraiser was very tight, it was already very rare for Lin Wenyuan to give him a chance to speak alone. Furthermore, he had to deliver the fundraising signboard and go to the second floor to handle the procedures for the transfer of funds. At this moment, Xiao Yu was sitting on the ground in a daze. County Magistrate He's words just now had already set off a huge wave in his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. In Lantian County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners. The government treats them all equally. Take from the people and use it for the people. Every decree of Lantian County would cause a huge uproar in other counties. This was because every decree, to the traditional, old pedants, was considered to be treason and heresy. It was only because this was Lantian County, Li Zishuan's fief, that no one cared about it. This was because as long as Li Zishuan didn't rebel in his fief, Li Er wouldn't do anything to him even if he did something out of line. Since ancient times, the vassal kings and important ministers were all like this. Previously, when the Department of Commerce was established in Lantian County, Xiao Yu, as the Minister of Revenue, had more or less heard about it. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the Department of Commerce. He thought that it was just a playful move by Li Zishuan, and that it wouldn't amount to much. But now, after hearing County Magistrate He's systematic explanation of the government decrees issued by the Department of Commerce and the administration philosophy, coupled with the indisputable fact that Lantian County's business was flourishing, Xiao Yu's shock and sudden enlightenment were indescribable. It turned out that merchants could exert such great power. To think that as the Minister of Revenue, his main duty was to manage the Great Tang's purse for Li Er. But now, the achievements of Lantian County made him, a veteran of 3 dynasties, feel ashamed. In the entire Great Tang, Lantian County was considered a middle-class county. But this middle-class county's annual business tax revenue was far more than 10,000 strings of coins. The reason why it was far more than 10,000 strings of coins was because the Department of Commerce had only been established for half a year. But now, County Magistrate he was able to donate 10,000 strings of coins to the court. What did this mean? This meant that through a series of business tax reforms, Lantian County's county office had collected more than 10,000 strings of coins in just half a year. Didn't this mean that Lantian County's annual business tax revenue was more than 20,000 strings of coins? One had to know that this was only the first year of Lantian County's business tax reform. As the reputation of Lantian County spread among the merchants, the business of Lantian County was bound to flourish. When the time came, no one could predict how much business tax this middle-class county would collect in a year. But it would definitely be more than now, not less. Just imagine, if all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang were as awesome as Lantian County, no, even if they were only 1/5 as awesome as Lantian County, given that the Great Tang currently had more than 1,500 counties, just the tax on commerce alone would add up to 6 million strings of coins. 6 million strings of coins. Thinking of this number, Xiao Yu found it difficult to breathe. If the Great Tang's imperial court could collect 6 million strings of coins every year, it wouldn't be a problem to arm 10 elite troops like the Black Armored Army. At that time, wouldn't fighting a mere Turkic barbarian be as easy as beating up a sun? Xiao Shangshu. Minister Xiao. Just when Xiao Yu's imagination was running wild because of the county magistrate's words, the low-ranking official beside him woke him up from his beautiful fantasy. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu frowned and said unhappily, "What is it?" It turned out that this old man was still angry that his beautiful dream of Great Tang was disturbed. Minister Xiao, county magistrate, he bid farewell to you just now. You didn't hear him. He told me to tell you that he still has work to do in the county office, so he'll be leaving first. Also, Boss Lin is about to call out shopkeeper Mo's name. Seeing Xiao Yu's displeased expression, the low-ranking official's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how he had offended Xiao Yu, but he still mustered up his courage and spoke carefully. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu had been in a daze for quite a long time. He didn't even hear county magistrate he greet him when he returned to his seat. At this moment, the fundraising event was nearing its end. Oh. Then prepare yourself and go up in place of shopkeeper Mo later. Hearing this, Xiao Yu calmed himself down and said to the low-ranking official. Yes. The low-ranking official replied. Then, he calmed himself down and sat by the side, waiting silently. Clear Ink Shop, Mo Tongming, donates 500 strings of coins. Not long after, Lin Wenyuan shouted from above. The low-ranking official beside Xiao Yu immediately stood up and walked forward. At this moment, the people below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Clear Ink Shop. If I remember correctly, isn't this Clear Ink Shop a shop in Xiao Ji's hometown? That's right, that's right. It's Minister Zhao's family. I heard that Minister Xiao likes calligraphy and painting, so he opened this shop. Hiss. Does that mean that Minister Xiao is also donating today? Businessmen were indeed the most well-informed. As soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, some people had already guessed the owner behind Clear Ink Shop. That's right, Xiao Yu was also donating today. He had asked the low-ranking official to withdraw the money and also gave the low-ranking official the deed of Clear Ink Shop so that the latter could register the donation in Clear Ink Shop's name at the entrance of the inn. Although 500 strings of coins wasn't much, it was his way of expressing his sincerity to Li Er. Although he was an elder of 3 dynasties, he had always been an honest official. His family's wealth couldn't compare to these rich businessmen in the inn's lobby. As for his identity being guessed, Xiao Yu didn't care at all. It was even better if someone guessed it. He thought to himself that no one would say that he was stingy, disloyal, and patriotic, right? On Lin Wenyuan's side, after reading out Clear Ink Shop's name, he read out 2 more names. Finally, everyone on the list was read out. Lin Wenyuan pursed his dry lips and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Everyone, today's fundraising event ends here." Wait. Lin Wenyuan was about to announce to everyone that the fundraising event was about to end, but before he could finish speaking, 2 youths walked in with 2 servants. One of the older youths said loudly, "Boss Lin, please bring us along. The 2 of us also want to donate money." As the youth spoke, he waved the fundraising card in his hand. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. They saw the words, 30,000 strings of coins written on the card. A young man actually wanted to donate 30,000 strings of coins to the imperial court. Who exactly was this young man? Chapter 1833. Fanyang Lu family donates 30,000 strings of cash. At the same time as the 2 youths walked in, a page boy quickly walked up to Lin Wenyuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lin Wenyuan's expression changed when he read it. After a moment, he calmed himself down, put the loudspeaker to his mouth, and shouted. "Wow! Fanyang Lu family? Why are they here to join in the fun?" Yes. The Lu family is one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Why would they come all the way here to participate in the fundraising event and send money to the court? How is that possible? It's not the 5 surnames and 7 watches anymore, but the 3 surnames and 4 watches now. So what? Right now, the Lu family is not something that ordinary people like us can associate with. Looks like the Lu family is planning to side with the court. Isn't that the Lu family's young master, Lu Qingqing? Why is he here personally? Lu Qingqing. TSK, if this young man is Lu Qingqing, then who is the other young man beside him? The crowd inside and outside the inn was in an uproar again. Everyone was deeply surprised by the arrival of the Fanyang Lu family. Of course, some of them actually recognized the young man's identity. He was the eldest son of the Fanyang Lu family, Lu Qingqing, who had just rushed to Lantian County from Qizhou. As for the person beside Lu Qingqing, it was the eldest son of the Li family from Zhao County, Li Jingxian. The two of them had rushed all the way from Qizhou and finally made it to today's fundraising event. The Lu family and the Li family from Zhao County had many businesses in Chang'an. It was not difficult for them to get a few store deeds. With the deeds, they quickly completed the registration for the fundraising event. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on donating in the name of the Fanyang Lu family and not one of the Lu family stores during registration. The staff member, at the entrance of the inn who was in charge of registering the participants was firstly intimidated by the Lu family's immense power and influence. Secondly, when Lu Qingqing signed up, he showed several store deeds. If Lu Qingqing were to participate in the fundraising event under the name of one of the Lu family's stores, the staff member wouldn't know how to choose. Coincidentally, the fundraising event was coming to an end and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, Lu Qingqing was able to participate in the fundraising event under the name of Fan Yang's Lu family. The reason why he insisted on doing this was very simple. He was attending the fundraiser today for Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan to see. Since that was the case, why would he participate in the fundraiser in the name of his shop like Qin Xiong, Xiaoyu, and the others? He didn't want to and couldn't conceal his identity, because there were many shops under the Lu family's name. If he attended the fundraiser under the name of one of the shops, it was hard to guarantee that everyone would recognize him. He wanted everyone present today to know that Fanyang's Lu family had participated in the fundraiser and had donated 30,000 strings of cash. Since he had done a good deed, he had to leave his name behind and let everyone know. From a certain perspective, Lu Qingqing's concept of doing good was somewhat similar to Li Zishuan's. However, Lu Qingqing did it more for the sake of his family, while Li Zishuan did it to create a virtuous cycle in society. That was why he fought for more benefits for those who did good, such as how he treated those who donated to the Warm Tang Foundation. Before leaving Qizhou, Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had both sent the news of their intention to participate in the fundraising event back to their ancestral home. After arriving in Chang'an, they had received a reply from their respective families' information channels. Both of them had received the support of some of the elders in their family. That was why they were now so openly and with such great fanfare, wanting to participate in the fundraising event under their family's name. Amidst the exclamations and discussions of the crowd, Lu Qingqing personally held the donation card in his hand and walked toward the donation box. When they were registering, the person in charge of registration outside the inn had already explained the general process of the fundraiser to the two of them. The Li family of Zhao County donates 30,000 strings of cash. After seeing Lu Qingqing throw the donation card into the donation box and follow the venue's staff to the second floor, Lin Wenyuan took a deep breath and shouted. The Li family of Zhao County. This person is actually from the Li family of Zhao County. Hey! What's so strange about that? Since the young man from before is the eldest son of Fanyang's Lu family, that means that this young man's status isn't low. If that's the case, it's not strange at all that this person is from the Li family of Zhao County. Who knows, he might even be the eldest son of the Li family of Zhao County. TSK. The Wang family of Taiyuan, the Lu family of Fanyang, and the Li family of Zhao County are all here. Today, 3 of the 4 great 1,000-year-old families in the world are here. Chapter 1834. What? There's actually such a thing? Dragon Gate Inn, in a room on the second floor. Lin Wenyuan was slightly shocked when he heard the servant say that the commoners outside the inn were clamoring to come in and donate money. Xiaoyu muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Let's go. Let's go out and take a look." Lin Wenyuan naturally had no objections. Then, under the servant's lead, the two of them went down the stairs and quickly arrived outside the inn. They saw that the open space outside the inn was filled with all sorts of people. These people had been outside the inn to watch the show earlier, but they didn't immediately leave after the donation gathering ended. Many of them felt empty in their hearts, as if something was missing. Immediately after, a scholar in the crowd stepped forward and wanted to enter the inn, but he was stopped by the inn's guards. The guard said that the inn wasn't receiving guests today, but the scholar said that he wasn't here to stay but to donate money. This made things very difficult for the guards. Because this donation gathering was only open to merchants, the youth in front of them was clearly a scholar. Moreover, the donation gathering had already ended, so the guards knew that Lin Wenyuan was definitely ordering people to count the money in the inn. At such a critical moment, how could they let some unrelated people in? If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the scholar said, the guards in front of the inn refused to budge an inch. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd outside the inn. After the crowd asked for the reason, they all began to support the scholar, because what the scholar said was exactly what they were thinking. That's right, most of them also wanted to donate. Although these people weren't as rich as the merchants, just as Lin Wenyuan had said at the start of the donation gathering, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all citizens. The Great Tang is not the Great Tang of a single person, but the Great Tang of millions of people. Now that the country is facing a crisis, if we don't prioritize righteousness over righteousness, how can we talk about benefits in the future? Even the merchants, who had always prioritized benefits over righteousness in the eyes of the secular world, could be so generous when the country was in danger. If these people still remained indifferent, wouldn't they be even more prioritizing benefits over righteousness than the merchants? In the beginning, there were only a few people who agreed with the scholar, but slowly, more and more people joined in. Half an hour later, there were nearly 1,000 people blocking the entrance of Dragon Gate Inn. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guard at the entrance of the inn hurriedly sent someone to inform Lin Wenyuan. When Xiao Yu and Lin Wenyuan arrived at the entrance of the inn, this was the scene that greeted them. Boss Lin is out. Great. Boss Lin is out. Seeing Lin Wenyuan walk out, there was a commotion in the crowd. In their opinion, Lin Wenyuan was definitely more reasonable than the guards at the door. Moreover, Lin Wenyuan had the right to decide if they wanted to donate money. This Elder Xiao has also come out. Soon, the crowd noticed the dignified old man wearing a scarlet official's robe beside Lin Wenyuan. Many people had seen Xiao Yu before the donation gathering, so he was quickly recognized. The crowd, which had been noisy a moment ago, immediately quieted down. They were just ordinary people. They didn't have to fear Lin Wenyuan, but they had to respect Xiao Yu, a high official of the imperial court. Chapter 1835. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the imperial army, and that person is definitely related to that mysterious Shatua man. Madam, where do you think the killer is from? Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home, in a side hall in the backyard of the Wang family's residence. Wang Yu could not help but frown as he looked at the slip of paper that the Wang clan's secret guard had just sent over. As he spoke, he handed the note to Princess Tong'an, who was sitting next to him. Princess Tong'an took the note, and when she read its contents, she couldn't help but frown. Things are getting more and more unpredictable. On the surface, the killer is probably that Shatua man named Zhu Xiecheng. If that's the case, then my previous deduction might be wrong. Zhu Xiecheng is a Turkic spy hiding in Taiyuan City, and his status might not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a Grandmaster-level assassin to kill a key witness right under the nose of the Imperial Army. When Princess Tong'an and Wang Bingjun learned that Dugu Feiying had come to ask for help, they had thought that the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was low, because a true Turkic spy wouldn't be exposed so easily. However, now that the only person who could identify Zhu Xiecheng had been assassinated, Zhu Xiecheng naturally became the most suspicious person. According to the intelligence, the person who had assassinated the witness was a Grandmaster-level expert. For such an expert to be willing to follow Zhu Xiecheng's orders meant that Zhu Xiecheng's identity and status were not as simple as a Shatua merchant. In the current perilous situation, the possibility of Zhu Xiecheng being a Turkic spy was many times higher than before. After hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. However, the most important thing right now is to find Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an as soon as possible. King Wei and the others will arrive in Taiyuan City soon. If we can't catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kang Chang'an before then, Your Highness and the people from Yanhuang College will be in trouble while they are in Taiyuan. The Turks won't let this matter rest, and they might have already found out some information. Princess Tong An was slightly surprised. Master, are you saying that the Turks have already found out the purpose of Qin Kai and the others heading north? According to seniority, Princess Tong An was Li Tai's aunt and Li Er's great-aunt. Thus, it was not inappropriate for her to call Li Tai Qin Kai. Wang Yu sighed and said, even if they don't know everything, I'm afraid they've found some scattered clues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up an ambush at the place where King Wei and the others are staying this time, Tongfu Inn. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. He turned to Princess Tong An and asked, Madam, since the inn isn't safe, why don't we let King Wei and the others stay in the Wang estate? This way, even if there are Grandmaster-level experts among the Turk spies, they won't be able to harm King Wei and the others under the heavy protection of our Wang estate's hidden guards. Wang Yu's idea was not bad. Since the danger of the Tongfu Inn had not been completely eliminated, they could settle Li Tai and the others in the Wang estate's ancestral home. In any case, the Wang estate had plenty of empty courtyards, and with the Wang estate's hidden guards protecting them, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Turk spies to do anything to Li Tai and the others. Unexpectedly, Princess Tong An shook her head. Absolutely not. Wang Yu was puzzled. What do you mean, madam? Princess Tong An was a strong-willed and opinionated woman, so Wang Yu would often seek her opinion of his own accord. Has husband ever thought about what would happen if something happened to Qin Kai and the others while they were staying in the Wang estate? Princess Tong An frowned. Letting Qin Kai and the others stay in the Wang estate will reduce their danger, but that doesn't mean that there won't be any danger at all. If something happens, the Wang estate will suffer His Majesty's wrath. Thus, even if this concubine agrees to husband's plan, the clan elders and the rest of the Wang estate will not agree. Because the Wang estate cannot bear this risk. Wang Yu frowned for a moment before sighing. Madam is right. While this plan will reduce the danger to His Highness and the others, it will also put the Wang estate in danger. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu understood the responsibility on his shoulders, and he also understood that the clan's interests were paramount. Thus, this plan was quickly discarded in his mind. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Reporting to Patriarch, King Wei's convoy is only 2 li from the city gate and will soon enter the city. The person outside was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's hidden guards, Wang Qingwu, a trusted aide of the chief branch. Wang Yu's heart trembled as he called out, "Come in." Yes. Creak. Wang Qingwu pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. Wang Yu immediately asked, "How is General Dugu's side? Did you manage to capture the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop and obtain the account books?" Wang Qingwu bowed. Replying to Patriarch, according to the report, by the time the imperial army arrived at Xuanren Market, the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop, Yi Funian, had already died in his home. His throat had been slit by a sharp blade, and this matter had already alerted the county yamen and the provincial governor's residence. In addition, by the time General Dugu and the others arrived at the Chuji ironware shop, the account books had already been found and burned in the hall. Fortunately, General Dugu was fast enough, and only the first half of the account books were burned. What? Wang Yu was overwhelmed with shock when he heard this. Princess Tong and waved her hand at Wang Qinggu and said, "All right, Qinggu, you may leave first." "Yes. Your Highness." Wang Qinggu bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Wang Qinggu bowed and left as well. "Madam, why does this old man feel like the mastermind behind the scenes has been spying on our every move this entire time, and is always ahead of us in every matter?" Wang Yu frowned after a few moments of silence. Princess Tong and paused for a moment, and then she probed, "Master, do you mean to say that there are Turk spies at our side or General Dugu's side?" Wang Yu shook his head. "It's probably impossible with the Imperial Army, and as for us, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." Wang Yu suddenly paused. He looked at Princess Tong and asked, "King Wei and the others are about to enter the city. Does Madam want to accompany your husband to the city gates to take a look?" Princess Tong nodded without hesitation. "Of course. This humble one is Qingshue's elder, and this is the first time this child has come to Source Peak City. You and I just happen to be here, so we should act as hosts." Since that's the case, let's go together," Wang Yu said with a chuckle. On the other side, Dugu Feiying, who had split his men into two groups, found nothing. Well, it could not be said that they found nothing. At the very least, he managed to snatch back half of the account book. At this moment, Dugu Feiying was extremely gloomy. He felt like his every move was known in advance, and there was always someone ahead of him to obstruct him from investigating what he wanted to investigate. From the looks of the wound, the person who killed Yi Funian used a knife and not a sword. However, the authorities have searched the entire Yi residence, but they did not find the murder weapon. Now, the entire Xuanren market has been sealed off. The county Yamen constables are searching from house to house, and asking the people if they have seen any suspicious characters. Zhang Dafu was reporting the latest progress of the case to Dugu Feiying, whose face was dark. Dugu Feiying let out a deep sigh and said, "From the looks of it, the person who killed Yi Funian and the person who tried to assassinate Zhu Huiqing aren't the same person?" Zhang Dafu thought for a moment and said, "From the weapons used by the murderer, it does seem like they are not the same person, but we can't rule out the possibility that the murderer used both weapons to confuse the public." Dugu Feiying shook his head and said nothing. His intuition told him that these two murders were not done by the same person, but he could not find any direct evidence at the moment. As for the names listed in the account book of the Chuji ironware shop, this general has already sent people to investigate with Chu Mingxian. Seeing that Dugu Feiying was silent, Zhang Dafu continued to report. Continue to investigate. Remember, you must protect that half of the account book well." Dugu Feiying nodded and gave his orders. He had brought 30 Imperial Army elites to Taiyuan City a day in advance so that he could eliminate the hidden dangers in Taiyuan City before Li Tai and the others arrived. But now, not only had he failed to capture a single Turkic spy, key witnesses had been killed one after another. This made him feel very embarrassed, and this half of the account book was the only thing that could comfort him. "This general obeys." Zhang Dafu bowed. "It's getting late. His Highness's group should be arriving soon. Take a few people and follow me out of the city to welcome them. The rest of you, stay here and watch over Chu Mingxian's group." Dugu Feiying looked out the window and said, his hands behind his back. "Yes." Soon, they came out of a house near the Tongfu Inn and went straight to the southern city gate. At this moment, in a private room on the third floor of a restaurant near the southern city gate, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe and holding a feather fan stood by the window. He looked at the faint appearance of a group of people outside the city. He waved his feather fan and chuckled softly. "Ha! The real big fish has finally taken the bait. King Wei. Ha, since you've entered the game, no one can save you. Just relax and be a fish that has taken the bait." A gust of wind blew through the middle-aged man's hair. The way he stood against the wind and gently waved his feather fan was somewhat similar to the legendary Zhuge Kongming, who had a feather fan and a silk scarf. Everything was under his control. Cough cough, but when he looked at that person's appearance again, it was an ordinary face that couldn't be any more ordinary. It was completely incompatible with his ethereal temperament. Chapter 1836. Big Brother. You've finally arrived. On the road 2 li to the south of Taiyuan City, Dugu Feiying had arrived with 3 Imperial Army soldiers and was about to welcome Dugu Xianxia's group. Dugu Feiying hurriedly stepped forward. Upon seeing his big brother, Dugu Feiying inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This was the trust he had built up in Dugu Xian as a child. Although Source Peak City was in a perilous situation, he was confident that with Dugu Xian here, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows would be exposed. Dugu Xian nodded and went straight to the point. What is the situation in Source Peak City? Dugu Feiying's face instantly turned grim, and after a few moments of silence, he said, "Big brother, the situation in the city is not optimistic. Yesterday, after we entered the city, we began to secretly investigate the new guests of the inn. In the end, we discovered a Turkic merchant disguised as a Han. His name was Zhu Hongsheng, and his movements were extremely suspicious, so I sent people to keep an eye on him. Today, that Turkic merchant went to an ironware shop in the city, but not long after, that merchant and the shop's owner and workers all disappeared into thin air under the eyes of our brothers. Later, through investigation, we discovered that there was a secret passage in the ironware shop that led directly to another house to the west of the ironware shop. The Turkic merchant and the ironware shop's workers had escaped through that secret passage, but by the time our men reached the house on the other side of the secret passage, there was not a single person inside. At the time, I felt that there was something wrong with that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the smithy, that they were probably spies the Turks had planted in Source Peak City. Thus, I had Zhang Dafu and the others pursue the 2 of them. But my manpower was limited, and finding the 2 of them in Taiyuan City in a short amount of time was far too difficult. It just so happened that at noon, the head of the Wang clan, Governor Wang Yu of Suizhou, returned to Taiyuan. Thus, I went to the Wang clan to request assistance from Wang Yu, hoping that the Wang clan's guards could join us in pursuing that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the ironware shop. What? You went to the Wang clan to ask for reinforcements? Does this mean that Governor Wang already knows that your highness has come to Source Peak? Hearing this, Dugu Xian's face was filled with shock. He interrupted Dugu Feiying and questioned. Hearing Dugu Xian's unfriendly tone, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang is a member of the imperial family, and his son, Wang Renbiao, is on good terms with the Marquis of Yongban. Be it for public or private reasons, he should stand on our side on this matter. Moreover, the situation at the time was truly urgent. If I hadn't been able to quickly track down that Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, they might have escaped the city, making it even harder to capture them. At this point, Dugu Feiying didn't dare to continue because he noticed that Dugu Xian's face was ashen. Nonsense. Hearing this, Dugu Xian couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice, "The objective of His Highness's expedition to the north is a top secret among top secrets. How could you tell others so easily? If your highness falls into danger because of this, not to mention me, even father won't be able to protect you." Big brother, what should we do now? Dugu Feiying hesitated for a few moments before asking. Dugu Xian helplessly said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Continue speaking. After you asked the Wang clan for help, did you manage to capture that Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongsheng and the owner of the ironware shop?" Seeing that Dugu Xian had no intention of pursuing the matter, Dugu Feiying breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Strangely enough, after Provincial Governor Wang agreed to help us, quite a few factions appeared in Taiyuan City, both on the surface and in the shadows. Countless people were searching for the Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, but even so, we were unable to capture them. However, we managed to capture their retainers. Through torture and interrogation, we learned from those retainers that the Turkic merchant was called Zhu Shicheng, a member of the Shatua tribe. The owner of the ironware shop was called Kong Chang'an. This man has always been mysterious, and very few people know of his background. In the end, with the help of the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, we managed to obtain the books of the ironware shop, but the process did not go smoothly. At this point, Dugu Feiying briefly told Dugu Xian about how the key witness, Zhu Huiqing, was killed and the account books were almost completely burned. After listening, Dugu Xian deeply furrowed his brows. At this time, he realized just how complicated the current situation in Source Peak City was. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything in the dark. The other party had probably laid down a dark net in Source Peak City and was just waiting for them to crawl in. Seeing Dugu Xian's frown and silence, Dugu Feiying, who believed that he had messed up, didn't dare to say anything. The two brothers rode at the front of the convoy. Suddenly, Dugu Xian's eyes focused and he sternly said, "Feiying, quickly enter the city and seek an audience with the Bing province governor. Say that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army has been ordered to protect His Highness King Wei's group and needs to enter the city." Dugu Feiying was alarmed. It was true that the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers had been protecting Li Tai's group, but when Li Tai's group was resting in the county, the main force of the Imperial Army would camp outside the city and not follow them into the city. Only a small portion of the Imperial Army would be led by Dugu Xian to protect Li Tai. If there was an emergency inside the city, Dugu Xian would use fireworks as a warning, and only then would the soldiers outside enter the city. Dugu Xian was now ordering all 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to enter the city. This abnormal action left Dugu Feiying very confused. "Big brother, why do you want to do this? With so many of us entering the city, the Turkic spies will definitely notice us. Isn't it said that spears are easy to dodge but arrows from the shadows are hard to guard against?" Dugu Xian snapped, "The reason we didn't allow anyone to enter the city in the past was indeed to avoid being noticed by the Turkic spies, lest they cause trouble for us on the road. But now that you've caused such a huge commotion in Taiyuan City with the help of the Wang clan, unless the Turkic spies in the city are deaf and blind, they will definitely notice that something is amiss. We've already moved from the shadows to the light. I even suspect that the Turks already know part of the goal of the Academy's group." At this point, Dugu Xian could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had sent Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City first, intending to let him operate in secret. However, Source Peak City had been turned upside down by Dugu Feiying and the Wang family's forces. It was impossible for him to operate in secret like before. They had been forced from the shadows into the light, and they were now in a passive position. They didn't even know who their enemy was or what their goal was. Then what do we do? If the Turkic Khagan learns of the goal of Your Highness and the Academy's group, won't he go mad and send soldiers to Taiyuan City to capture Your Highness and the Academy's teachers and students? Dugu Feiying inexplicably panicked at Dugu Xian's words. A little more than a month ago, the state teacher of the Turkic Khaganate, Wuxia, had risked his life to infiltrate the Cloud Mountains for the sake of obtaining confidential information from the Academy. If the Turkic Khagan learned of the goal of Li Tai's group, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't send elite soldiers to cause trouble. When the time came, Li Tai and the Academy group would either be captured or killed. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something they could bear. So before you left, I warned you that no matter what, you were not allowed to tell anyone about the mission of Your Highness's group. Dugu Xian glared at Dugu Feiying and angrily said, "At this point, the spies the Turks have planted in Taiyuan City must know something, but Taiyuan City is several hundred li away from the Turkic Khaganate, so they won't have time to send back the news. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to continue hiding. We might as well bring out all our strength. This is Taiyuan City, not the border of the empire. Even if the Turks have some spies in Taiyuan City, as long as we protect your highness and the academy, they won't be able to find us. Immediately enter the city and head to the provincial governor's residence to inform the Bingzhou governor. Since the danger in Tongfu Inn has yet to be eliminated, once we enter the city, we won't stay in the inn. We'll stay in one of the relay stations in the city. It will be easier for our brothers to set up defenses there. Dugu Feiying felt that his brother's words were reasonable and hurriedly cupped his fists. Yes. Big brother. I'll go to the provincial governor's residence. Seeing that Dugu Xian had nothing else to say, he urged his horse to leave the group and gallop toward the city gate. Actually, with Dugu Feiying's personality, he preferred to fight in the open. Hiding in the dark was not his forte. Now that Dugu Xian had decided to reveal his identity and lead the army into the city, this was exactly what he wanted. After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Xian rode his horse to Li Tai's carriage. After briefly introducing the complex situation in Taiyuan City to Li Tai, Dugu Xian proposed to lead his army into the city and move to a relay station instead of an inn. The mood in the carriage suddenly turned solemn. Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao all turned to Li Tai, waiting for his decision.